A woman accidentally saves a little dumpling. It turns out to be a little prince wandering outside. However, this is all part of the little dumpling scheme. The goal is to bring home an aunt for himself. The woman's name is Charlotte. She's the only daughter of Duke Liantah. But ever since she first saw Callus working, she became obsessively infatuated with this man. From then on, she became His Highness's stalker. When she learned of the male lead's public relationship, she constantly wanted to kill the woman. In the end, she was executed instead, dying miserably. This was the fate of the villainess in the novel. When Charlotte realized she had transmigrated into the novel's villainess, Charlotte immediately wrote an apology letter to the Grand Duke. To avoid her future execution, she decided to retreat to the mountains. However, her leisurely countryside life only lasted for 3 days. She was forcibly summoned back by her father's letter. On her way back, Charlotte saw a group of thugs bullying a little boy. His tear-stained little face looked particularly pitiful. After 999 seconds of contemplation, Charlotte still ordered the coachman to stop. In the blink of an eye, she knocked down the thugs. Then she boldly extended her hand to the little dumpling. "You're coming home with me." However, upon returning home, everyone, led by her father, was shocked. Her father trembled, unwilling to accept the fact that he had unknowingly become a grandfather. Charlotte made no effort to hide her disdain for her father. "You have such a big dumpling in a year? Let me see." Grand Duke Liantah finally smiled. That's good. But her father kept feeling that this little dumpling looked familiar. Charlotte then asked about the reason her father called her back. It turned out that the missing crown prince of 7 years was still alive, just not found yet. Moreover, Grand Duke Callus had also learned the news and was frantically searching. Charlotte, while holding the little one, reviewed the original plot. In the novel, the crown prince was found by the female lead and taken to Princess Callista. But the crown prince was the female lead's little shadow, unable to leave her side. With no choice, the female lead stayed at the Grand Duke's mansion. Then came the cliché plot. They fell in love as time passed. Thinking of this, Charlotte thought it wouldn't be bad to retreat to the mountains after they found the crown prince. But what did this have to do with calling her back? Her father stuttered for a long time before Charlotte understood. They called her back because they feared this stalker would cause trouble. They wanted to keep her close to prevent Charlotte from going crazy and frantically searching for children outside. After all, her status as the Grand Duke's #1 fan was well known. It's fine. Charlotte didn't plan to join the commotion anyway. Then she prepared to take the little dumpling for a bath. "When will you find the crown prince?" Her father sighed helplessly. "It's hard to say. After all, black hair and blue eyes aren't common." The next second, her father suddenly said, "Wait a minute." This 7-year-old boy with black hair and blue eyes was right in front of them. They both realized it then. The father and daughter wished they could die on the spot. Charlotte couldn't believe it. She had casually picked up the crown prince. After settling the little dumpling, the father and daughter began to convince themselves that this couldn't be the crown prince. Unable to bear it anymore, her father actually wanted Charlotte to throw him back where she found him. Charlotte exclaimed, "Dad, listen to yourself. He's just a child." But her father believed that if Charlotte took the crown prince to the Grand Duke's mansion, she would surely be misunderstood. Charlotte agreed. It wouldn't just be a simple misunderstanding at that point. They might even think she had kidnapped the crown prince. Moreover, this was the opportunity for the female lead and male lead to meet in the original story. If she took him there now, wouldn't the plot be ruined? Maybe she should secretly drop him at the female lead's doorstep. Just then, a little head peeked out from the door. It was the freshly bathed little dumpling. The little dumpling walked up to Charlotte and gave a 180-degree bow. "Thank you very much, Lady Charlotte." Then, blinking his clear and innocent big eyes, "May I call you Lady Charlotte? You're the first person who's been so kind to me. I'll never forget you." As he finished speaking, the little dumpling seemed to radiate a golden light. But only Charlotte knew that this was originally supposed to be a lie told to the female lead. Charlotte felt uneasy. Her plan for a quiet life might be ruined because of this. The scene changed, and the three of them appeared at the dining table. Watching the little dumpling's eating manner, Charlotte couldn't help but feel embarrassed. How long had he been starving? Charlotte then noticed the beauty mark on the little dumpling's right cheek. The novel had devoted a whole 500 words to describing this mole. In the novel, this little dumpling was supposed to inherit the throne, but an accident occurred the day before his coronation, and he died with the empress. As for the throne, it was seized by the late emperor's half-brother. Now with the little prince's appearance, the current emperor might have to abdicate. The emperor naturally knew this as well. so if he knew the little prince was still alive, he definitely wouldn't let it go. Therefore, sending him to Grand Duke Callus would indeed be safer. But if she sent him herself, wouldn't that interfere with the main couple's encounter? At this moment, Duke Father suddenly had a stomachache. Saying he needed to find medicine, he hurriedly left the place. Charlotte knew her father's stomach pain had started again due to stress. The sensitive little dumpling watched the Duke's retreating figure, looking very dejected. His eyes filled with tears. Is it because the Duke dislikes that I'm a wild child? Is that why he can't eat when he sees me? Just like before when everyone would say they lost their appetite upon seeing him. Charlotte exploded when she heard this. She transformed into a white-haired witch and fiercely asked, "Who said that?" However, the little dumpling was still very upset. Knowing that words wouldn't comfort him, Charlotte directly picked him up. She believed no one could escape the magic of being lifted high. Then she hugged the little one close and said, "You know what? You're very adorable. The kind that just looking at makes people happy." The little dumpling blinked his big eyes and asked, "Really?" Charlotte smiled reassuringly. Of course. Seeing the little dumpling's mood stabilize, Charlotte then told him, "Actually, you have an uncle." She then changed the subject. "Do you think my house is big? Well, your home is even bigger. I'll take you there tomorrow. I'm sure your uncle will love you very much." The little dumpling understood that she was going to send him away. Sadly, he asked Charlotte, "Do I have to go to that uncle's house?" Charlotte thought he was afraid, so she comforted him. Although he might give a bit of a stern first impression, he's a very good person. But instead, she saw a teary-eyed little dumpling. Charlotte cursed herself, wondering what was wrong now. The little dumpling said tearfully, "Does that mean I won't see you anymore?" She could only explain, "Your uncle is really nice. You'll definitely be happier with him than you are now." Charlotte was speechless. "I can't exactly say I used to be a crazy stalker obsessed with your uncle, can I?" The little dumpling hugged Charlotte tightly. Pleadingly, he said, "But I don't want to leave you, because there's no one better than you in this world." Charlotte didn't know how to respond. Even in the original plot, the little dumpling was deeply attached to the female lead who first saved him. But if this continues, wouldn't the male lead misunderstand her more and more? At this point, there was no choice. Charlotte could only compromise, promising to visit him when she had time, but only occasionally. Only then did the little dumpling stop crying. "But you have to promise me one thing." The next day at the Grand Duke's mansion, Callus had been searching for the little prince day and night, his handsome face showing signs of weariness. His subordinate reported helplessly that although they found 3 children matching the description, none reacted to the mold test. Callus was exhausted. They had been searching for a week with no progress. A terrible thought occurred to his subordinate. Could it be that the emperor had already made his move? Although there was no evidence to confirm it now, the emperor's side must be very anxious too. After all, if he hadn't died in 5 years, and in this situation, if a more legitimate heir to the throne appeared, his position would be in jeopardy. The subordinate agreed because he knew best how the emperor had ascended to the throne through illegitimate means back then. But Callus had no time to worry about that now. Whether his brother's child was alive was the most important thing. After all, it was his only wish. Callus prayed silently. "Please, let that child be alive and safe. Whoever can bring him back safely, I'll give them anything they want." Taking the little dumpling to the Grand Duke's mansion was supposed to be the female lead's plot. To avoid altering the original story as much as possible, Charlotte took out the wanted poster Callus had issued for the missing prince. This was the agreement she made with the dumpling. "He must say he was found by chance, so that's why he was brought here. He must not mention me to the Grand Duke." The little dumpling was very touched after hearing this. Lady Charlotte does good deeds without seeking recognition. She's truly a living lay phone. Seeing the dumpling hesitate, Charlotte added, "If your uncle knows I brought you, he might not let me see you anymore." The thought of not seeing Lady Charlotte again was unacceptable to him, so he immediately agreed. Thus, Charlotte felt reassured to send the dumpling to the Grand Duke's mansion. At the entrance, the dumpling looked anxious. He turned back to look at Charlotte. Charlotte was happy that the dumpling would soon start a happy life, but the dumpling expressed that he really wanted to stick with Charlotte. But fearing Charlotte might get annoyed, he steeled himself and ran towards the Grand Duke's mansion without looking back. Seeing this, Charlotte finally felt relieved. It seemed the dumpling's safety was finally assured. She reluctantly rolled down the carriage window. But there was still one problem unsolved. After all, She had obstructed the female lead's path to wealth and glory. She felt quite guilty about it, so she decided to compensate the female lead and do some good deeds along the way. So upon returning home, she asked her father to sell off their assets to establish a foundation to support poor artists and orphanages, completely unaware of her father's trembling frame. But Duke Leontal wasn't angry at all. Instead, he looked as if his daughter had grown up. Even the servants were surprised. "My daughter, Daddy's love wasn't in vain. I knew you were a child full of love." Then he hugged Charlotte tightly and cried loudly, saying he'd prepare $50 million from the bank right away. Charlotte was embarrassed. Was he really going to sell off the Grand Duke's estate? She quickly said $10 million would be enough. No need to be so dramatic. Unexpectedly, the Duke burst into tears. "My daughter is so frugal. I'll give you anything you want in the future. I can even bring Talus bound for you." Looking at her father and the servant's eyes, Charlotte understood why the original daughter became so willful. It was all from being spoiled. After getting the money, she went to the art square. She happened to see an older man bullying a young woman. Coincidentally, the bullied woman was the female lead, Ilian. She was born into a fallen Viscount family and had been looked down upon by others since childhood. Originally, she was supposed to have a turning point in her life by rescuing the prince. But now that had been accidentally ruined by Charlotte. Charlotte, already feeling guilty, naturally couldn't stand by and do nothing. So she stepped forward, intending to buy Ilian's painting. But in Ilian's eyes, Charlotte appeared as this gloomy figure, seemingly capable of devouring people whole. Her heart sank. How could she encounter this rumored lunatic? Charlotte pretended to admire the painting and asked Ilian if she was interested in selling it to her. Unexpectedly, Ilian flatly refused, because in Ilian's view, Charlotte didn't really want to buy it, but was offering charity and pity. Charlotte also realized her unintentional act had hurt Ilian's fragile self-esteem. "It seems you've misunderstood. My name is Charlotte. Do I look like someone who helps others out of pity to you?" Ilian was intimidated by Charlotte's strong presence and couldn't help but shrink back. Charlotte directly grabbed Ilian's hand, pulling her up from the ground. "You paint very well. I think good artwork shouldn't be buried." Only then did Ilian lower her guard. After returning home, Charlotte was still thinking about her little one. Little did she know that Callus was also worried about this. To coax the dumpling to sleep, Callus had already gone through 88 fairy tale books. But the dumpling kept refusing to let Callus read him fairy tales. Callus still said gently, "Then I'll just stay by your side until you fall asleep." The little dumpling hesitated, worried that Callus would be tired because of this. Callus expressed that he was more than willing. "Doing anything for you won't tire me out." Only then did the dumpling fall asleep peacefully. Callus didn't understand. How could such a cautious child as his nephew come to the palace alone? Moreover, when they first met, Sass kept repeating that he came alone, as if hiding something. At this moment, Sass seemed to be having a very sad dream. Tears were falling profusely, and he kept sobbing. Talus leaned in closer to hear clearly. This little dumpling was actually calling Charlotte's name in his dream. The little dumpling saved by the villainess turned out to be the wandering crown prince, but she had accidentally ruined the female lead's happy life. She wanted to actively make amends to the female lead, but was mistaken for a crazy old woman, all because of Charlotte's notorious reputation. On the other side, Callus was troubled by his nephew's situation. He even unintentionally called out Charlotte's name during work. Libin was confused. Why would the Grand Duke think of that crazy woman? Callus then said. Sass kept crying out her name in his sleep. Upon hearing this, Libin immediately flew into a rage, wanting to arrest Charlotte on the spot. Callus was exasperated. Can't you use your brain? It wasn't the kind of crying you're imagining. That pitiful, tearful feeling. It was more like he was missing her. Libin's anger instantly subsided. He couldn't understand why Prince Sass would miss that lunatic and admitted that he also had suspicions about the prince. He said the prince claimed to have been wandering outside, but his appearance was unusually clean. Libin suggested asking Prince Sass directly, but Callus felt that if his nephew wasn't saying anything, he must have his reasons. He then arranged for Libin to investigate Charlotte. But now a more troublesome issue arose. The Empress seemed to have noticed that they had found the royal family. To be safe, the ball to announce Sass's identity had to be postponed for another week. And before that, they must find that Charlotte. Meanwhile, Charlotte herself was also thinking about the little dumpling. As she thought about it, she started to spin around erratically, wondering why she hadn't received news about the dumpling's identity being announced. However, Charlotte's concern was mainly about taking Ilian to the ball. to give the male and female leads a perfect encounter. As time flew by in the cancer storyline, Charlotte still hadn't received any news about the little dumpling. Even her father, the Duke, couldn't help but speculate. Such a cute child, he couldn't have been kicked out, right? But Charlotte thought it impossible. Black hair, blue eyes, plus the beauty mark on the right cheek. It couldn't possibly be fake. Absolument impossible. So Charlotte guessed, the Grand Duke must be afraid of the Empress harming the prince. That's why he's delaying the announcement. But concern breeds chaos. Charlotte couldn't help but go crazy, wondering if that little dumpling really wasn't the crown prince. When the butler burst through the door, he saw this scene, the father trembling with concern, the daughter anxiously banging on the table. But there was an even more serious matter at hand. Grand Duke Callis was actually inviting Charlotte to attend the ball. The Duke pondered anxiously and finally concluded. He must want to take revenge for Charlotte stalking him years ago at such an important occasion. But Charlotte simply rejected this idea. No matter how deep his grudge, he wouldn't ruin such an important ball. Yet Charlotte couldn't understand. The purpose of this ball was to introduce the crown prince. So many nobles would be invited as an exception. But in the original story, he didn't invite Charlotte. Yet she still came uninvited. At the same time, she discovered that Callis was exchanging meaningful glances with Ilian, and even publicly announced their relationship. When she returned home, she began to throw tantrums and go crazy, completely losing her mind. She even started researching poisons, intending to poison Ilian. Now, everything was going against the original story, making the current Charlotte feel uneasy. Her father, Lianta, couldn't sit still and wanted to confront Callis right away. Charlotte immediately stopped him because she wasn't going to attend the ball, and she wanted to return to her territory early because it was too dangerous here. But suddenly, a sobbing sound was heard. Looking up, they realized the Duke had already burst into tears. It turned out the Duke thought Charlotte was giving up her pursuit of true love for the sake of the family. His daughter had finally grown up. As a father, how could he allow his daughter to be so wronged? He immediately wanted to go to the Grand Duke's mansion to deliver a marriage proposal. Charlotte was petrified upon hearing this. These severely off-track lines even made the teacup shatter. She immediately stated seriously that she no longer liked him. As they say, the fear of sudden silence in the air. Fortunately, a quick-witted servant broke the deadlock. But the Duke refused to believe anything, feeling more and more that his daughter was being wronged. Charlotte was exasperated. I really don't like him anymore. I've even forgotten what he looks like. Charlotte wasn't lying. She remembered all the content of the original story, except she couldn't recall what Grand Duke Callis looked like. So she stated once again that she absolutely would not attend the ball. But the Duke was in tears, encouraging Charlotte to pursue her happiness. So the embarrassed Charlotte arrived at the embarrassing ball. Her toes curled in embarrassment, digging out a 3-bedroom apartment. At this moment, Grand Duke Callis made a grand entrance. Even Charlotte had to admire. The original character had unique taste, especially that tightness that even clothes couldn't contain. I suppose everyone has guessed the purpose of this ball. Now let me introduce to everyone, this is my nephew, who is also the former crown prince, named Sass Rassel Alapine. Charlotte finally felt relieved at this sight. The little dumpling, as soon as he appeared, looked around searching for something. He quickly spotted Charlotte in the crowd, but in the next moment, he turned his head away with a hurt expression. Charlotte was stunned. She thought to herself, this child is really obedient. But why did she feel a bit disappointed? Suddenly, she felt a cold gaze. Turning to look, she realized Callis had been staring at her intently. Charlotte's mind blurted out a plant name. You can't see me. You can't see me. However, Callis still approached Charlotte with a fierce look, like a predator locking onto its prey. Thank you for accepting the invitation to the ball, broke Charlotte's panic. Could you please chat with me for a moment? Immediately, discussions broke out in the hall. Charlotte was devastated, thinking if her father knew about this, even a bottle of stomach medicine wouldn't help. But suddenly, Charlotte felt dizzy, and a voice appeared. My daughter says absolutely not. It would be better to kill me directly. What can I do? I'm really curious what expression Miss Charlotte will show. Her father is willing to die in her place to save her. The voice disappeared. Charlotte didn't come to her senses for a moment. This situation hadn't appeared in the original novel. Was what she heard about things that would happen in the future? But in the original story, the Duke didn't die. Could it be that because she changed the plot, her father would die because of her? At this moment, Callis stepped forward and asked, You don't look well. Did something happen? Charlotte, still shaken, said, "It's nothing." Following Callus to the balcony, Charlotte was still guessing. Could it be that just by making eye contact with Callus, she could have premonitions? Callus got straight to the point. "The one who brought Sass to the Grand Duke's mansion was you, Charlotte." Hearing this, Charlotte shuddered in fright. Sass even called out Lady Charlotte in his sleep. Charlotte's face turned even darker. She didn't expect the little dumpling would betray her in his dreams. Upon hearing this, Charlotte quickly explained, "I didn't approach him intentionally. I really just happened to save the former prince. And it was before I saw the wanted poster." "No, you misunderstand. Thanks to you, Sass was rescued so quickly. You are my benefactor, and also Eruiden's benefactor. I can fulfill any request you have." Charlotte placed her hand on her suddenly trembling heart. "Will you really fulfill any wish of mine?" Should she directly propose that Callus marry her? But she knew the consequences, and she would be misunderstood. They might think she was using the former prince as an excuse to play some trick. "Then, my request is, please help me give this gift to His Highness the Prince." Charlotte took out an exquisite glow-in-the-dark pendant. Actually, this was supposed to be the gift Elian gave to Sass, because after the child transformed from a wandering orphan to the former prince, he often faced jealousy from many children his age. He was bullied and even maliciously locked in a dark room once. This glowing pendant was the child's only comfort. But because of this, the child also encountered a miracle. He saw the legendary light beast. Obviously, she couldn't count on Elian now, so she had to do it herself. But Callus froze when he saw the pendant. Charlotte was speechless. He couldn't be thinking that she had put some bad magic on it, could he? So she hurriedly explained that the pendant was very safe. "I swear." However, Callus still had no reaction. "I'm really innocent." Charlotte looked like she was about to cry. Callus finally reacted. "I was just a bit surprised." Then he smiled and said, "Of course I'm willing to do such a small favor. It might be difficult for you two to meet today. I will formally invite you in the near future." Charlotte immediately thanked him and curtsied. She didn't expect Callus to invite her proactively. Naturally, she was extremely grateful. She wouldn't miss the chance to see the child and possibly have premonitions of the future. Meanwhile, the child was looking at Libin with a stern expression. Why did he say those things just now? It turned out that before the ball started, Libin had told Sass, "Lady Charlotte has also been invited to the ball, but you'd better pretend not to know her, because she's a very dangerous person." But his Lady Charlotte was clearly a very good person. Compared to Libin's current gloomy face, Libin was more dangerous. Okay. At this moment, Libin was about to pour another glass for the child. Just as Libin left Sass's side, a nobleman walked over, intending to get close. Then he suddenly leaned close to Sass. "Please be careful of Lady Charlotte." Then he said word by word, "Because she's been secretly in love with the Duke for 10 years. To get close to the Duke, she will definitely make a move on you." The man thought his words would frighten the little one. But what he didn't expect was that upon hearing this, the child's eyes immediately lit up, sparkling with pink bubbles all over his mind. The child was imagining scenes of Uncle and Charlotte being lovey-dovey. The child looked gratefully at the man. This immediately confused the man. The nobleman wanted to say more, when he suddenly felt the air pressure around him freeze. It was Callus, and one look from Callus left him dumbfounded. The man immediately bowed 180 degrees, then quickly slipped away. After Callus gently comforted Sass, he took out an exquisite small box. "This is a gift from Lady Charlotte for you." Sass immediately cherished it like a precious ring. Seeing Sass miss Charlotte so much, Callus felt very sorry for him. He immediately asked Libin to take Sass to see her. "Don't you want to see her very much? Go now." The child immediately brightened up, showing a smile that could move heaven and earth. Charlotte, who had completed her task, was about to return home. But suddenly she felt something tugging at her dress. Just as she was about to turn around and explode, she found a tearful child. "Lady Charlotte, I missed you so much." Charlotte, who thought she wouldn't see the child, was also very happy. "Your Highness, congratulations on finding your family. Please don't call me Your Highness. Call me Sass." As he spoke, he started crying again. Then his little hand gripped Charlotte's dress tightly. He pleaded pitifully, "Can't you stay with me forever?" Seeing this, Charlotte felt both happy and a bit heartbroken. So the next day, Charlotte appeared in the palace. She didn't expect Callus's invitation to come so quickly, but remembering the child's teary eyes, she just couldn't refuse. However, if it weren't for the appearance of the ability to foresee the future, she would have returned to her territory long ago. but the prophecy about her father being in danger still worried her. As for Sass, he had been tugging at Charlotte's skirt the whole way. Charlotte came back to her senses and took Sass's little hand, addressing him as Prince Sass. Hearing this, the child wasn't happy. With wet eyes, he said pitifully, "Didn't you promise to call me by my name?" Charlotte was speechless. How could she dare to be so friendly and risk losing her head? At this moment, the butler behind her also requested Charlotte to accept the prince's proposal. Only then did Charlotte understand that it had been approved. She didn't like all these formalities anyway, so this was even better. Seeing his beloved Lady Charlotte, the little one excitedly led Charlotte to show her his world. Charlotte listened contentedly as the child described how good the Duke was. Sass pointed to an exquisite little wooden horse and said, "Look, isn't this wooden horse beautiful? Uncle gave it to me. I usually ride this wooden horse to view the courtyard." Seeing the child's excited and adorable appearance, Charlotte felt her heart couldn't take it. For a moment, she couldn't control her expression and gave a slightly lewd thumbs up. "You're so cute." As soon as she said it, she realized, isn't this a bit perverted? Won't the little one be scared? But the next moment, the child rushed into Charlotte's arms. He said in a muffled voice, "Every time I see you, I'm so happy. I love the feeling of Lady Charlotte hugging me." Charlotte stroked the child's little head. "I like you too. Then does Lady Charlotte also like my uncle?" Charlotte's hand froze in midair. Which bastard spread this news to my precious baby's ears? It seemed necessary to explain. "No, I don't like him at all." The little one's face instantly fell. His beautiful fantasy was shattered just like that. The child immediately became anxious, thinking Charlotte disliked his uncle. Charlotte, of course, didn't dislike him. He's a very good person, but no matter how good he was, she couldn't like him. Otherwise, she would really meet her end. The child brightened up as if seeing hope. Charlotte quickly hugged the child and patted his head. The silly child always imagined things. Then Sass pulled Charlotte to the garden. Sass's purpose in coming here was actually Callus in the garden. But just as the two made eye contact, that strange voice appeared again. Her ears were filled with children's cries for help, people's wailing, and malicious curses. "Just push Sass into the lake, and it'll be fine." Charlotte looked at Sass in disbelief. This prophecy was actually about Sass falling into the lake. But in the original story, he was locked in a small dark room. To be on the safe side, Charlotte had even found a similar room. Could it be that the plot still couldn't be changed? But the unaware little one didn't care about anything else. He went up to his uncle and frantically asked, "Will you two get married?" Charlotte was shocked. In an instant, she had even thought about where to buy her coffin. Wouldn't Callus misunderstand that I've brainwashed Sass? However, Charlotte was overthinking. Not only was Callus not angry, he was grateful that Charlotte cared for Sass. Even the glow-in-the-dark stone Charlotte gave, Sass carried with him all the time. So he generously stated that he could grant her 2 wishes. But Charlotte thought that helping to deliver the gift had already used up one. Yet the Duke said that even without a wish, he would have delivered it anyway. Then Callus requested Charlotte to come often and keep Sass company. At this moment, from Charlotte's perspective, Duke Callus seemed like an angel reincarnated, dazzlingly radiant. Charlotte, who was already concerned about the little one, naturally agreed. Of course she would come, and next time she would bring Ilian along. This way, she could escape unscathed. Unfortunately, the bubble of hope burst in the blink of an eye. Charlotte rushed to find Ilian without delay. Ilian said his paintings had become much more popular recently, all thanks to Charlotte. But Charlotte suddenly switched to matchmaker mode. She pulled Ilian, wanting to arrange for him a handsome, wealthy, loyal, and caring perfect man. Unexpectedly, Ilian refused, saying he only wanted to focus on his career now. Once he started talking about his art, he became unstoppable. His passion and love for art made him reject everything else. Forced melons aren't sweet, so Charlotte had to give up. It seemed she could only rely on herself. A few days later, the Duke's mansion held a ceremony for the Holy Pillar Day. Charlotte attended as promised. As soon as she arrived, she searched everywhere for the little one, because she suspected the previous prophecy might come true this time. At this moment, a red-haired woman called out to Charlotte, "Long time no see. It seems you've recovered well during your time in the territory. Even your temper has mellowed." If it were someone else being sarcastic, Charlotte would definitely have retorted. But if it was him, she could understand, because her past self had bullied him a few times. Just thinking about it made her feel ashamed. Roger was also someone who disliked Charlotte in the original story. Wanting to get revenge on Charlotte, he sought out Ilian, who had also been bullied by Charlotte. In the end, they unexpectedly became good friends. He was a person with a tough exterior, but a soft heart. But now she couldn't waste time here. The little one's safety was more important. She immediately channeled her inner actress, smirking as she said, "Roger, did you miss me?" With just one sentence, Roger's face turned pale. In the end, he was trembling so much he couldn't say a complete sentence. But Charlotte didn't intend to let Roger off so easily. She extended her green claw and pointed to a nearby grove. "How about we chat over there?" Roger turned to look, and even the small grove seemed to become eerie. He started crying on the spot. He lied about having something to do and wanted to slip away. Charlotte, still with a fierce expression, reminded Roger to remember to contact her. After dismissing Roger, Charlotte immediately began searching for the little one. A moment later, Charlotte heard a commotion nearby and followed the sound. She discovered several noble children bullying Sass. Charlotte also recognized the leader, the blonde boy. He was the culprit who pushed Sass into the water in the prophecy, the Earl's son, Bale. The bratty kids continued to insult Sass. "I heard it was Charlotte who brought you back. It's hard to believe that woman chased after the Duke for so long. Now she's actually trying to trick the Duke with some random child." The little one, who had been holding back, immediately retorted upon hearing someone slander his Lady Charlotte. "Don't you dare speak about Lady Charlotte like that." Seeing her precious little one cry, Charlotte couldn't stand it anymore. She appeared directly, releasing a powerful aura. "You seem quite bold. Even your fathers address me as Miss in my presence." The previously arrogant brats instantly froze. Then they started wailing loudly. Charlotte thought, "Are you trying to extort me?" Charlotte didn't want to deal with these brats. She just wanted to take the little one away from here. But for some reason, this action seemed to anger the red-haired boy. In a fit of rage, he actually pushed Sass towards the lake. It happened so suddenly. No one expected Sass to fall into the lake like that. Charlotte didn't hesitate to jump into the lake as well. But Charlotte wasn't worried, because she knew that the light divine beast was sleeping in this lake. This lake was filled with the power of light, so no one would actually drown in this lake. Someone of pure royal blood, like the little one, could even breathe in the lake. But Charlotte didn't want the little one to feel lonely and helpless, so she still jumped in to accompany him. But the unaware little one, with tears in his eyes, thought he had harmed Charlotte. Charlotte held the little one tightly as they slowly sank in the lake. Just as they were about to reach the bottom, the light divine beast suddenly appeared. Even though the story had changed, the divine beast was still willing to sacrifice itself for Sass. Sass, blessed by the divine beast, instantly fell into a deep sleep and gained the ability to breathe underwater. But Charlotte, who wasn't of royal blood and lacked the divine beast's protection, was already at her limit. Just as Charlotte was about to use up her last bit of oxygen, a strong pair of hands suddenly grabbed her. Then the owner of those hands brought her to the surface. It turned out that Callus and Libin had received the news and arrived just in time. Charlotte lay weakly in Callus's arms. She wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but Callus's gaze towards her seemed filled with concern. Due to the incident, Charlotte was forced to rest at the Duke's mansion. By dusk, Sass had exhausted all his energy from merging with the light divine beast. Sass had already fallen into a deep sleep. After this incident, Callus realized how important Charlotte was to Sass. In such a critical situation, the first thing Sass did upon waking up on shore was to ask about Charlotte. Even though they had only spent 2 days together, Sass had become so dependent on Charlotte. But Callus could understand, because in the past, he too had been extremely dependent on someone. At this moment, Libin walked in. He reported that all involved parties had been thoroughly questioned. However, young Master Bayer wanted to apologize to Prince Sass. Callus frowned, although Bayer had come to report in time, allowing them to arrive promptly and rescue the people. Hurting his most beloved nephew was still unforgivable. So Callus still instructed Libin to deal with all the families involved in this incident. Then Callus inquired about Charlotte's condition. Learning that Charlotte was not seriously hurt, Callus couldn't help but smile. Meanwhile, Charlotte was chugging down some extremely bitter health potions. This scene was caught by Callus as he entered. Suppressing his laughter, Callus said, "You saved Sass. Now I owe you another big favor." Charlotte felt awkward. She really didn't want to be involved with the Grand Duke. Callus informed Charlotte that the matter had been investigated and confirmed to be the Queen's doing. To express his apologies, Callis suggested spreading the news that Charlotte was the prince's lifesaver. This way, Charlotte would essentially have the Grand Duke as her backing. Charlotte was stunned. If it really happened like this, it would probably confirm the rumors that she was the Duke's illegitimate child. Callis was puzzled. Charlotte could use this opportunity to demand his repayment, but she still didn't ask for anything. Callis felt that he had been narrow-minded and sincerely expressed his gratitude to Charlotte once again. These words immediately made Charlotte feel even more awkward. Charlotte was speechless. Had Callis forgotten how he used to harass her? But for Callis, he was sincerely expressing his gratitude. In fact, he had always remembered Charlotte. Moreover, since Charlotte suddenly wrote an apology letter and disappeared a year ago, he seemed to care more and more about her. Seeing Callis's smile becoming increasingly strange, Charlotte fled back to the Duke's mansion overnight. Just as she got off the carriage, she saw her pale-faced father, Duke Diantha. Until the Duke held Charlotte tightly in his arms, color gradually returned to his face. Charlotte then realized that the servants behind her were already moved to tears by the scene of paternal love and filial piety. Only Charlotte felt awkward about the whole situation. She hadn't expected everyone to be so worried about her, nor did she expect to faint after coming ashore. It seemed she needed to eat more tonics. Thinking this, she headed back to her room, but a glowing orb in the room made her freeze instantly. "Sorry, wrong room." The light divine beast quickly called out to Charlotte. "No, I'm here to see you." Charlotte had no choice but to awkwardly sit back on the sofa. Shouldn't this guy be looking for sass? Why is it here? The light divine beast sighed upon hearing this. It turned out that he, the great light divine beast, had been rejected by Sass, so he hoped Charlotte could help him. Charlotte immediately refused this thankless task. But because the light divine beast promised a great reward after success, she immediately did a 180-degree turn. She proactively offered to help ask about Sass's preferences. Of course, she also made a condition to the divine beast. Early the next morning, while Charlotte was still secretly rejoicing about the big deal she made yesterday, a servant informed her that 2 letters had arrived this morning. One was from Elian. The other, however, made Charlotte look nervous. It was an invitation to the current queen's tea party. Charlotte knew she had no right to refuse and could only attend. Though called a tea party, it was actually a one-sided interview with Charlotte. The queen first insincerely thanked Charlotte for saving the former prince. Unable to figure out the other's intentions, Charlotte could only awkwardly respond that it was nothing. Seeing that Charlotte hadn't drunk the tea, the queen asked if it wasn't to her taste. Charlotte was helpless. The reason she didn't dare to taste the tea was because the queen was a famous pharmacist in the empire with the ability to make poisons. Who knows how many people had fallen to this tea set? This seemingly exquisite teacup was actually coated with a thin layer of poison. Fortunately, the queen finally relented, saying if she didn't like it, there was no need to force herself. Charlotte honestly put down the teacup immediately, but the queen's next words left Charlotte completely bewildered. The queen said she could help Charlotte by asking the emperor to arrange a marriage between Charlotte and Callis. Then, grasping Charlotte's hand, she added that Charlotte had done a favor for the Grand Duke's family. "Now is the best time for me to intervene. What do you think?" Charlotte naturally understood the queen's purpose in saying this. It was to control her. After receiving the invitation, Charlotte had tried hard to recall Charlotte's relationship with the queen in the original novel. In the original story, when Charlotte learned that Grand Duke Callis had a lover, she went mad. The first thing she thought of was to make poison to kill the female lead, Elian. And the queen was a pharmacist, an expert in making poisons. She would do everything to destroy the person she wanted to control, then turn that person into a real puppet. In the original story, Charlotte was one of her subordinates. Now Charlotte thought, since she had escaped that fate, she might as well directly refuse. So she frankly said that she had no plans to marry now, especially not to Callis. Hearing this, the Grand Duchess Queen released Charlotte's hand. She immediately dismissed her guest. "If that's the case, let's end our chat here today. I'll call you again in a while." Charlotte didn't plan to stay any longer and immediately stood up to leave. But on her way out, she bumped into a man, a person who frightened her. That person's purpose for coming was also to see the queen. The queen said she found Charlotte interesting. Although crude and vulgar, she actually tried to indirectly get me to arrange her marriage. The man kneeling on the ground knew this meant the queen was very satisfied with Charlotte, because when he likes something, he expresses it this way. The queen ordered the man to quickly dispose of the former prince. Since he still has no descendants, the former prince must not be allowed to live. Then, it's to see if Charlotte can obediently follow orders, and arrange for the man to immediately approach Elian, who is close to Charlotte. Upon returning home, Charlotte learned that Elian was waiting in the reception room. As soon as they met, Elian started gossiping. "I've heard about you and the Grand Duke getting together. Are you going to get married?" The new Charlotte almost couldn't hold her cake fork steady. Elian still looked excited. "You'll definitely be the most handsome in the whole empire when you get married." Charlotte was completely confused. The plot seemed to be getting more and more off track. Then Elian took out an invitation to the Young Artists' Night exhibition. He wanted to ask Charlotte to accompany him. Charlotte knew this manager. Moreover, she also remembered the man she bumped into when leaving the palace. It was Marquis Bernardo. She felt the queen must have a plot. Sure enough, the next second, Elian said, "Lord Marquis Bernardo's works will also be exhibited. It's truly out of the tiger's den and into the wolf's lair." A week later, Charlotte was busy preparing to receive the visiting Grand Duke and Sass. She had just learned that Sass had sent her a letter. Because the letter was so ordinary, it was almost thrown away as trash by the servants. Charlotte had just carefully put away the letter when an attendant informed her that the Grand Duke and Sass were already outside. As the host, Charlotte hurried out to greet them. But after making eye contact with Callus, she had another vision of the future. A violent explosion reduced the luxurious exhibition hall to rubble. Everyone was in chaos, but fortunately, there were no casualties. Charlotte came back to her senses, breathing heavily. Initially a bit flustered, she quickly adjusted herself. She bowed and apologized for losing Sass's letter. But Sass's "I missed you so much" left Charlotte, captivated by his cuteness, at a loss. Her little one was just too adorable. Sass then said pitifully that he thought Charlotte didn't reply because she disliked him. Charlotte immediately panicked, frantically explaining and praising Sass for learning to write letters so quickly. He was truly a genius. This finally made Sass happy again. Sass said he wrote the letter imitating Libin, but the envelope and seal were his own work. Charlotte was surprised to hear this. So Sass's letter actually had a seal. Charlotte couldn't help but wonder. Although the letter was in her possession, there was no seal on it. Could someone have read it secretly? But she didn't show it. Then, at Charlotte's invitation, the three began a pleasant afternoon tea time. After some laughter and play, Charlotte finally remembered the main business. When asked what animal he liked, Sass said without hesitation that he liked dragons. It turned out that Uncle had been telling him stories about dragons. Charlotte thought, the light divine beast. Although it's a divine beast, isn't it a bit forced to turn it into a dragon? She couldn't help but glare at Callus for corrupting the child. Callus then said, as if jealous, "When Sass is with Charlotte, he can talk endlessly. But with me, he's very stingy with words." The relationship between the three seemed to be gradually warming up. Then, Callus surprisingly took the initiative to invite Charlotte to go out together. Charlotte suggested going to the Young Artists exhibition. Charlotte suddenly realized this was a good opportunity for the female lead, Elian, to meet Callus. She asked Callus eagerly if he was interested. Callus, however, said meaningfully that he was indeed interested in this exhibition. Time quickly passed to the evening. The tired Sass fell asleep in Charlotte's arms. Before leaving, Callus specifically told Charlotte about the investigation of Sass being pushed into the lake, as well as how the families involved in this incident were dealt with, and the Queen's movements. Charlotte was confused, not understanding why Callus suddenly told her these things. The next second, Callus suddenly turned back. He said with a smile, "I'm telling you all this because I thought you'd want to know." Until Callus got into the carriage, his gaze never left Charlotte. After watching the carriage drive away, Charlotte immediately called for the butler. Learning that Ron, who managed the Duke's letters, had taken sick leave, she ordered all recent information about Ron. Then she sighed that one wave had not settled before another rose. After careful investigation, she only knew that Ron had recently become addicted to gambling and thus owed a lot of money. But that was all. Charlotte had no idea how to proceed. After analyzing and researching all night, Charlotte felt that Ron must have intricate connections with the Queen. If she could catch and interrogate him thoroughly, she would surely get useful information. But now Charlotte had no time to deal with Ron, because she needed to focus all her energy on the art exhibition 3 days later. This was her only chance to change the plot. On the day of the exhibition, Charlotte arrived as promised. Looking around, she immediately noticed that not a single genuine piece was in this huge exhibition. This was an ability that Charlotte herself possessed. Charlotte finally understood the significance of this exhibition. This was where the Queen deceived and raised funds. And all this was to eliminate Sarah. Although she was the queen, she had a gambling addictive father, so she had to secretly sell forgeries to recoup funds. At this moment, Charlotte saw Elian chatting happily with Bernardo not far away. Obviously, Bernardo had successfully approached Elian. Undeniably, the queen's methods were unpredictable. But Charlotte couldn't expose this on the spot. If she couldn't resist and exposed herself, she would surely die. Elian also saw Charlotte at this moment. She excitedly began to show her around various artworks, especially when introducing the work Bernardo created at just 16 years old. She couldn't hide her admiration. Charlotte could only agree. Then the two came to Elian's own work and chatted for a long time. At this time, a servant carrying wine approached from behind. By coincidence, he tripped right in front of Charlotte. Two wine glasses flew straight toward Charlotte. Fortunately, Charlotte quickly caught them. This immediately caused cheers from the surrounding crowd. Charlotte handed the glasses to the servant, but the boy's hand slipped, and the delicate crystal glasses still shattered on the ground. The boy was immediately terrified. He started apologizing repeatedly. Even though Charlotte didn't blame him, the boy was still trembling. The people at this exhibition were either rich or noble. Anyone could be someone he, a nobody, couldn't afford to offend. Then the boy started kowtowing repeatedly. This action stunned Charlotte. Looking at the boy in front of her, Charlotte was reminded of when she first met Sass. Seeing the boy's rough and scarred hands, Charlotte ordered the child to follow her. Others thought the child was in trouble, encountering a madwoman like Charlotte. In fact, Charlotte just wanted to give the child some ointment to treat his wounds. Charlotte couldn't help but ask curiously, "Do you know a child with a mole on his face?" Hearing this, the child's eyes immediately filled with tears. "Are you talking about Belle?" Charlotte sighed. "So you do know him." That's right, Sass's alias was Belle. And this child in front of her was the one who had once taken care of Sass. After tidying up, Charlotte rushed back to the venue, timing it carefully. Just as she hid behind a pillar, she heard a huge explosion. Dust instantly engulfed the entire venue. People were in chaos. Charlotte rushed straight to Bernardo's work, because it was the only genuine piece in the entire exhibition. Sure enough, someone was about to steal the sculpture. Just as that person was about to act, Charlotte stepped forward quickly. She grabbed the person's collar in one swift move. "Caught you, you traitor!" Ron was so scared he wet himself on the spot. He was about to explain something when a voice came from behind. "I didn't expect to meet so soon, Mississippi." It turned out to be Callus, who had arrived with his guards. After handing Ron over to the guards, the two started to act, playing off each other as they escorted Ron away. Callus greatly admired how clever the young lady was. Charlotte didn't hide it either, saying, "It seems you figured it out too." Callus suddenly thought of something. "If you ever encounter danger in the future, please believe that I will definitely find you." This sudden confession left Charlotte stunned. Then the two fell into an awkwardness they had never experienced before. Callus coughed dryly. It seemed he wasn't good at these things. Just as they walked out of the exhibition, an anxious voice called out to Charlotte. It was Elian, who had been worriedly searching everywhere when Charlotte didn't come out. At this moment, Elian noticed Callus behind Charlotte. Due to the difference in status, Elian hurriedly went to bow. Seeing this scene, Charlotte's long-hidden shipping soul burst into flames. A woman's soul transmigrated. The villain in the book originally wanted to live peacefully, but accidentally saved the former emperor. As time passed, his love for the child became uncontrollable. He became more and more entangled, as if sinking into a quagmire. But this time he decided not to run away anymore, because he knew if things continued like this, everyone he cherished would be in mortal danger. A week later, Charlotte was busy preparing to receive the visiting Grand Duke and Sass. He had just learned that Sass had sent him a letter. Because the letter was so ordinary, it was almost thrown away as trash by the servants. Charlotte had just carefully put away the letter when the servant informed him that the Grand Duke and Sass were already outside. As the host, Charlotte hurried out to greet them. But after making eye contact with Callus, he foresaw the future again. A violent explosion reduced the luxurious exhibition hall to rubble. Everyone was in chaos, but fortunately, there was no danger to life. Charlotte came back to his senses, breathing heavily. He quickly adjusted himself from his initial panic. He bowed to apologize for losing Sass's letter. But Sass's "I missed you so much" left Charlotte, captivated by the cuteness, at a loss. His child was just too adorable. Sass then said pitifully that he thought Charlotte didn't reply because he disliked him. Charlotte immediately panicked, frantically explaining and praising Sass for learning to write letters so quickly. He called him a genius, which made Sass happy again. Sass said he wrote the letter imitating Libin, but the envelope and seal were made by himself. Charlotte was surprised to hear this, so Sass's letter had a seal on it. Charlotte couldn't help but suspect. Although the letter was in his possession, there was no seal on it. Could someone have read it? However, he didn't show it. Then, at Charlotte's invitation, the three began a pleasant afternoon tea time. After laughing and playing, Charlotte remembered the main purpose. He asked Sass what animal he liked. Sass said without hesitation that he liked dragons. It turned out that his uncle had been telling him stories about dragons. Charlotte thought, light divine beast. Although it's a divine beast, isn't it a bit forced to turn it into a dragon? He couldn't help but glare at Callus for corrupting the child. Callus then said, as if jealous, Sass becomes talkative when he's with Charlotte, but he's very stingy with his words to me. The three's relationship seemed to be gradually warming up. Later, Callus even took the initiative to invite Charlotte to go out together. Charlotte suggested going to the Young Artists exhibition. Charlotte immediately realized this was a good opportunity for the female lead, Elian, to meet Callus. He asked Callus with burning eyes if he was interested. Callus replied meaningfully that he was indeed interested in this exhibition. Time quickly passed to nightfall. The tired Sass fell asleep in Charlotte's arms. Before leaving, Callus specifically told Charlotte about the investigation of Sass being pushed into the lake, as well as how the families involved in this incident were being dealt with and the Queen's actions. Charlotte was confused, not understanding why Callus suddenly told him these things. The next second, Callus suddenly turned back. With a smile, he said he told him these things because I thought you'd want to know. Until Callus got into the carriage, his gaze never left Charlotte. After watching the carriage drive away, Charlotte immediately called for the butler. Learning that Ron, who managed the Duke's letters, had taken sick leave, he ordered all recent information about Ron. Then he sighed that one wave had not settled before another rose. After careful investigation, he only learned that Ron had recently become addicted to gambling and owed a lot of money. But that was all. Charlotte had no idea how to proceed. After analyzing and researching all night, Charlotte felt that Ron must have intricate connections with the Queen. If he could catch and interrogate him thoroughly, he would surely get useful information. But now Charlotte had no time to deal with Ron, because he needed to focus all his energy on the art exhibition 3 days later. This was his only chance to change the plot. On the day of the exhibition, Charlotte arrived as promised. Looking around, Charlotte immediately noticed that there wasn't a single genuine piece in the entire large exhibition. This was an ability that Charlotte himself possessed. Charlotte finally understood the purpose of this exhibition. This was where the Queen deceived people to raise funds. And all of this was to eliminate Sharon. Although she was the Queen, she had a father who was addicted to gambling, so she had to secretly sell fake items to raise funds. At this moment, Charlotte saw Elian chatting happily with Bernardo not far away. Clearly, Bernardo had successfully approached Elian. Undeniably, the Queen's methods were unpredictable, but Charlotte couldn't expose it on the spot. Once she revealed it impulsively, she would surely die. Elian also saw Charlotte at this time. She excitedly began to show Charlotte various artworks, especially when introducing Bernardo's work created at just 16 years old. She couldn't hide her admiration. Charlotte could only agree. Then the two came to Elian's own work and chatted for a long time. At this time, a servant carrying wine approached from behind. By coincidence, he tripped right in front of Charlotte. 2 wine glasses flew straight toward Charlotte. Luckily, Charlotte quickly caught them. This immediately drew cheers from the surrounding crowd. Charlotte handed the glasses back to the servant, but the boy's hand slipped and the delicate crystal glasses shattered on the ground. The boy was immediately terrified. He kept apologizing. Even though Charlotte didn't blame him, the boy was still trembling. The people at this exhibition were either rich or noble. Anyone could ruin this nameless boy's life. Then the boy started kowtowing repeatedly. This action stunned Charlotte. Looking at the boy in front of her, Charlotte was reminded of when she first met Sass. Seeing the boy's rough and scarred hands, Charlotte ordered the child to follow her. Others thought the child was in trouble, encountering a madwoman like Charlotte. In fact, Charlotte just wanted to give the child some ointment for his wounds. Charlotte couldn't help but ask, curiously, "Do you know a child with a mole on his face?" The child's eyes immediately filled with tears. "Are you talking about Belle?" Charlotte sighed. He really knew him. Yes, Sass's alias was Belle. and this child in front of her was the one who had once taken care of Sass. After tidying up, Charlotte rushed back to the venue, timing it carefully. Just as she hid behind a pillar, she heard a huge explosion. Dust instantly engulfed the entire venue. People were in chaos. Charlotte headed straight for Bernardo's work, because it was the only genuine piece in the entire exhibition. Sure enough, someone was about to steal the sculpture. Just as that person was about to act, Charlotte stepped forward quickly. She grabbed the person's collar and said, "Got you, you traitor." Ron was so scared he wet himself on the spot. Just as he was about to explain something, a voice came from behind. Didn't expect to meet so soon. It turned out to be Callus bringing guards. After handing Ron over to the guards, the two began to act, working together to take Ron away. Callus highly praised the young lady for being so clever. Charlotte didn't hide it either. Looks like you guessed it too. But Callus suddenly thought of something. If you ever encounter danger in the future, please believe that I will definitely find you. This sudden confession left Charlotte stunned. Then the two fell into an awkwardness they had never experienced before. Callus coughed dryly, realizing he wasn't good at these things. Just as they walked out of the exhibition, an anxious voice called out to Charlotte. It was Elian, who had been worriedly searching everywhere when Charlotte didn't come out. At this moment, Elian noticed Callus behind Charlotte. Due to the difference in status, Elian hurriedly went to bow. Seeing this scene, Charlotte's long-hidden shipping soul burst into flames. This was the scene she had been yearning to see for 7 episodes. The image she wanted to see. She was the high and mighty queen, and also the most cold-blooded woman. To prevent the royal power from falling to others, she didn't hesitate to take the life of a 3-year-old child. Although she watched the child being pushed into the lake, Charlotte wasn't worried, because she knew that the light god beast was sleeping at the bottom of this lake. This lake was full of the power of light, so no one would drown in this lake. For a pure-blooded royal like the child, he could even breathe in the lake. But Charlotte didn't want the child to feel lonely and helpless, so she still jumped in with the child. But the unaware child, with teary eyes, thought he had harmed Charlotte. Charlotte held the child tightly as they slowly sank in the lake. Just as they were about to reach the bottom, the light god beast suddenly appeared. Even though the story had changed, the beast was still willing to sacrifice itself for Sass. Sass, blessed by the beast, instantly fell into a deep sleep and gained the ability to breathe underwater. But Charlotte, without the beast's protection and not being of royal blood, was already struggling. Just as Charlotte was about to use up her last bit of oxygen, a strong pair of hands suddenly grabbed her. Then the owner of those hands brought her to the surface. It turned out that Callus and Libin had arrived in time after hearing the news. Charlotte lay weakly in Callus's arms. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt that Callus's gaze towards her seemed very concerned. Due to the incident of falling into the water, Charlotte was forced to rest at the Grand Duke's mansion. By dusk, due to the fusion with the light divine beast, all of Sass's energy was consumed. Sass had already fallen into a deep sleep. After this incident, Callus realized how important Charlotte was to Sass. In such a critical situation, after coming ashore, the first thing Sass did when he struggled to wake up was to ask about Charlotte. They had only spent 2 days together, yet Sass was already so attached to Charlotte. But Callus could understand because he himself once had been extremely dependent on someone. At this moment, Libin walked in. He reported that all involved parties had been questioned thoroughly. However, young Master Bayer wanted to apologize to Prince Sass. Callus frowned. Although Bayer had come to report in time, allowing them to arrive promptly and rescue the people, harming his beloved nephew was still unforgivable. So Callus still instructed Libin to deal with all the families involved in this incident. Then Callus inquired about Charlotte's condition. Learning that Charlotte was not seriously injured, Callus couldn't help but smile. Meanwhile, Charlotte was gulping down some terribly bitter health potions. This scene was caught by Callus as he entered. Holding back his laughter, Callus said, "You saved Sarah. Now I owe you another big favor." Charlotte felt awkward. She really didn't want to get involved with the Grand Duke's son. Callus informed Charlotte that the investigation was complete, confirming it was the Queen's doing. To show his apology, Callus suggested spreading the news that Charlotte was the prince's lifesaver. This way, Charlotte would have the Grand Duke's son as her backer. Charlotte thought, if that's the case, it would probably confirm that I'm the Grand Duke's illegitimate daughter. Callus was puzzled. Charlotte could have used this opportunity to ask for his repayment, but she didn't mention anything. Callus felt he had been narrow-minded and sincerely expressed his gratitude to Charlotte again. This speech made Charlotte feel even more awkward. Charlotte was speechless. Had Callus forgotten how he had harassed her before? But for Callus, he was sincerely expressing his gratitude. In fact, he had always remembered Charlotte. Moreover, since a year ago, when Charlotte suddenly wrote an apology letter and disappeared, he seemed to care more and more about her. Seeing Callus's smile becoming increasingly strange, Charlotte fled back to the Duke's mansion overnight. Just as she got off the carriage, she saw her pale-faced father, Duke Leonta. Until the Duke held Charlotte tightly in his arms, color gradually returned to his face. Charlotte then realized that the servants behind her were already moved to tears by the scene of paternal love and filial piety. Only Charlotte felt awkward in this world. She hadn't expected everyone to be so worried about her, nor did she expect to faint after coming ashore. It seemed she needed to eat more tonic herbs. Thinking this, she headed back to her room. But a glowing orb in the room made her freeze in shock. "Sorry, I entered the wrong room." The light divine beast quickly called out as Charlotte. "No, I'm actually here to see you." Charlotte awkwardly sat back down on the sofa. Wasn't this creature supposed to find Sass? Why was it here? Hearing this, the light divine beast sighed heavily. It turned out that he, the great light divine beast, had been rejected by Sass, so he hoped Charlotte could help him. Charlotte immediately refused this thankless task. But when the light divine beast promised a great reward upon success, she did a complete 180-degree turn. She actively offered to ask about Sass's preferences for the light divine beast. Of course, she also made a condition to the divine beast. Early the next morning, while Charlotte was still gloating over the big deal she made yesterday, a servant informed her that 2 letters had arrived this morning. One was from Elian. The other, however, made Charlotte look nervous. It was an invitation to the current queen's tea party. Charlotte knew she had no right to refuse and could only attend. Though called a tea party, it was actually a one-sided interview with Charlotte. The queen first insincerely thanked Charlotte for saving the crown prince. Unable to discern the other's intentions, Charlotte could only awkwardly respond that it was nothing. Seeing that Charlotte hadn't touched her tea, the queen asked if it wasn't to her taste. Charlotte was helpless. The reason she dared not taste the tea was because the queen was a famous apothecary in the empire, capable of making poisons. Who knows how many people had fallen to this tea set? These seemingly exquisite teacups were actually coated with a thin layer of poison. Fortunately, the queen finally relented, saying if she didn't like it, there was no need to force herself. Charlotte honestly put down the teacup immediately. But the queen's next words completely bewildered Charlotte. The queen said she could help Charlotte by asking the emperor to arrange a marriage between Charlotte and Callus. Then, grasping Charlotte's hand, she added that Charlotte had done a favor for the Grand Duke's family. "Now is the best time for me to intervene. What do you think?" Charlotte naturally understood the queen's purpose in saying this was to control her. After receiving the invitation, Charlotte had tried hard to recall Charlotte's relationship with the queen in the original story. In the original story, when Charlotte learned that Grand Duke Callus had a lover, she went mad. The first thing she thought of was to make poison to kill the female lead, Elian. And the queen was an apothecary, an expert in making poisons. She would do everything to destroy the person she wanted to control, then turn that person into a true puppet. In the original story, Charlotte was one of her subordinates. Now Charlotte thought, since she had escaped that fate, she might as well directly refuse. So she frankly stated that she had no plans to marry at the moment, especially not to Callus. Hearing this, the Grand Duchess released Charlotte's hand. She immediately dismissed her guest. "If that's the case, let's end our chat here for today. I'll call for you again soon." Charlotte had no intention of staying longer and immediately stood up to leave. However, on her way out, she bumped into a man, a person who startled her. That man's purpose was also to see the queen. The queen said she found Charlotte interesting. Although crude, she actually tried to indirectly get me to arrange her marriage. The man kneeling on the ground knew this meant the queen was very pleased with Charlotte, because when she liked something, she would express it this way. The queen ordered the man to quickly dispose of the former crown prince. Since he still had no descendants, the former crown prince absolutely could not be allowed to live. After that, they would see if Charlotte could obediently follow orders. She then arranged for the man to immediately get close to Elian, who had a close relationship with Charlotte. Meanwhile, Charlotte, upon returning home, learned that Elian was waiting for her in the reception room. As soon as they met, Elian started gossiping. "I've heard about you and the Grand Duke getting together. Are you going to get married? Charlotte nearly dropped her cake fork in surprise. Elian continued excitedly. You'll definitely be the most handsome in the entire empire when you get married. Charlotte was completely bewildered. The plot seemed to be getting more and more skewed. Then Elian took out an invitation to the Young Artists' Night exhibition. He wanted to ask Charlotte to accompany him. Charlotte knew about this event. Moreover, she also remembered the man she bumped into when leaving the palace. It was Marquis Bernardo. She felt the queen must have a plot. Sure enough, the next second, Elian said, Marquis Bernardo's works will also be exhibited. It was truly out of the frying pan and into the fire. Sass only wanted to stick close to his savior. In order to be with his savior, he even betrayed his own uncle. So he seized the opportunity to drag Charlotte to meet his uncle. But the moment their eyes met, strange sounds once again entered Charlotte's mind. Her ears were filled with children's cries for help, people's wailing, and vicious curses. Just push Sass into the lake, and it'll be fine. Charlotte looked at the child in disbelief. This time the prophecy was that the child would fall into the lake. But in the original story, he was locked in a small dark room. To be on the safe side, Charlotte had even found a similar room. Could the plot still not be changed? But the unaware child, without thinking, went up to his uncle and blurted out, Why don't you two get married? Charlotte was mortified. In that moment, she even thought about where she should be buried. Callus wouldn't misunderstand that I've brainwashed Sass, would he? However, Charlotte was overthinking. Not only was Callus not angry, he was grateful that Charlotte cared for Sass. Even the luminous stone Charlotte gave, Sass carried with him all the time. So he generously offered to grant 2 wishes for her. But Charlotte thought helping deliver the gift had already used up one. The Grand Duke said he would have delivered it even without a wish. Then Callus asked Charlotte to come often to keep Sass company. At that moment, from Charlotte's perspective, Grand Duke Callus seemed like an angel incarnate, dazzling and radiant. Charlotte, who was already fond of the child, naturally agreed. Of course she would come, and next time she'd bring Elian along. This way she could make a clean exit. Unfortunately, the bubble of hope burst in the blink of an eye. Charlotte rushed to find Elian. Elian said his paintings had become much more popular lately, all thanks to Charlotte. Charlotte suddenly switched to matchmaker mode. She pulled Elian, wanting to set him up with a handsome, wealthy, devoted, and caring perfect man. Unexpectedly, Elian refused. He only wanted to focus on his career now. Once he started talking about his art, he became unstoppable. His passion and love for art kept everything else at bay. Forced melons aren't sweet. Charlotte had no choice but to give up. It seems I can only rely on myself. A few days later, the Grand Duke's mansion held a Holy Pillar Day ceremony. Charlotte attended as promised. As soon as she arrived, she started looking for the child. She suspected the previous prophecy might come true this time. At that moment, a red-haired woman called out to Charlotte, "Long time no see. It seems you've recovered well during your time in the territory. Even your temper has mellowed." If it were anyone else being sarcastic, Charlotte would have snapped back. But if it was her, she could understand, because her past self had bullied her a few times. Just thinking about it made her ashamed. Rogery also disliked Charlotte in the original story. She wanted revenge on Charlotte, so she approached Elian, who was also bullied by Charlotte. In the end, they unexpectedly became good friends. She was a Tsundra person, but now she couldn't waste time here. The child's safety was more important. She immediately channeled her inner villain, smirking as she said, "Rogery, did you miss me?" Just one sentence was enough to make Rogery turn pale. In the end, she was trembling so much she couldn't even speak a complete sentence. But Charlotte didn't intend to let Rogery off so easily. She extended her green claw, pointing to a nearby grove. "Shall we go there to chat?" Rogery turned to look, and even the small grove seemed to become eerie. She burst into tears on the spot. She lied about having something to do and tried to slip away. Charlotte, still with a ferocious expression, reminded Rogery to remember to contact her. After dismissing Rogery, Charlotte immediately began searching for the child. Moments later, Charlotte heard commotion nearby. She followed the sound. She found several noble children bullying Sass. Charlotte also recognized the ringleader with blonde hair. He was the culprit who pushed Sass into the water in the prophecy. The Earl's son, Bale. The brats were still insulting Sass. "I heard Charlotte was the one who brought you back. It's hard to believe that woman chased after the Grand Duke for so long. Now she's trying to trick the Grand Duke with some random street kid." The child, who had been holding back, immediately retorted when he heard someone slandering his Lady Charlotte. "Don't you dare speak about Lady Charlotte like that." Seeing her precious child cry, Charlotte couldn't take it anymore. She appeared, releasing a powerful aura. You seem quite bold. Even your fathers address me as Miss in my presence." The previously arrogant brats froze instantly. Then they started wailing loudly. Charlotte thought, "You're trying to frame me, aren't you?" Charlotte didn't want to deal with these brats. She just wanted to take the child away from here. But for some reason, this action seemed to anger the red-haired boy. In a fit of rage, he suddenly pushed Sass towards the lake. It happened so suddenly, no one expected Sass to fall into the lake like that. Charlotte didn't hesitate to jump into the lake. The child the woman had saved by chance turned out to be the former prince. To successfully capture the woman's heart, the child decided to sell out his own uncle on the spot. The wind blew gently. Charlotte was still hesitating, wondering what request would maximize her benefits. Should she directly propose that Callus marry her? But she knew the consequences, and she would be misunderstood, thought to be using the former prince as an excuse to pull some scheme. "Then my request is, please help me deliver this gift to His Highness the Prince." Charlotte took out an exquisite luminous pendant. Actually, this was originally supposed to be Elian's gift to Sass. Because after the child transformed from a homeless orphan to the former prince, he often faced jealousy from many children his age. He was bullied and even maliciously locked in a dark room. That time, this glowing pendant was the child's only comfort. But because of this, the child also encountered an opportunity. He met the legendary Light Beast. Obviously, she couldn't count on Elian now, so she had to do it herself. But Callus froze when he saw the pendant. Charlotte was speechless. He couldn't possibly think she had cast some evil magic on it, could he? So she quickly explained that the pendant was completely safe. "I swear," but Callus still had no reaction. "I'm really innocent." Charlotte looked like she was about to cry. Callus finally reacted. "I was just a bit surprised." Then he smiled and said, "Of course I'm willing to do such a small favor. It might be difficult for you to meet today. I'll formally invite you soon." Charlotte immediately thanked him and curtsied. She didn't expect Callus to invite her proactively. She was naturally grateful. The chance to see the child and potentially foresee the future, she wouldn't miss it. Meanwhile, the child was timidly looking at Libin. Why did he say such things earlier? It turned out that before the party started, Libin had told Sass, "Miss Charlotte has also been invited to the ball, but you'd better pretend not to know her. She's a very dangerous person." But his Lady Charlotte was clearly a very good person. Compared to the now gloomy-faced Libin seemed more dangerous. At this moment, Libin was about to pour another drink for the child. Just as Libin left the child's side, a nobleman approached, trying to get close. Then he suddenly leaned close to Sass. "Please be careful of Miss Charlotte." Then he said word by word, "Because she's been secretly in love with the Grand Duke for 10 years. To get close to the Grand Duke, she'll definitely make a move on you." The man thought his words would scare the little one. But what he didn't expect was that the child's eyes lit up, sparkling with pink bubbles. His mind was filled with images of Uncle and Charlotte being lovey-dovey. The child looked gratefully at the man. This completely confused the man. The nobleman wanted to say more, when he suddenly felt the air pressure around him freeze. It was Callus. One look from Callus left him petrified. The man immediately bowed 180 degrees, then quickly slipped away. After Callus gently comforted the child, he took out an exquisite small box. "This is a gift from Miss Charlotte for you." The child immediately clutched it preciously. Seeing how much the child missed Charlotte, Callus felt very sympathetic. He immediately asked Libin to take the child to see her. "Don't you want to see her? Go now." The child's gloom instantly vanished, revealing a smile that could move heaven and earth. Charlotte, having completed her task, was preparing to return home. But suddenly she felt something tugging at her skirt. Just as she was about to turn around angrily, she found a tearful child saying, "Lady Charlotte, I missed you so much." Charlotte, who thought she wouldn't see the child, was also very happy. "Your Highness, congratulations on finding your family. Please don't call me Your Highness. Call me Cerrone." As he spoke, he started crying again. Then his little hand gripped Charlotte's skirt tightly. He pleaded pitifully, "Can't you stay with me forever?" Charlotte felt both happy and a bit heartbroken seeing this. So the next day, Charlotte appeared at the palace. She didn't expect Callus's invitation to come so quickly, but remembering her own teary-eyed self, she just couldn't refuse. However, if it weren't for the appearance of her ability to foresee the future, she would have returned to her territory long ago. But the prediction of her father being in danger still worried her. As for Sass, he had been clinging to Charlotte's skirt the whole way. Charlotte came back to her senses, held Sass's little hand, and called him Your Highness Prince Sass. The child, upon hearing this, protested. With teary eyes, he said pitifully, "Didn't you promise to call me by my name?" Charlotte was speechless. She didn't dare risk losing her head, right? At this moment, the butler behind them also requested Charlotte to accept His Highness's proposal. Charlotte then understood that it had been approved. She herself didn't like all these formalities anyway, so this was even better. Seeing his beloved Lady Charlotte, the little one excitedly showed her around his world. Charlotte listened contentedly as the child described how the Grand Duke treated him. Sass pointed at an exquisite little rocking horse and said, "Look, isn't this horse beautiful? Uncle gave it to me. I usually ride this horse to view the courtyard." Seeing the child's excited and adorable appearance, Charlotte's heart melted. Unable to control her expression, she gave a slightly creepy thumbs up. "You're so cute." As soon as she said it, she realized, isn't this a bit perverse? Won't the little one be scared? But the next moment, the child rushed into Charlotte's arms. He said in a muffled voice, "I'm always so happy to see you. I love the feeling of Lady Charlotte hugging me." Charlotte patted the child's head. "I like you too." "Then does Lady Charlotte like my uncle too?" Charlotte's hand froze in midair. Which bastard spread this news to my precious child? It seemed necessary to explain. "No, I don't like him at all." The little one's face fell instantly. His beautiful fantasy was shattered just like that. The child suddenly became anxious, thinking Charlotte disliked his uncle. Charlotte, of course, didn't dislike him. He's a very good person, but no matter how good he was, it couldn't happen. Otherwise, she would really reach her grand finale. The child's face brightened up as if seeing hope. Charlotte quickly hugged the child and patted his head. This silly child always imagined things. Then Sass pulled Charlotte to the garden. And Sass's purpose for coming here was Callus in the garden. But the moment their eyes met, that strange voice appeared again. The little bundle that the villainous woman accidentally saved turned out to be the exiled crown prince. But by coincidence, it ruined the female lead's happy life. Wanting to actively make amends to the female lead, but she was mistaken by the female lead as a crazy woman. That's what Charlotte got for her notorious reputation. Meanwhile, Callus was troubled by his nephew's situation. He even unconsciously called out Charlotte's name while working. Libin was confused. How could His Grace the Grand Duke think of that crazy woman? Callus explained that Sass had been crying out her name in his sleep. Upon hearing this, Libin became furious and wanted to arrest Charlotte on the spot. Callus was speechless. "Can't you use your brain?" It wasn't the kind of crying you're imagining. That pitiful, tearful state seemed more like he was missing her. Libin's anger immediately subsided. He didn't understand why His Highness Sass would miss that crazy woman. He admitted that he had also been suspicious of His Highness, saying that he had been wandering outside, but was unusually clean. Libin suggested asking His Highness Sass directly, but Callus felt that his nephew must have his reasons for not speaking. He then arranged for Libin to investigate Charlotte. But now the more troublesome issue was, the Queen seemed to have noticed that they had found the prince. To be safe, the ball to announce Sass's identity had to be postponed for another week. And before that, they must find that Charlotte. Meanwhile, Charlotte herself was also thinking about the little one. As she thought about it, she started to act erratically. Why hadn't she received news about the announcement of the little one's identity? However, Charlotte's only concern was wanting to bring Elian to the ball, to give the male and female leads a perfect encounter. As time flew by, Charlotte still hadn't received any news about the little one. Even her father, the Duke, couldn't help but guess. Such a cute child, he couldn't have been kicked out, right? Charlotte thought it impossible. Black hair, blue eyes, plus the beauty mark on the right cheek. It couldn't possibly be fake. Absolutely impossible. So, Charlotte guessed, the Grand Duke must be afraid of the Queen harming the prince. That's why he hadn't announced the news yet. But concern leads to confusion. Charlotte couldn't help but freak out. Could it be that the little one really wasn't the crown prince? After bursting through the door, this was the scene they saw. The father and daughter, one trembling with concern, the other anxiously banging on the table. But there was an even more serious matter at hand. Grand Duke Callus was actually inviting Charlotte to attend the ball. The Duke thought long and hard, panicking, and finally concluded he must want to take revenge for Charlotte's stalking him years ago at such an important occasion. But Charlotte simply rejected this idea. No matter how deep the grudge, he wouldn't ruin such an important ball. But Charlotte couldn't understand. The purpose of this ball was to introduce the crown prince. So many nobles would receive invitations as an exception. But in the original story, he didn't invite Charlotte, but she still came uninvited. At the same time, she discovered that Callus was flirting with Elian. He even publicly announced their relationship. Upon returning home, She began to throw tantrums and go crazy, extremely agitated. She even started researching poisons, wanting to poison Elian. Now all of this was going against the original story, making Charlotte feel uneasy. Her father, Lianta, couldn't sit still and wanted to confront Callus right away. Charlotte immediately stopped him, saying he wouldn't attend the ball, and that he should return to their territory early because it was too dangerous here. But suddenly, sobbing sounds were heard. Looking up, they found the Duke already in tears. It turned out the Duke thought Charlotte was sacrificing her love for the sake of the family. His daughter had finally grown up. As a father, how could he allow his daughter to be so wronged? He immediately wanted to go to the Grand Duke's mansion to send a marriage proposal. Charlotte was petrified upon hearing this. These severely off-track lines even made the teacup shatter. She immediately stated seriously that she no longer liked him. As they say, the fear of sudden silence. Fortunately, a quick-witted servant broke the awkward silence. But the Duke refused to believe anything, feeling more and more that his daughter was being wronged. Charlotte was speechless. I really don't like him anymore. I've even forgotten what he looks like. Charlotte wasn't lying. She remembered all the content of the original story, except she couldn't recall what Grand Duke Callus looked like. So she stated once again that she absolutely would not attend the ball. But the Duke was in tears, encouraging Charlotte to pursue her happiness. So the embarrassed Charlotte came to the embarrassing ball. Her awkward toes dug out a 3-room apartment. At this moment, Grand Duke Callus made a grand entrance. Even Charlotte had to admit, the original owner had a unique taste, especially the tightness that even clothes couldn't contain. I suppose everyone has guessed the purpose of this ball. Now let me introduce to you all, this is my nephew, who is also the former prince, named Sas Lassel Alpine. Charlotte finally felt relieved at this sight. The little one, as soon as he appeared, looked around searching for something. He quickly spotted Charlotte in the crowd, but in the next moment, he turned his head away with a hurt expression. Charlotte was stunned. She thought to herself, this child is really obedient. But why did she feel a bit disappointed? Suddenly, she felt a cold gaze. Turning to look, it was Callus who had been staring at her intently. Charlotte's heart blurted out a type of plant. You can't see me. You can't see me. However, Callus still approached Charlotte with a fierce look, like a predator locking onto its prey. The words, "Thank you for accepting the invitation to the ball," broke Charlotte's panic. "May I have a word with you?" Immediately, the room was filled with whispers. Charlotte was devastated. If her father knew about this, even a bottle of stomach medicine wouldn't help. Suddenly, Charlotte felt dizzy, and a voice appeared out of nowhere. My daughter said, "Absolutely not. It's better to just kill her." What can I do? I wonder what expression Miss Charlotte will show. Her father is willing to die in her place to save her. The voice disappeared. Charlotte was momentarily stunned. This situation didn't appear in the original story. Was this a glimpse of future events? But in the original story, the Duke didn't die. Could it be that because she changed the plot, her father would die because of her? At this moment, Callus stepped forward and asked, "You don't look well. Is something wrong?" Charlotte, still shaken, said it was nothing. Following Callus to the balcony, Charlotte was still guessing. Could it be that making eye contact with Callus gives her foresight? Callus got straight to the point. The one who brought Sas to the Grand Duke's mansion was you, Charlotte. Charlotte trembled in fear upon hearing this. Sas even called out Lady Charlotte in his sleep. Charlotte's face turned even darker. She didn't expect the little one would betray her in his dreams. Upon hearing this, Charlotte quickly explained that she didn't approach him intentionally. She really did save the former prince by chance, and it was before she saw the wanted poster. No, you misunderstand. Thanks to you, Sas has been able to live happily for so long. You are my benefactor and Aluidin's benefactor. I can fulfill any request you have. Charlotte placed her hand on her suddenly trembling heart. Will you really grant any wish of mine? A woman transmigrates into a book. Life becomes bumpy. To save her life, she hides in the mountains. But the prince finds her, wanting to give his uncle to her. From then on, the prince wants to chase her away. For the prince's safety, she can only heartlessly send him away. Can't continue the rhyme anymore. The rap ends here. Sending the little yellow one to the Grand Duke's mansion was originally supposed to be the female lead's plot. To avoid altering the original story as much as possible, Charlotte took out the wanted poster for the former prince that Callus had issued. This was what she had agreed upon with the little one. It must be said that she found him by chance. That's why she brought him here. Absolutely cannot mention me to the Grand Duke. The little one was very touched after hearing this. Lady Charlotte does good deeds without leaving her name. She's truly a living lay foam. Seeing the little one hesitate, Charlotte continued to push. If your uncle knows I brought you there, he won't let me see you anymore. The thought of not seeing Lady Charlotte again was absolutely unacceptable, so he immediately agreed. So, Charlotte felt reassured to send the little one to the Grand Duke's mansion. At the entrance, the little one looked anxious and turned back to look at Charlotte. Charlotte was happy that the little one was about to start a happy life, but the little one expressed that he really wanted to stick with Charlotte. Yet he was afraid Charlotte would get tired of him. He could only run towards the Grand Duke without looking back. Seeing this, Charlotte finally felt relieved. It seemed the little one's safety was finally guaranteed. She reluctantly rolled down the car window, but there was still one problem unsolved. After all, she had hindered the female lead's path to wealth and glory. She felt quite guilty about it, so she decided to compensate the female lead and do some good deeds along the way. So when she got home, she asked her father to sell off their assets, to establish a foundation to support poor artists and orphanages. She didn't notice her father's trembling figure, but Duke Leontil wasn't angry at all. Instead, he showed an expression of his daughter growing up. Even the servants were surprised when they heard about it. "My daughter, your old man's love wasn't in vain. I knew you were a child full of love." Then he hugged Charlotte tightly and cried loudly. He said he would immediately prepare $50 million from the bank. Charlotte was embarrassed when she heard this. It was as if they were really going to sell the Duke's mansion. She quickly said that $10 million would be enough. No need to be so dramatic. Unexpectedly, the Duke burst into tears upon hearing this. "My daughter is so frugal. I'll give you anything you want in the future. I can even bring Callus to you tied up." Looking at her father and the servant's eyes, Charlotte understood why his daughter was so willful in the original story. It was all from being spoiled. After getting the money, she went to the art square. She happened to see a man bullying a girl. Coincidentally, the bullied woman was the female lead, Elian. She was born into a fallen Viscount family and had been looked down upon by others since childhood. Originally, she was supposed to turn her life around by saving the prince, but now it had been accidentally ruined by Charlotte. Charlotte, already feeling guilty, naturally couldn't stand by and do nothing. So she stepped forward, wanting to buy Elian's painting. But in Elian's perspective, Charlotte appeared sinister, as if she could devour people without spitting out bones. Her heart sank. How could she encounter this rumored lunatic? Charlotte pretended to admire the painting. She asked Elian if she was interested in selling it to her. Unexpectedly, Elian flatly refused. Because in Elian's view, Charlotte didn't really want to buy it, but was offering charity and pity. Charlotte also realized her unintentional act had hurt Elian's fragile self-esteem. "It seems you've misunderstood. My name is Charlotte. In your eyes, am I the kind of person who helps others out of sympathy?" Elian was intimidated by Charlotte's powerful aura. She couldn't help but shrink back. Charlotte directly grabbed Elian's hand. She pulled her up from the ground. "You paint very well. I think good paintings shouldn't be buried." Only then did Elian let down her guard. After returning home, Charlotte was still thinking about her little one. Little did she know that Callus was also worried about this. To coax the little one to sleep, Callus had already changed 88 fairy tale books. But the little one kept refusing Callus reading him fairy tales. Callus still said gently, "Then I'll just stay by your side until you fall asleep." The little one hesitated, worried that Callus would be tired because of this. Callus expressed that he was more than willing. "Doing anything for you won't tire me out." Only then did the little one fall asleep peacefully. Callus didn't understand. How could such a cautious child as his nephew come to the Grand Duke's mansion alone? Moreover, when they first met, Sass kept repeating that he came alone, as if hiding something. At this moment, Sass seemed to be having a very sad dream. Tears fell continuously, and he kept sobbing. Callus leaned closer to hear clearly. This little one was actually calling Charlotte's name in his dream. A woman accidentally saved a little one, who turned out to be the wandering little prince. However, this was all part of the little one's scheme. It was to bring home an aunt for himself. The woman's name was Charlotte, the only daughter of Duke Leontil. But since she first saw Grand Duke Callus, she became pathologically obsessed with this man. From then on, she became a psychotic stalker of His Highness the Grand Duke. When she learned of the male lead's public relationship, she constantly wanted to put the woman to death. In the end, she was executed instead and died miserably. This was the ending of the villainess in the novel. When Charlotte realized she had transmigrated into the evil woman in the novel, Charlotte immediately wrote an apology letter to the Grand Duke. To avoid the fate of future execution, she decided to retreat to the mountains. However, the leisurely countryside life only lasted for 3 days. She was forcibly summoned back by her father's letter. On the way back, Charlotte saw several young hooligans bullying a little boy. That tearful little face looked particularly pitiful. After thinking for 999 seconds, Charlotte still ordered the coachman to stop. In the blink of an eye, she knocked down the young hooligans. Then she domineeringly reached out to the little one. "You're coming home with me." However, once they got home, everyone, led by her father, was shocked. Her father trembled, unwilling to accept the fact that he had become a grandfather without knowing. Charlotte didn't hide her disdain for her father. "You gave birth to such a big dumpling in a year? Let me see." Grand Duke Lianta then smiled happily. That's good. But the old man always felt that this little dumpling looked strangely familiar. Charlotte then asked about the reason her father called her back. It turned out that the crown prince, who had been missing for 7 years, was actually still alive. He just hadn't been found yet. Moreover, Grand Duke Callus had also learned the news and was frantically searching. Charlotte, while holding the little one in her arms, reviewed the original plot. In the novel, the crown prince was found and brought to Grand Duke Callus by the female lead. But the crown prince was the female lead's little follower, unable to leave her side. Helplessly, the female lead stayed at the Grand Duke's mansion. Then came the cliché plot. The two fell in love as time passed. Thinking of this, Charlotte thought to herself that it wouldn't be bad to retreat to the mountains after they found the crown prince. But what did this have to do with calling her back? After her father stammered for a long time, Charlotte finally understood. He called her back because he was afraid this stalker would cause trouble. He wanted to keep her by his side to prevent Charlotte from going crazy outside looking for the little one. After all, her status as the Grand Duke's #1 crazy fan was well known. It was fine, as Charlotte didn't plan to join the commotion anyway. Then she prepared to take the little dumpling for a bath. "When will you be able to find the crown prince?" Her father sighed helplessly. "It's hard to say. After all, black hair and blue eyes aren't common." The next second, her father turned to stone. Wait a minute, this 7-year-old boy with black hair and blue eyes was right in front of them. They both realized it then. The father and daughter wished they could die on the spot. Charlotte couldn't believe it. She had casually picked up the crown prince. After settling the little dumpling, the father and daughter began to brainwash themselves that this surely wasn't the crown prince. Unable to bear it anymore, her father actually wanted Charlotte to throw him back where she found him. Charlotte exclaimed, "Mom, listen to yourself." Is that something a human would say? He's just a child. But her father believed that if Charlotte sent the crown prince to the Grand Duke's mansion, she would surely be misunderstood. Charlotte also agreed. At that time, it wouldn't be just a simple misunderstanding. They might even think she had kidnapped the new crown prince. Moreover, this was the opportunity for the female lead and male lead to meet in the original story. If she brought him over now, wouldn't the plot be ruined? Maybe she should secretly drop him off at the female lead's doorstep. At this moment, a little head peeked out from the door. It was the freshly bathed little dumpling. The little dumpling walked up to Charlotte and gave a 180-degree bow. "I'm truly grateful to you, Lady Charlotte." Then, blinking his clear and innocent big eyes, "May I call you Lady Charlotte? You're the first person who's been so kind to me. I will never forget you." As he finished speaking, the little dumpling's whole body seemed to radiate a golden light. But only Charlotte knew that this was originally meant to be said to the female lead. Charlotte suddenly felt uneasy. Her plan for a quiet life might be ruined because of this. The scene changes, and the family of 3 appears at the dining table. Watching the little dumpling's eating manners, Charlotte couldn't help but feel embarrassed. How long had he been starving? Charlotte then noticed the beauty mark on the little dumpling's right cheek. Because in the novel, this mole was described in about 500 words. In the novel, this little dumpling was supposed to inherit the throne. But an accident occurred the day before his coronation, and he passed away with the former empress. As for the throne, it was seized by the former emperor's half-brother. Now with the little prince's appearance, the current emperor might even have to abdicate. The emperor naturally knew this as well. So if he knew the little prince was still alive, he definitely wouldn't let it go. Therefore, sending him to Grand Duke Callus would indeed be safer. But if she sent him herself, wouldn't it interfere with the male and female lead's encounter? At this moment, the Duke suddenly had a stomachache. Saying he needed to find medicine, he hurriedly left the place. Charlotte knew her father's stomach pain had started again due to stress. The sensitive little dumpling, watching the Duke's retreating figure, became very dejected. His eyes filled with tears, wondering if the Duke disliked him for being a wild child. So seeing him made the Duke lose his appetite, just like before when people saw him and said he ruined their appetite. Hearing this, Charlotte instantly flared up. She transformed into a white-haired witch, fiercely asking who said that. However, the little dumpling was still very sad. Knowing words couldn't comfort him, Charlotte directly picked up the little dumpling, believing that no one could escape the magic of being lifted high. Then she hugged the little one close, saying, "You know you're very cute. The kind that just looking at makes people happy." The little dumpling blinked his big eyes and asked, "Really?" Charlotte showed a reassuring smile. Of course. Seeing the little dumpling's mood stabilize, Charlotte then told him that he actually had an uncle. Then she changed the subject. "Do you think my house is big? Your home is even bigger than this. I'll take you there tomorrow. I believe your uncle will love you very much." The little dumpling understood that he was going to be sent away. Sadly, he asked Charlotte, "Do I have to go to that uncle's house?" Charlotte thought he was afraid, so she comforted him. Although he might give a bad first impression, he's actually a very good person. But she saw a teary-eyed little dumpling instead. Charlotte cursed herself, wondering what was wrong now. The little dumpling cried, "Does that mean I won't see you anymore?" She could only explain, "Your uncle is very nice. You'll definitely be happier with him than you are now." Charlotte was speechless. She couldn't possibly say, "I used to be a crazy stalker obsessed with your uncle." The little dumpling hugged Charlotte tightly. Pleadingly, he said, "But I don't want to leave you, because there's no one better than you in this world." Charlotte didn't know how to respond. In the original plot, the little dumpling also clung tightly to the female lead who first saved him. But if this continues, wouldn't the male lead misunderstand her more and more? At this point, there was no other choice. Charlotte could only compromise, promising to visit him whenever she had time. But only occasionally. Only then did the little dumpling stop crying. "But you have to promise me one thing." The next day, the mission was accomplished. Callus had been searching for the little prince tirelessly, his handsome face showing signs of fatigue. His subordinates reported helplessly that although they found 3 children matching the characteristics, none of them reacted to the mold test. Talus was exhausted. They had been searching for a week with no progress. A terrible thought occurred to his subordinate. Could it be that the emperor had already made his move? Although there was no evidence to confirm it now, the emperor's side must also be very anxious. After all, if he hadn't died in 5 years, and in this situation, if the former emperor's son with more right to inherit the throne appeared, then his throne would be in danger. The subordinate also agreed, because he knew best how he had ascended to the throne through improper means back then. But Talus had no time to care about these things now. Whether his brother's child was alive was the most important thing. After all, this was his only wish. Talus prayed silently. "Please, let that child be alive and safe." He could give anything to the person who could bring him back safely. Meanwhile, a carriage was on its way to the Grand Duke's mansion. The child saved by the woman herself was also the child she cherished in her palm. But now the child was critically ill, yet the woman was unwilling to see him again. Actually, when Charlotte learned that Sass was sick, she knew it was the divine manifestation fever. This was a type of typhoid that afflicted the victorious royal family when they formed a contract with the divine beast. But because the empire's victory had long been weakening, the divine manifestation fever hadn't appeared for a long time. The news of Sass's illness quickly spread throughout the empire, becoming a topic of conversation for everyone. Charlotte took this opportunity to screen out who were enemies. But no matter how much reward the Grand Duke's mansion offered, Sass's condition still couldn't improve. The frustrated Charlotte began running around in the courtyard. Now Charlotte could only pin her hopes on the divine beast. However, Charlotte had only run 2 laps when she started feeling dizzy. It felt like she was about to meet timeshare in the next second. Liz couldn't help but sigh. This body's foundation was really poor. She wondered if she could survive until the grand finale. Noah saw Charlotte stop. He thoughtfully handed her a towel. Charlotte reached out with her still blue-tinted paw, tremblingly taking the towel while complaining about how tired she was. Noah suddenly became melancholic, so the young lady still didn't trust him. From Noah's perspective, Charlotte had always finished running the training ground with ease. In fact, at that time, Charlotte already felt like she was about to collapse. Noah felt even more upset. The young lady just didn't trust him. Charlotte was speechless. She dared not look at Noah's watery eyes anymore. But suddenly she realized that in the vast training ground, there were no other knights in sight. She immediately imagined scenes of Noah being bullied. Looking at Noah's expression, she felt more sympathy. If anyone bullies you, remember to come and tell me. Then, exhausted, she decided to end today's training. Shakily pushing open the door, she silently vowed to rest well for a few days. However, plans can't keep up with changes. Charlotte appeared in the temple square the next day. It was all because of this gray stone in her hand, and this stone was the light divine beast. After being chased away by Charlotte, the light divine beast immediately went to find Sass. But it was unexpectedly absorbed by the sacred object guarding Sass, turning into a small stone. It could only come back to seek Charlotte's help. Originally, Charlotte thought about placing the divine beast in the goddess statue's hand to steal faith power. But the active skill of the conspicuous package forced her to give up. Just as she was about to turn and leave, she bumped into Callus. But when she made eye contact with Callus, her precognitive ability activated again. The bright moon overlooked the earth. The item to treat the divine manifestation fever was finally found. Charlotte knew whose hands the sacred object to relieve the divine manifestation fever came from. It was the Empire's collection maniac, Count Dakaro. Although she knew the sacred object would be found eventually. If the search took too long, would Sass be able to hold on? Charlotte suddenly startled. Originally, Sass's divine manifestation fever should have appeared a month later. When did the original plot change so much? Seeing Charlotte still in a daze, Callus couldn't help but speak. Every time you look at me, you seem to know everything, so you noticed it very early. Charlotte knew if she stayed any longer, she would definitely give herself away. So she wanted to find an excuse to leave, but Callus insisted on seeing Charlotte to her carriage. He said he had something to tell Charlotte. Actually, Callus was still struggling with what Charlotte had said to him last time in the palace. He didn't understand. Charlotte clearly loved Sass very much. Why did she insist on keeping her distance from Sass? Charlotte pursed her lips in silence. She knew that protecting Sass was just an excuse, and all of this stemmed from her own cowardice, because her incompetence in her previous life constantly reminded her that she had no ability to protect anyone. It was also because in this life, she had a father who loved her so much, Elian, who depended on her, and everything she possessed in this life. It made her feel like she was walking on thin ice. But thinking of Sass, her heart softened involuntarily. She really missed Sass. Unknowingly, the sun was setting. Soft sunlight poured through the window. Charlotte finally couldn't resist the longing in her heart. Seeing Sass constantly calling for her even in his pain, Charlotte felt her heart being torn apart. She prayed incessantly, begging heaven to let this child with such a difficult fate grow up healthy. As if hearing Charlotte's call, Sass, who had been unconscious for days, suddenly woke up. Seeing Charlotte before him, Sass's eyes immediately filled with tears. But hearing Sass's calls, Charlotte hurriedly fled the scene. Charlotte finally shed her inner demons. Facing her own weakness, she tightly embraced the child, crying uncontrollably. But for a moment, facing the child's repeated calls, Charlotte instinctively wanted to run away. The memories of her previous life stabbed into Charlotte's heart like knives. She still couldn't forget how her parents sold her for a few pieces of silver. Nor could she forget their happy faces when they got the money. But she still believed their lies that they would come back for her. From then on, the nightmare began. She was sold to a professional assassination guild. The training there was famously cruel. The survival rate of trainees was less than 1%. Even though Charlotte struggled to survive, she was abused for not wanting to kill. Insults were a daily occurrence. Just when she thought her miserable life was about to end, someone stepped forward, willing to take her in. Charlotte was attracted by the man's gentle smile. He didn't care even when his decision was criticized by others. For a moment, Charlotte felt he was the salvation sent by heaven. She weakly thanked the man for being willing to take in a burden like her. But her heart was incredibly determined. To repay this man's kindness, she had to become strong. So in just 2 years, countless people died by Charlotte's hands. Their cooperation became increasingly tacit. Spending time together also made Charlotte trust the man more. She even developed the idea that she could die for the man. Ironically, when she actually took a fatal blow for the man's cold gaze made her soul tremble. It turned out that the man only saw Charlotte as a means to an end. The reason his mission completion rate ranked first was because he used this method, making countless people willing to take the bullet for him, then discarding them like trash in the end, and this time was no exception. Although Charlotte was reborn, her heart had died along with her previous life. But now, looking at Sass's falling tears, it was like lava searing her heart. Charlotte felt that this life was too unreal. Perhaps heaven pitied her and gave her a chance to start over. Charlotte stroked Sass's little head. "Where am I, Charlotte?" Sass, feverish, was still begging Charlotte not to leave. Each word of longing dispersed the gloom shrouding Charlotte's heart. She finally couldn't help but tightly embrace Sass, promising over and over that she wouldn't leave again. Charlotte seemed to be the cure for Sass. Because of Charlotte's arrival, Sass also became much more spirited. Charlotte gently wiped away Sass's tears, apologizing for her own cowardice. Sass excitedly showed off the ring Charlotte had given her, saying she would wear it every day. Seeing the well-preserved ring, she knew how much Sass loved her. But Sass said that Charlotte wasn't just her favorite, but also her most important friend. And ever since the Grand Princess returned, Charlotte had been radiating confidence. As if reborn, she confidently stated that her current self could make 100,000 more friends. However, reality slapped her in the face. If 3 women make a play, then she must be performing a monologue. Unexpectedly, the topic of the 2 best friends always revolved around Charlotte, endlessly praising Charlotte. Charlotte was also immersed in their flattery, completely forgetting the point of calling them here. But Roger remembered an important piece of intelligence. That is, the Queen's father, Marquis Ronald, was critically ill. Charlotte was stunned to hear this. She didn't expect the plot to advance again in such a short time. Because according to the original story, if Marquis Ronald was in trouble, the next one would be Labidi. On the other side, the Queen also learned of the Crown Prince's serious illness. The Queen immediately suspected that Sass had contracted the divine fever. If Sass truly formed a contract with the divine beast, coupled with Sass's pure bloodline, this made her feel her position was precarious. So she immediately ordered to speed up the control over Labidi, wanting to use the kind-hearted one as an evil blade to eliminate the threat for herself. The woman finally stopped running away, choosing to face her inner self. And the news of Sass's serious illness had already spread throughout the country. As clever as the Queen was, she would surely guess that Sass's illness was the divine fever. Combined with Sass's pure bloodline, the Queen would surely speed up her control over the Empire's forbidden areas. So Charlotte must quickly find the sacred object to cure the divine fever and completely heal Sass. Charlotte anxiously pondered her next move. At this moment, Ilian pulled out an invitation, with a shy demeanor that made Charlotte break out in a cold sweat. It turned out that with Charlotte's support, Ilian had now gained some fame. So she planned to hold her first solo exhibition and hoped Charlotte could attend to boost her prestige. The socially anxious Charlotte wanted to refuse, but then heard that the Collector Duke would also be there. So the next second, Charlotte appeared at the exhibition dressed in a kidney-shaped outfit. Her girlfriends suddenly started chatting about how Charlotte's brooch at the recent auction sold for an unprecedented high price. Hearing this, Charlotte was so embarrassed she could dig a hole to hide in, because that record-breaking high price was bid by her own father, who had been excitedly seeking praise for it at the time. Charlotte could only reluctantly praise her father, who claimed he raised the price twofold to prevent his daughter's work from falling into others' hands. Charlotte was instantly stunned, so her carefully planned scheme to fleece a sucker ended up backfiring on herself. Charlotte felt a bit of pain in her chest. As the party neared its end, Count Descartes still hadn't arrived. Charlotte had no choice but to leave empty-handed and make long-term plans. The next day, Charlotte went directly to an orphanage she had previously supported. Using the excuse of checking if the donated funds were properly used, she sought Count Descartes' wish. Seeing the orphanage she supported looking renewed and harmonious, she felt a sense of accomplishment. Charlotte remembered that in the original story, the reason the Count became a collector was because his daughter and son-in-law died in an accident. Even his grandson went missing due to that accident. Lost in thought, she was suddenly hit by a small child's sudden charge. Looking at the crying child with brown hair and black eyes, Charlotte was stunned. This matched exactly the description in the original story. Her luck was unexpectedly good. After some inquiry, she learned that this child had only been at the orphanage for about a month. Charlotte saw the pendant on the child's neck and became even more certain, because the pendant contained a portrait of the Count's daughter. This was why the Count began frantically collecting various items. His goal was to one day receive or obtain news about this pendant, and thus follow the clues to find his grandson. But she couldn't take him back directly now. Charlotte worried that the Queen's spies might be here too, which could bring harm to the child. Just as she was about to put the child down, the little one suddenly reached back and grabbed Charlotte's collar. This almost made Charlotte choke on the spot. The caretaker frantically tried to pull him away, but the kid just babbled and refused to let go. In the end, Charlotte compromised and continued holding the little one. After the caretaker explained, Charlotte learned that this little one liked shiny things, which was why he didn't want to leave. Charlotte also discovered that the little one couldn't speak normally. It was likely due to childhood psychological trauma that led to the loss of language ability. After careful consideration, Charlotte decided to take the child back to her mansion. The orphanage manager instantly felt that Charlotte was beautiful, kind-hearted, and of high character. She immediately turned into a fangirl, seeing them off. However, in the corner, a black-haired boy was silently observing Charlotte's every move. He was originally the only daughter of the Empire's most renowned Count family, but due to an accident, he became an orphan overnight. He was also victimized by malicious relatives who forged a will, attempting to seize the inheritance left by his parents, even taking it to court. Unexpectedly, the other party accused first, not only giving a tearful performance in court, but also continuously slandering Roger. Just as the judge was about to rule in favor of the malicious relatives, Charlotte descended upon the court, vowing to seek justice for her friend. "I swear on the honor of the Leonta ducal family, the will is forged." Her righteous words made the malicious relatives tremble. Fearing exposure, they insisted Charlotte was giving false testimony. Charlotte calmly presented evidence, wanting to verify the authenticity of the will. It only needed to be compared with previous notes to know the truth. Without a doubt, the scales of victory tipped towards Roger. After everything was over, Roger was as happy as a 200 kilograms child, hugging Charlotte's hand, constantly thanking her, completely falling at Charlotte's feet. After expressing gratitude, Roger had to complete the inheritance and subsequent work, so he reluctantly left. Charlotte finally breathed a sigh of relief. Despite appearing calm now, she had almost stuttered from nervousness when summoning witnesses earlier. Just as Charlotte was about to leave, she was stopped by someone. Surprisingly, it was the long-missing Marquis Bernardo. "Miss, I come on behalf of the Queen. The contraband merchant has been sentenced to death. Also, I personally inform you of some news. Be careful during the upcoming hunting season." After saying this, he bowed and left. Charlotte was startled. She didn't expect the Queen to be so brazen as to openly warn her. After returning home, Charlotte absent-mindedly arranged for Noah to deliver supplies to the orphanage. After confirming that the brown-haired little one's condition was gradually improving, the butler handed over a letter from Duke Bayer. He learned that the young master of their family was seriously ill and hoped Charlotte could visit. This young master was the little ringleader who had bullied Sass before. Charlotte knew this must also be the Queen's doing. She just didn't expect the Queen's plot to be so thoroughly exposed. So she decided to go to Duke Bayer's mansion immediately. The reason Duke Bayer sought Charlotte was because he had heard that Charlotte possessed an amazing discerning eye. He wanted to ask Charlotte to help find cursed objects in the mansion, although Bayer wasn't sure if Charlotte really had such ability. His love for his son made him willing to take a gamble. What he didn't expect was that as soon as Charlotte entered Lucas's study, she sensed something unusual. Even Charlotte herself was shocked. She didn't understand why she could even see curses. The source of the anomaly was coming from an exquisite music box. Unexpectedly, the next second, Charlotte's seizure suddenly struck. She knocked over the items on the table along with the music box. She even stepped on them twice. This frightened the Duke, who frantically sent telegrams. He hurriedly ordered the servants beside him to check if his son's condition had worsened. Turning back, he said fiercely, "You'll regret your arrogance." Seeing only the two of them left in the room, Charlotte no longer concealed. "Don't worry, it's just an ordinary curse. Moreover, for the cursed object to enter the Duke's mansion so easily, there must be an insider." Then she asked the Duke to think carefully about who sent the music box. The Duke thought for a moment. "It's from the Feudenberg Count's family." What he didn't expect was that the Queen's plot, a collateral branch of Grand Duke Callus, was already clear as day. Meanwhile, the the servants rushed to the young master's room with the doctor. After learning that Lucas's condition hadn't worsened, they hurried back to report. The first thing Lucas did when he woke up was worry if his mother was still angry. Unexpectedly, the doctor said that the Duke was not only still angry, but even declared, "You are the shame of the Bayer family, so please die quickly, young master." She was the vicious and obsessive villainous supporting character, but now she was passionate about helping the homeless. Not only did she pick up the former prince who was wandering outside and bring him to the Duke's mansion, but while volunteering at the orphanage, she also rescued the orphan of the Count's family. After resolving the curse at Duke Bayer's mansion, Charlotte prepared to leave. But there was one thing Charlotte couldn't understand. In the original story, Callus was very good at obtaining information. But why did she always fail to find the sacred object to cure the divine manifestation fever? Now she thought it must be Duke Bayer who interfered. After all, the item that caused the curse on Duke Bayer's young son was a gift from Grand Duke Callus's collateral branch. But anyone could guess who the mastermind behind it was. However, Charlotte now had more important matters to attend to. Because of Count Decaro's collecting habit, his whereabouts were very easy to track. He would visit an art gallery every 2 weeks. But since Count Decaro was secretly searching for his missing grandson without the royal family's knowledge, Charlotte couldn't directly knock on the Count's door. She could only come to the art gallery to create a chance encounter. Moreover, the royal family might already know that Decaro possessed the sacred object to treat the divine manifestation fever. After locating Count Decaro, Charlotte and Noah began to act. They pretended to casually mention the thumb-sized portrait they had recently acquired. Sure enough, upon hearing about the thumb-sized portrait, Count Decaro's body suddenly shook. The next second, he eagerly introduced himself. "I'm Decaro. May I see the painting you mentioned?" Charlotte, however, pretended to be reluctant and refused. "That painting is too small. I didn't bring it with me." Count Decaro was very eager and asked Charlotte to describe the thumb-sized painting. Charlotte then seized the opportunity to suggest, "Since the Count is so interested, why don't we set a time to discuss it at your mansion?" But 3 days had passed since meeting Charlotte at the art gallery. During these 3 days, Charlotte still hadn't given any news. Count Decaro was already pacing anxiously in his mansion. Just as the Count's patience was about to run out, a servant informed him that Antaz's carriage had arrived at the door. Decaro eagerly opened the door, seeing the child in Charlotte's arms. Decaro couldn't hide his shock. Looking at the all-too-familiar hair color and eyes, he trembled with excitement. "Is the painting on this child?" Charlotte then opened the brown-haired child's necklace box. Seeing the portrait in the necklace clearly, Decaro finally couldn't hold back. He stretched out his trembling hands, hugging the little one into his arms. "Child, I've finally found you." Watching the grandfather and grandson reunite, Charlotte was also very pleased. To repay Charlotte, Decaro promised to let her enter his collection room and choose any item she liked. Charlotte outwardly expressed embarrassment, but inside she was overjoyed. As soon as she entered the collection room, Charlotte discovered the sacred object to treat the divine manifestation fever. But to avoid suspicion, besides the pendant to treat the divine manifestation fever, she also chose 2 other ornaments. Worried about Sass's condition, Charlotte didn't want to linger too long. But as she was about to leave, the brown-haired child babbled, calling out to Charlotte. He reached out his little hands, reluctant to let Charlotte go. Originally, she had taken him from the orphanage because she knew the child's identity, and knew that if she let Zack and Decaro successfully reunite, she would certainly get what she wanted. But the children's pure emotions made Charlotte feel guilty. Charlotte held Zack's little hand, sincerely praying that his future would be filled with warmth and no more darkness. Meanwhile, in the Grand Duke's mansion, Callus was worrying about how to obtain the sacred object from Count Decaro. Just then, Charlotte arrived with the sacred object. Seeing the intact sacred object, Callus knew how difficult this had been. This should have been something he, as the uncle, should have done, but he had been constrained by the curse on young Bayer. Moreover, from what he knew, Decaro treasured his collections and wouldn't easily give them away. Charlotte must have gone to great lengths. Callus, unable to hide his excitement, said, "I owe you too much. Please let me do something for you. Anything at all." Looking at Callus radiating golden light, Charlotte felt speechless. The wish Callus had promised last time hadn't been used yet. Now the number of uses increased again. This was like a get-out-of-jail-free card. Charlotte couldn't help but smirk smugly. Callus, without mind-reading abilities, thought Charlotte was struggling to decide on a wish. But Charlotte suddenly realized that, whether it was Sass's divine fever or young Bayer's curse, both happened much earlier than in the original timeline. It was hard to guarantee that the Empress wouldn't make a move against Sass earlier. Combined with Bernardo's warning, now wasn't the time for her to do as she pleased with the wish scroll. So, Charlotte unhesitatingly made her first wish. It was that if anything happened during the hunting season, protecting Sass must be the top priority. Callus was stunned for a moment. He had thought Charlotte would be more demanding. In the end, he could only smile helplessly and say, "All right, I understand." However, he couldn't help but remind Charlotte that the Empress might already know about his recent whereabouts. Charlotte might have a tough battle ahead soon. Sure enough, Charlotte soon received an invitation for a one-on-one tea party with the Empress. The Empress kept probing indirectly, asking about why Duke Bayer and Count Decaro had sought out Charlotte. Charlotte kept playing dumb, constantly complaining about how busy she was sponsoring the orphanage, not only donating money, but also personally sending the little brats home. Her soul-deep acting even confused the Empress. It seemed a bit off, but also somehow made sense, because she couldn't plan a spy in the Rihanna family. The Empress had no choice but to believe Charlotte's tearful performance. Unable to get useful information, the Empress hastily dismissed her. After Charlotte left, the Empress's demeanor changed to a sinister one. Since she couldn't get any clues from Charlotte, she had to change her plan. Come to think of it, she hadn't chatted with Labidi in a while. Time quickly arrived at the hunting season. All nobles of the empire were invited. Happily, Sass had recovered, and because she broke young Bayer's curse, she unexpectedly became close friends with Duke Bayer. All these efforts were worth it. Now, the Emperor and Empress's entrance marked the beginning of the main event. He was originally a prince lost outside the palace. After countless hardships, he returned to the palace. He thought he had passed the test successfully and could reclaim everything that belonged to him. But the Emperor, who rose to power through vicious means, would never allow him to live. This hunting season was Sass's first official public appearance as the heir. Charlotte didn't believe the Emperor and Empress wouldn't have any plans. Watching the Emperor pretend to be noble and kind, speaking grandiose words, made Charlotte extremely disgusted. Hunting was also a competition for knights. According to custom, the first place would receive the Emperors, but the Emperor specifically gave the right of commendation to Sass. This sudden change made Charlotte's heart pound. Even with Callus's utmost protection, it was difficult to prevent the Emperor and Empress from extending their evil hands towards Sass. The naive Sass, not wanting to trouble her uncle, agreed to give the commendation. Seeing their plan succeed, the vicious couple pretended to be delighted and invited Sass on stage. An attendant presented a box containing the medal, claiming it was a rare sacred object. If not bestowed by a royal descendant, it would attack the person. Then they urged Sass to open it. The innocent Sass obediently prepared to open the box. But the moment she touched the box, it suddenly shattered. Then a golden light burst forth. A huge explosion sounded, and thick smoke instantly engulfed the entire square. The immense power terrified the nobles present. Wasn't it said that only royalty could touch it? Why did it still explode? Everyone speculated. Could it be that the child wasn't the true heir? As the smoke cleared, Charlotte was seen tightly protecting Sass, lying on the ground. It turned out that Charlotte, having anticipated this, rushed to the tower at the moment of the explosion. However, due to the massive impact of the explosion, Sass still fainted. Callus, who witnessed everything, could no longer contain his rage. He wanted nothing more than to kill those two power-hungry bastards right now. Although Ilian was equally furious, he could only try his best to dissuade Callus from acting rashly. Now was not the time to stand out, because if he tried to exonerate Sass, he would certainly be charged with treason. Callus finally understood what Charlotte meant by her wish earlier. Charlotte seemed to have known everything in advance, but he hadn't taken it seriously. Now that this situation had occurred, nobles would inevitably question Prince Sass's identity. Sure enough, the Emperor was the first to attack. This child was actually rejected by the sacred object. If he were the real crown prince, how could this happen? Not giving Charlotte a chance to explain, someone eagerly wanted to convict the two. Baron Pina's face showed uncontrollable excitement. "Your Majesty, please imprison them for contempt of the royal family." Seeing his precious daughter being bullied, her father was enraged. A nobody, without even a title, dares to convict a woman of the Rihanna family? The man who had kicked an iron plate was instantly frightened. Are you planning to use your right of pardon to exempt your daughter from punishment? Charlotte suddenly realized. It seemed they weren't just targeting Sass, but also wanted to use this opportunity to seize her father's right of pardon, even to uproot the entire Rihanna family. The emperor with impure bloodline had no way to restrain the Rihanna family, not only because Duke Rianta was a founding contributor, but also because in that battle concerning the empire's survival, it was due to her father's fierce resistance that they achieved victory. Thus, he was granted the right of pardon by the previous emperor, equivalent to a get-out-of-jail-free card. Charlotte hadn't expected the Empress's ambition to be so great. If they succeeded, there would be no one left in the empire to restrain them. I didn't lie about the crown prince's matter. The man who was trembling before Duke Rianta just moments ago regained his arrogant demeanor upon seeing it was Charlotte speaking. Miss, didn't you see the sacred object's rejection reaction just now? How do you explain that? Charlotte didn't intend to address the religious aspect, instead directly expressing her request to the emperor and empress. Please give me time to prove all this. The empress seemed thoughtful. Actually, I also want to believe in the Rianta family's loyalty. Then she pretended to be magnanimous and persuaded the emperor. Why don't we give them a week to prove themselves? I believe there must be some misunderstanding. It seemed like she was pleading, but her vicious expression had already betrayed her. The Empress dared to give Charlotte time, because she was confident Charlotte couldn't find evidence. With the Empress speaking up, the Emperor naturally granted Charlotte's request. However, during this period, Charlotte must be placed under house arrest. But Callis argued that she shouldn't be confined in the Duke's mansion. What if Duke Rianta, out of love for his daughter, played tricks that would affect the prince's reputation? It would be better to confine her in the palace. If the identity of the crown prince is indeed false, I will personally deal with Miss Charlotte. Charlotte knew this was to protect her and Sass. Only this way could prevent the Empress from interfering. Under the consideration of the Duke, Callis, and Duke Rianta's influence, the Emperor could only allow Charlotte to return to the Duke's mansion under house arrest. On the way, she encountered Rabetti and his brother. Charlotte asked if she could say a few words to those two. Callis glanced at the royal family behind him and reminded Charlotte to keep it brief. Charlotte pretended to be happy and expressed gratitude to young Master Ronald. Thank you for the gift you sent last time. I really liked it. The man, however, evaded. I don't understand what you're talking about. Of course, it's the sacred object you went at great lengths to find, the one that can test royal identity. I was very impressed by its power, but I will certainly find evidence to return the favor. After returning to the mansion, young Master Ronald still didn't understand how Charlotte knew about the sacred object. He even blamed Rabetti. If you had done it from the beginning, we wouldn't have been discovered. It turned out that after meeting with the Empress before the hunting season, Charlotte had arranged to meet Rabetti. She lied to get rid of Rabetti, and the task was simple. Just give this box to Baron Pina during the hunting season. She promised Rabetti that if he completed this task, she would treat his seriously ill father. This was indeed a reason Rabetti couldn't refuse, so he took the box back to the mansion. But on the day of the hunting season, Rabetti felt uneasy. He felt that this box wasn't as simple as the Empress had said. While hesitating, he encountered his brother. So he discussed the matter with his brother. Because after the Marquis father fell seriously ill, the family's status plummeted. So Rabetti's brother had always wanted to please the royal family to strengthen himself. So, ignoring Rabetti's warning, he gave the box to young Pina. Unexpectedly, because of that box, Prince Sass's identity was questioned. Even now, facing Rabetti's accusations, he still didn't feel he had done anything wrong. Instead, he believed that by helping the Emperor identify the fake prince, the Emperor should be grateful to their family and make them his allies. To prevent Rabetti from revealing the inside story to Charlotte, he even placed Rabetti under house arrest in the mansion. Rabetti came to his father's bedside, constantly repenting why things had developed this way. If he hadn't brought that box back, would none of this have happened? Unwilling to be someone else's wife, Rabetti was determined to find out who was behind all this. Only then could everything return to normal. In the Emperor's palace, clothes were scattered everywhere, but they weren't the Emperor and Empresses. The Empress was having an affair. That person laughed. It seems the daughter of Duke Rianta is truly mad for Callis. I can't believe she actually brought an imposter and has been acting all this time. The Empress, while taking out a bottle of medicine, said, "The more so, the more you need to consolidate your throne. We must conceive an heir as soon as possible." The man took the medicine bottle. I don't know why, but today I have a very good feeling. I hope you can bring good news next time we're together. The Empress watched him with satisfaction as he gulped down the potion. Soon after, the man fell asleep. The Empress calmly got up, muttering, "If you knew the true power of the sacred object, you probably wouldn't be so happy. I thought the royal family's divine power had completely disappeared. If I had let my guard down, something terrible could have happened. But thanks to that foolish emperor, the prince was smoothly doubted according to plan. When the child collapsed, the duke didn't react at all. It seems he only views the prince as a tool. I must get rid of him before the prince's divine power fully awakens. Next, I just need to wait until I give birth to a prince. Then I can dispose of the emperor too. It would be best to eliminate Elwodin, Lianta, and that utterly detestable Linux, root and stem. I will ensure that noble bloodlines no longer exist in this empire," the Empress muttered to herself. "I must pray that the Duke's daughter doesn't cause any trouble for me." Meanwhile, in the Grand Palace, Sass lay quietly. His body trembled as he mumbled in his sleep. A questioning voice appeared in his mind. "The noble young lady actually cherishes you. Don't you find it strange? The reason she's so good to you is because you're a prince. Without being a prince, you're worthless." Sass shook his head in denial. "No, that's not true. Lady Charlotte took my hand even before I found my family." The sarcastic voice still wouldn't leave Sass alone. "You don't have that kind of value. Who would love you if you weren't a prince? Don't you also think you're not the real prince?" Suddenly waking up, Sass was frightened to tears, his eyes brimming. He sat up in bed, rubbing his eyes, unable to hold back his sobs. After a while, he looked around and realized it was just a dream, not real. He couldn't help but whisper, "I wish everything that happened during the hunting season was just a dream." Seeing the toys scattered on the floor, he wondered, could it be that the accident happened because I'm not of royal blood? When His Majesty the Emperor touched that box, nothing happened at all. Until now, I've taken things that should have belonged to the real prince. Sass clasped his hands tightly. The unbelievably kind uncle, and Libin who looked at me warmly. I should return them all to the real prince. I shouldn't be greedy. I should be grateful for the kindness shown to me during this time. But just then, with a click, the door opened. Seeing Sass awake, Charlotte was delighted. She immediately asked if he was feeling better and if anything still hurt. She had been worried when Sass wouldn't wake up. She advised him to rest well until he fully recovered. In response to Charlotte's concern, Sass's tears flowed uncontrollably. "She's the only one who took my hand before I became a prince. I should be able to cherish my memories with her, right?" Sass apologized between sobs, saying he wasn't the real prince but didn't want to lose her, admitting he had become greedy without meaning to. Charlotte raised her hand, gently wiping away Sass's tears. Smiling, she told him it wasn't greed and that they were already good friends, so it didn't matter if Sass wasn't the prince. "We can live together in Lianta when the time comes. Sass, we won't lose anything." They hugged each other tightly. Nothing could separate them. Meanwhile, Duke Lianta also received a letter from Charlotte. He knew his father had been worried about him and waiting for news, so he wrote this letter. The letter mentioned that he and His Highness the Prince were very healthy, and that the Grand Duke was taking good care of them. He reassured himself that he would definitely prove Sass was the real prince. He hoped his father could wait patiently. During this time staying at the Grand Palace, he would find a way. He would write to his father again after some time. He hoped his father wouldn't worry and would take care of himself. At the Grand Palace, Charlotte and the Grand Duke were discussing strategies. Because of what happened during the hunting season, the noble's suspicions were growing day by day. They even began to doubt that magical artifact used to identify royal bloodlines. Even so, Callus still firmly believed that Sass was his nephew. After all, he looked exactly like his older brother. Charlotte agreed with him. Sass couldn't possibly not be the prince. However, one thing was strange. Why did the sacred object react to Sass that way? It's also possible that the royal family deceived the public about the sacred object's function. I recently received intelligence saying that the Empress obtained a sacred object used to confirm divine victory. If the person in charge of the sacred object is the Empress's confidant, then everything would make sense. Perhaps the Empress wanted to confirm whether Sass really had the divine manifestation fever. After all, once one has the divine manifestation fever, divine victory will appear. Callus thought the same. Regarding divine victory, Charlotte thought they should carefully consider how to publicly reveal the purpose of that sacred object. Duke's daughter, Don't worry too much. I can't always rely on your help. You should go upstairs and rest. Charlotte wanted to refuse. She needed to quickly come up with a way to prove Sass's identity as the prince. Just as she was about to grab the Grand Duke's clothes, a strange scene appeared again. A flash in her mind. Suddenly, a figure appeared before her eyes, accompanied by a voice. How can you find a way to distinguish the true prince in just one short week? It's just giving people unrealistic hope. The man laughed heartily, the mole at the corner of his mouth hidden by wrinkles. But if you plan to just wait and see, shouldn't you revoke the immunity? He grinned. Duke's daughter? Callus's voice interrupted the vision. Charlotte snapped back to reality. She could only make an excuse. I suddenly felt dizzy. It seems I should follow your advice and rest well today. Duke's daughter, please rest well. Callus closed the door for her before leaving. He appeared again. Charlotte had seen this man more than once now. Although the man had no name, she was certain he was the bastard who loudly mocked her father's death in the future she first saw. After proving Sass's identity, she had to immediately find out who the Empress's minion was. Before they knew it, a week had passed. It was the day Charlotte had agreed upon with the Emperor. Everyone at the table had their own hidden agendas and thoughts. Some even whispered, "What is the Duke's daughter thinking?" A week's time can't change anything. However, because Charlotte was the Duke's daughter and known for her recklessness and arrogance, others didn't dare to say anything. After everything was prepared, the Emperor spoke. Duke Lianta's daughter and Baron Pino. Young master, please come forward. Young master, please present the sacred object. The Duke's daughter can then begin to provide evidence. Duke Lianta, standing nearby, even though he believed in his daughter, couldn't help feeling nervous at this moment. If Sass really wasn't the prince, what would happen to his daughter? Charlotte stood up and said, "Before I start presenting evidence, there are a few things I need to clarify first. If I successfully prove the prince's identity, the magical artifact used to identify royal bloodlines did indeed function normally, then I absolutely cannot allow accusations of me being a traitor." Young Master Pino realized something was wrong. His heart sank, and he hurriedly explained, I just brought the sacred object that only royalty can touch. Charlotte pressed on. Is that sacred object truly only touchable by royalty? Pino said, "Of course. Didn't everyone hear about this during the hunting season? If that's the case, if I also put my hand on this box, the same thing should happen, right?" The unsuspecting young Master Pino asked in surprise. "What do you mean?" Charlotte walked straight to the sacred object. The moment her hand touched it, young Master Pino automatically ducked down, shouting, "Everyone take cover!" But to everyone's surprise, nothing happened. The entire room fell silent. Charlotte calmly spoke. "I'm perfectly fine." Pino, not expecting this outcome, was momentarily stunned. He then recovered and awkwardly explained to everyone, It seems that because Lianta is a family that has existed since the country's founding, they have a trace of royal blood. Is that really the case? Charlotte questioned, while reaching her right hand into the pocket of her dress. Then she once again placed her left hand on the sacred object. This time, the sacred object made a crackling sound. "Oh my!" Young Master Pino was shocked. The others present were also very surprised. Charlotte opened her right hand and showed, "Young Master, this is indeed a sacred object. However, its purpose is not what you think it is. This is just a sacred object that reacts to divine power." It turned out that a few days ago, after reuniting with Sass, to help the divine beast regain its lost divine power, Charlotte had placed the divine beast in the temple to absorb energy. If the purpose of the sacred object was to identify divine victory, she only needed to bring an item imbued with divine victory to prove it. However, such items only exist in temples and the royal family. So she looked around outside the temple. Now, the only one she could trust was the divine beast. Even if it was very weak, as long as it could gather divine victory. She crouched by the lake and called out, "Divine beast, are you there? I need your divine power." But only silence answered her. She continued speaking to the water surface. "Actually, there's a group of people falsely accusing His Highness the Prince, saying he's an imposter. That's why I need an item with divine power. But I can't find such a thing." At this point, the lake water had started to ripple slightly. Charlotte pressed on, quickly pulling out a handkerchief. She pitifully wiped away the tears streaming from her eyes, sobbing helplessly. "If this continues, I really don't know how to help His Highness the Prince." Hearing Charlotte's choked and helpless voice, In an instant, a black mist rose from the water's surface. From within, a divine beast the size of an egg, looking somewhat cute, emerged from the water with a defiant expression. It howled, "What a bunch of bastards! Take me there immediately! How dare they doubt the royalty I've certified?" Charlotte demonstrated to His Majesty the Emperor that the true ability of this sacred object was to identify divine power, and that it could react to the divine power of the great divine beast. Everyone was discussing, did he just say divine power? Surely he doesn't mean His Highness the Prince was born with divine power. Everyone was in disbelief. No way. Hasn't the royal family's divine power been sealed for a long time? What's going on? To avoid misunderstanding, I must tell you something. After confirmation, I discovered that during the hunting season, His Highness the Prince possessed an item containing divine power. Do you all remember? Previously, didn't His Highness fall into the lake of the divine temple? The divine power in the lake seems to have seeped into the luminous stone pendant he was wearing that day. Young Master Pinot still shamelessly said, "This is too absurd." Charlotte retorted, "Why is it absurd? Aren't there legends that some places are so sacred that divine beasts of light reside there? Isn't that right, Your Majesty the Empress?" Not wanting her long-planned scheme to fail, the Empress asked Charlotte if there was a way to prove that the pendant contained divine power. Unfortunately, that's impossible. The divine power in the pendant has all dissipated with that day's explosion. But I was lucky. Just in case, I brought a stone from the lake beforehand. It contains divine power. This way, they shouldn't doubt Sass's divine power for now. If young Master Ronatus still doesn't believe it, he can try holding the divine beast himself. Young Master Ronatus actually snatched the divine beast, wanting to try it himself. The divine beast sensed that he was the audacious fellow who dared to bully its master. It wanted to teach him a good lesson. Charlotte gave a thumbs up behind her back, approving of the divine beast's performance. Ronatus advised His Majesty not to be deceived by such flowery words. This is completely absurd. Wanting to verify the results himself, he indeed suffered the consequences the moment he placed his hand on it. With a bang, just like during the hunting season, a huge explosion occurred. Young Master Pinot was knocked to the ground by the massive impact. Charlotte mischievously looked at the divine beast. That was amazing. She didn't forget to mock. He just held it and already fainted. What poor endurance. Walking forward, she demanded, "Young Master Ronatus, you should apologize properly to Her Majesty the Empress, His Majesty the Emperor, and all the nobles present, as well as to me." Charlotte's gaze at His Majesty the Emperor was not a request, but more like an order. The room was filled with noisy voices. The Empress, sitting in her seat, clenched her fists tightly. She couldn't believe that after planning for so long, Charlotte still managed to ruin it. Everyone swarmed around, believing that Lianta had achieved great merit. They wanted to immediately start researching the temple's lake. Charlotte thought to herself, although everything I said was a lie, thankfully it resolved the matter safely. With the matter settled, the divine beast also said it needed to return to the divine temple immediately, and that priest who was bought by the Empress would inevitably face punishment. She needed to hurry and see Sass to tell him this good news. Unexpectedly, just as she was about to step into the carriage, her vision suddenly blurred. Her body uncontrollably staggered and began to fall. The Duke, who noticed something was wrong nearby, quickly ran over. In the moment of falling, he reached out and caught Charlotte just in time. In her hazy state, Charlotte didn't know who it was. She wanted to reach out to check, but still lost consciousness. A strange scene unfolded before Charlotte's eyes. "I was the one who met you first. I loved you even earlier than that woman." Although unconscious, Charlotte could intuitively understand what these scenes were. In the original story, when Callus and Ilian announced their marriage, the woman tightly grabbed the man's arm, constantly begging him to love her. The man had already endured this for a long time. This made Charlotte even more devastated. If so, then you shouldn't have endured from the beginning. If that's the case, Charlotte trembled all over. When the man was about to reach out to comfort her, she rejected him. She hated that he had already made up his mind. The man didn't say anything more. He turned and left. The story ended there. The next second, she opened her eyes. It was as if it had all been a dream. As soon as she woke up, Sass was beside her, looking at her with a worried face. This is too exaggerated, Sass. I just fainted temporarily. After hearing Sass's explanation, she realized that she had been unconscious for 2 whole days. She was shocked that 2 days had already passed, and during this time, Callus had been taking care of her. Wait, Callus took care of me? Then who changed my clothes? Sass, seeing Lady Charlotte's face turn so pale, quickly wanted to go call his uncle. Before Charlotte could explain, he ran out with pitter-patter steps. Charlotte's head was still throbbing. Why did she have such a dream? Waking up, she felt inexplicably upset. What exactly was the scene she saw in her dream? Was it really a dream? Or a part of the original story she couldn't remember? At Sass's urging, Callus quickly rushed over. Callus said directly, "Duke's daughter, I'm worried. Can you come in now?" Hearing this, Charlotte thought Callus's voice was so gentle. She quickly let him in. This was his mansion after all, so he could naturally come and go freely. While waiting for Callus to come in, she suddenly became curious. In the original story, Callus didn't want to talk to Charlotte at all. But how did Charlotte fall in love with her? She had only seen Charlotte's deep love for the Duke in the book. That emotion sank endlessly, making one feel as if they were about to suffocate. Love, once experienced, affects the entire person. Even in the same situation, love will eventually rekindle from the ashes. It can never be easily erased. But I only remember these things. In my heart, there are no remnants of emotions left. No need to think too complicatedly. This is actually better. After all, this way I won't get confused easily. That kind of self-loss, self-destructive ending, it's enough for it to exist only in the original work. Callus was very concerned about Charlotte's physical condition. Charlotte stated that she had recovered and was ready to return to the Duke's mansion. She hoped Callus could help prepare a carriage for her return to the Duke's mansion. Charlotte looked up, their eyes met. Explosions sounded continuously. A huge fire broke out at the Duke's mansion. Duke Rienta cried out heartbreakingly for Charlotte. "Charlotte, Dad can't lose you like this." Beliac, Rienta regretted immensely. He thought if he had known, he would have rather asked the Grand Duke's mansion for half a month more time for the child. In this prediction, she would die. Charlotte hesitated a bit. It turned out that Charlotte had often been alone since childhood. Shortly after she was born, her mother was declared to have little time left by the doctor. And 6 years later, she lost her only mother. Her nanny believed it was all the young lady's fault. If you hadn't been born, the madam wouldn't have died so meaninglessly. Charlotte's nanny was once the Duchess's maid. However, she didn't know how to hide her sorrow. The nanny's grief quickly turned to anger, and that anger consumed Charlotte constantly. The madam knew it would harm her life, yet she insisted on giving birth to you. If the Duke had been by her side then, he would certainly have made her get rid of the child. That's how deeply in love they were. If the Duke hadn't gone to join the army, you would never have been born. The Duke learned about the nanny's abuse of Charlotte very late. But even in front of the Duke, the nanny argued resentfully. Should that child be happy? The madam passed away just 6 years after giving birth to the young lady. You can't blame the madam's death on illness. If she hadn't given birth to the young lady, she would have surely lived to 100. She even believed that Duke Rienta also hated the young lady, so he turned a blind eye to it. However, Duke Rienta had never thought that way. He would absolutely never blame Charlotte. Charlotte, who overheard their conversation from behind, felt her father was lying. How could he not hate her? After all, she was an existence that couldn't receive true love. In this world, Charlotte had many things she disliked. Among them, what she disliked most was herself. Second was lies. So she deliberately misbehaved just to see how long people could hide their true feelings. At the same time, it was also to mock them as hypocrites when the lies were exposed. See? You all hate me too, after all. So Charlotte lived like this for 13 years. It was also in that year that she met Callus. At a party, watching a group of hypocrites laughing and talking, they all wanted to chat with her no matter what. It seems that actually, they didn't care that she was a neglected duke's daughter. They only cared about her status. If only she didn't have to come to such places. Wherever she went, Charlotte was the subject of discussion. That Rihanna Duke's daughter, don't you think she's really disgusting? She always acts arrogantly, relying on being the Duke's daughter. Even if she is the Duke's daughter, isn't it because she killed her own mother and is neglected by her father? When she gets older, she'll understand her situation and know her place. The one who should know their place is you, isn't it? Although you're extremely foolish, unable to discern whether the Duke is truly neglecting his own daughter, I advise you to be clear about what should and shouldn't be said. When she gets older, you might suffer the consequences. The person's mouth twitched, using a smile to cover their embarrassment. They agreed with Callus, saying, "The Grand Duke is right. I was too hasty." Making an excuse about urgent business, they scurried away. After the person left, Charlotte emerged from behind the tree. Callus was surprised. The Duke's daughter, why was she here? She came up and immediately slapped Callus. "You don't understand me at all. I really don't get how you could say that. Do you feel better now?" "Not at all. Not even a bit better." "Then you can continue hitting me. If so, please hit the other cheek." Charlotte couldn't understand why someone would offer themselves to be hit. What kind of trick was this? "I'm not sure either. I suppose I'm just worried about you." Worried? Charlotte hadn't heard those words in a long time. Unbelievable. A young Grand Duke of humble birth, claiming to be worried in front of me, a Duke's daughter. I forcefully pushed the Grand Duke away. How could such a coincidence exist in this world? He must have some political motive. However, it was because of that sentence that lingered in Charlotte's mind. She couldn't shake it off. She repeatedly savored those comforting words. And then, because of that sentence, she remembered a person. As she kept remembering, her gaze was unconsciously drawn to him. And as her gaze was drawn for a long time, those moments accumulated bit by bit. Perhaps because of this, Charlotte was very eager to obtain Callus. And all this was due to her emotions, whether it was persistence or love playing tricks on her. She had no idea what the outcome of those feelings would be. In the original work, I met that kind of fate. That's why I was determined not to fall for Callus. But why did I die again? What was that explosion? Duke's daughter, you look unwell. Do you need to rest more? I just feel like I've woken up from a long dream. Could you help me prepare a carriage to return to the Duke's mansion? I'll have it arranged. Be careful on the way. Take care. Soon. At the Rihanna Duke's mansion. Duke Rihanna finally saw his precious daughter and appeared very dramatic. He held Charlotte's head, turning it left and right, examining her closely. He asked concernedly, "Are you feeling better? Is there anywhere you're uncomfortable? You seem to look worse these days. That day when I went to see His Majesty the Emperor, I heard about you fainting. It scared me to death. My precious daughter, I thought I was going to go crazy. I want to officially lift your confinement. I had to wait for the Grand Duke to send you back. I couldn't go find him myself." Charlotte hadn't realized how much her father loved her. Why didn't she understand? Charlotte realized her father's love at the moment when she was overshadowed by death. At that time, her father used his immunity for her sake, gently stroking her forehead. "You don't have to go through those terrible things. Sure doesn't need to worry now." That very night, Charlotte took out the deadly poison she had initially intended to use, which had failed on Ilian, and swallowed it undiluted. Was it because of the guilt Charlotte felt that day? The important thing is I don't want to die in vain again. This is the first time since my birth that I've had a real family. I want to feel this warmth for a little longer. So think carefully. Who exactly hates me so much that they want to kill me? Causing an explosion at the Rihanna Duke's mansion doesn't seem like something the Emperor or Empress would do. Eric probably doesn't have that kind of power either. Who could it be? It seems the most likely culprit is the person I saw in the future, isn't it? Now I need information about that person. First, I should start by looking for the man with the mole at the corner of his mouth. So Noah came in. This book is called The Noble People's Dictionary. It records the titles and names of all nobles in the empire. It even includes portraits. I'll start by looking among the nobles first. No need to look at the Grand Duke and Duke sections. Carefully flip through the Marquis, Viscount sections. Not there. Next is the Earl section. Found it. So this person is likely to be Earl Shellen Ferdinand. The Ferdinand Earl's family has been close friends with the Ronitez family for a long time. The alliance between the two families was due to political factors. The Ronitez Marquis family was loyal to the emperor's faction. Ferdinand was one of the followers with similar ideologies. However, when the current emperor ascended the throne, the two families' positions diverged. Because the Ronitez Marquis couldn't easily accept the current emperor who lacked legitimacy. I never thought that Earl Ferdinand, who was once on good terms, would be that person's subordinate, especially at this time when the Ronitez Marquis has fallen. To say it's a coincidence is really too strange. I need to confirm it myself. First, I'll go to the Ronitez Marquis' house to check the situation. Noah came at the right time. Please help prepare the carriage. Noah was about to speak, but hesitated, not knowing how to say it. Just now, Miss Lavite Ronitez came to visit the mansion 3 hours ago at the Empress's palace. Her Majesty the Empress invited Lavite to be a guest. During the conversation, the Empress said directly, "Why didn't you tell His Majesty the truth about the sacred object? You could have told His Majesty. Who gave that sacred object? I didn't think I should interfere recklessly. So it would have been fine to report to His Majesty? Well, that's for you to judge. I'm only here to help when you make a choice. The gentle smile and soft tone, what's seen isn't everything. Her implication was that I should guess her thoughts and obey. How did I not notice this earlier? I should have been more cautious of her from the very beginning. You remember our previous agreement, don't you? If you're willing to lend me a hand, I'll ensure the safety of the Ronitez family. Of course I remember, Your Majesty. What should I do for you? The Empress was satisfied. She withdrew her hand from Lavite's performance. By the way, become friends with the Duke of Leontaz's daughter. How is it? The Duke's daughter seems very busy. I really can't figure out what she's planning lately. It seems not bad for you to help her. Is she trying to send me to Leontaz's side as a spy? The Duke's daughter proved the ability of the sacred object. It seems this matter has angered Her Majesty. Apparently, the information leaked from my brother's side. But my brother is already suspected by the Duke's daughter because of the hunting record incident. Young Master Ronitez is really not satisfactory at all. Then go apologize to the Duke's daughter first. Say everything was your brother's fault. You're so clever. You should understand my meaning, right? In this situation, I have no choice but to obey. I absolutely cannot oppose Her Majesty the Empress without a plan. But someday I'll have to make a decision. Now that father is absent, if I don't want to be manipulated again, I need to think carefully. The priority is to figure out Her Majesty's true intentions. Her Majesty also wants to get rid of His Highness the Prince, right? Since the Prince's appearance, the Emperor's faction has gradually started to split. The Emperor's faction, loyal to the Emperor and the Empire, will have to make a choice someday. Let's consider it as the Ronitez family facing this day earlier. Being foolishly caught up in Her Majesty's schemes once is enough for this kind of thing. First, pretend to follow Her Majesty's orders. Let the Duke's daughter calm down. I didn't expect to see you here again. The Duke's daughter Lavite immediately stood up. I came suddenly. Thank you for making time for me. No need to be so formal. What brings you here? I'm here because my brother, in his ignorance, has offended you greatly. I sincerely apologize on his behalf. This isn't something you should apologize for. Please raise your head. After all, it's a Ronitez family matter. I can't escape responsibility. My brother absolutely didn't intend to harm you. If that's the case, why are you apologizing for your brother? That's because the future head of the Ronitez family, to avoid leaving a stain on our family name, I came to apologize on his behalf. Your apology isn't just lip service, is it? If you want compensation, we will pay immediately. Please feel free to ask, Duke's daughter. No need. What I want isn't compensation. It's something else. Charlotte's lips curled into a smile. What I want is, it's for you to get closer. After saying that, she immediately sat down again, leaving Lavite standing there in a daze. It's understandable that he would be so flustered. It seemed too sudden to me as well. But I can't just stand by and watch someone else be used again. Lavite panicked. Why me specifically? You want to have me? I don't mean to refuse, but in the original story, Empress Catherine's confidant was only Marquis Theodore Barnachel. Despite being a villain, he only had one confidant. The reason is simple. Because apart from Barnachel, everyone else in the Empress's eyes was just a tool for her to use. For the Empress, who has already won over Charlize, Lavite is nothing but a useless pawn. Lavite, known as the Golden Lily Lady, would inevitably become an obstacle to Charlize. In the end, the Empress would eliminate Lavite. She would find a way to kill Marquis Ronitez, and then blame it on Lavite. At times like this, I really feel it's terrible being a character in a book, knowing someone will meet a tragic end, yet unable to turn a blind eye. Charlotte put down her coffee and said, "For the next month, except for me, you're not allowed to see anyone. Whenever I come to see you, you must meet with me." Lavite was confused about what this meant. Charlotte told him to relax, saying she wouldn't make difficult requests. All right, Duke's daughter, I can only agree for now. At the Duke's daughter's request. After their conversation, Lavite left in his carriage. Great, now I have a reason to come and go from the Marquis's house. That being the case, I'll go take a look tomorrow. But things didn't go as smoothly as I had thought. The next day, before Charlotte even woke up, she heard wailing. Duke's daughter, please don't die. What on earth is going on? To put it simply, the situation was like this. Elian and Rosetta, upon hearing that I had been unconscious for 2 days, rushed to the Leontod Duke's mansion and were crying their hearts out. Charlotte was exasperated. I don't have a terminal illness. Look, I even want to show off my muscles. See how strong I am? Everyone has those little muscles. You're only making us think you're really too thin. Is that so? Charlotte sheepishly lowered her arm, pretending to adjust her clothes. Elian and Rosetta unanimously believed. You must have fainted due to the stress from young Master Pino's incident. That's why you collapsed. I will absolutely not let young Master Pino off the hook. Right, I'll make him suffer unbearably too. The two were fuming, making Charlotte very nervous. Although the person who delivered the sacred object was Eric, ultimately, it was that guy who hurt Sass. Seeing Sass's face full of injuries, Charlotte's anger immediately flared up. If there's anything that needs to be done, I could take care of it myself. Gritting her teeth, I'll make young Master Pino suffer endless torment. I'll humiliate him so much he'll never be able to show his face again. We chatted like this for a long time, and before we knew it, it was dinner time. What's the occasion today? The dishes are much more lavish than usual. Oh, Duke Leontod heard his friend came, so he specially prepared this. When did his daughter grow up so much? She's already made friends. That's impressive. Leontod helped his daughter sit down, letting her spend a pleasant time with her friends. Leontod's gestures made Liz think, we probably can't be called friends yet. Ilian and I have grown closer because of Uncle's actions, but Rosetta probably still hates me. She's probably here, reluctantly, at Ilian's request. Ilian and Rosetta were best friends in the original work. They're still very close now. I almost disrespected Rosetta by assuming I was her friend. Let's start eating. It's delicious, no doubt. You're too thin. You need to eat more. I shouldn't presume. All right, I understand. Then I had dinner with them, and even ate 3 desserts. During the final afternoon tea, I meant to keep my distance, but accidentally chatted for too long. I've taken up so much of Ilian and Rosetta's time. They must be uncomfortable. Sorry, did we chat for too long? Oh my, it's already dark outside. It really is. I wanted to stay a bit longer. Duke's daughter, then we'll take our leave. If you don't mind, you could stay overnight. What? Oh no. I said it without thinking. If you feel uncomfortable, don't force yourselves. How could we feel uncomfortable? I've always wanted to do this. Me too. Talking all night with friends is my wish. That night, lying in bed, we talked a lot. It was my happiest night. The next day, at the Ronatus residence, Ilian and Rosetta's experience was really nice. Is it because they're still young? We talked all night, yet they were so energetic when they left. Rabbit walked in and exchanged some polite greetings. At first glance, Charlize saw that Rabbit's face had a wound. Rabbit specially brought some tea leaves he recently liked to share with Charlize. Charlize immediately smelled it. The tea is fragrant, just with ice added. But who would want to harm Rabbit? If Rabbit kept his promise and didn't see anyone this month, then the one who could have hurt Rabbit might be Marquis Ronatus, Erich Ronatus, or the actual person in power in the Ronatus family. The Marquis is in a coma. It's hard to say about Eric's other actions, but he would definitely not harm Levitt. In the original work, after Levitt was executed, the Ronates Marquis family quickly declined. This was inevitable. The Ronates committed the crime of killing a relative. With the Empress meddling behind the scenes, the family's downfall was unavoidable. But even so, Eric still tried his best to save the family business. Even though he could have gotten a huge sum by selling his title, he never gave up. Regrettably, not long after, he ended his short life in an alley. Eric would never harm Levitt. Although he's not very reliable, he deeply cares for his family name and relatives. At this moment, the butler came to report. It turned out that young Master Ronates had just arrived at the mansion. He stumbled toward Charisse, saying he had just gone out, and apologized for being late to greet her. Charisse thought his walking posture was a bit strange. She stared at him, wondering if he had received proper treatment. Wanting to show concern for young Master Ronates, she stiffly forced a smile. Though she was concerned about young Master Ronates, he misunderstood her intention, thinking Charisse also looked down on his family. So he thought she wanted to hit his shins with a stick. Young Master Ronates got angry for a moment. That's how it is. We're also a noble family. The young master is really too rude. Charisse called out, Datai, you're being too sensitive. I just wanted to see if you were injured. That's not it, he said. I'm a noble young master. How could I think someone asking me to roll up my pant legs wants to hit my shins? I just wanted to look at his legs. Is there a need for the young master to be so angry? I think something's fishy. It's like you're trying to hide the wound on your mouth corner with makeup. I'm afraid I can't disclose this matter. A heavy atmosphere filled the living room for a moment. Since Levitt wouldn't say, she couldn't force him. The matter was settled, so she took her leave. Charisse felt it was fortunate she came in person. The situation seemed worse than she had imagined. The actual person in power in the Ronaites family seemed to be abusing Levit and Eric. Could it be a spy planted by Count Fernand? Upon leaving the Ronaites Marquis's house, she immediately ordered Noah to investigate. Investigate the actual person in power in the Ronaites family and Count Fernand. She wanted to know what clues she might have overlooked. Meanwhile, Shasai was admiring flowers in the courtyard. The Grand Duke thought Shasai looked so adorable for the first time. For Shasai, these flowers were truly beautiful. Seeing how much Shasai liked them, the Grand Duke wanted to pick some flowers to give to Shasai. However, Shasai believed that these flowers would prefer to stay in the soil. Moreover, she wanted to admire the flowers here together with Charisse. She and Charisse had already agreed to meet once every 3 days. At first I was worried that Lord Shar would find it burdensome, but Lord Shar said it wouldn't cause him any trouble. I'm happy we met today. Tomorrow I'll be happy remembering our meeting. The day after tomorrow I'll be happy thinking about seeing you again in one more day. After meeting Lord Shar, many unbelievable things happened to me. A warm home, gentle family members, and people I haven't seen in a long time who are always by my side. Hearing about the Duke's arrival, His Highness the Grand Duke exclaimed and pulled Char to greet him early. At the same time in the reception room, Charlotte mentioned that she recently went to the Ronaites Marquis mansion. Although she doesn't understand the actual situation well, it doesn't look very optimistic. Someone might take advantage of the Marquis' absence to seize power. It's said that Miss Ronaites often meets alone with the Empress. Charlotte explained that she must have made a deal with the Empress for the Marquis' safety. After all, within the Marquis mansion, no one could help him. She also investigated that the person who gave the sacred object to young Master Pino was young Master Ronaites. Fortunately, the Ronaites siblings don't seem to know the purpose of the sacred object. I think so too. This is the Empress's usual method. If you accept the Empress's kindness without any suspicion, you'll find you've already fallen into the trap set by the Empress. Then was it also the Empress's order for the priest to leave the Marquis mansion today? Although we don't know if he really treated the Marquis, the Empress won't treat the Marquis. This way she can keep Rabbit in the palm of her hand. But what if that priest wasn't sent by the Empress? Maybe Count Fayunin has some connection with the priest. As Charlotte and Liz were speculating on possible outcomes, they turned around to find the Grand Duke had been staring at them. The moment she looked at the lantern, another scene appeared in her mind. The Grand Duke was talking with someone else. Sasha finally knew about this matter. It turns out the Duke's daughter had been in a coma for a month. Duke Leontas spared no expense to wake her up, but no one could wake the Duke's daughter. Charlotte felt powerless. If this continues, she would really face falling into a coma. What a terrible tragic ending. Is there no way to prevent this? Charlotte suddenly remembered that in the future she encountered, her father said, I should have asked the Grand Duke's mansion to protect that child for half a month more. What father would think means there's no other way except staying at the Grand Duke's mansion. But what should I do? Where's the reason to stay at the Grand Duke's mansion? Seeing Charlotte glancing at him, the Grand Duke was very puzzled. In the end, he thought, maybe Her Majesty the Empress's suggestion is a good solution. That is, we get engaged. Charlotte felt it was a bit unrealistic. She slapped herself a few times on the face to try to wake herself up. Obviously, the Grand Duke was startled by Charlotte's inexplicable behavior. Charlotte tried to act as if nothing had happened just now. She secretly reminded herself to be more alert. The next day, Char and Liz received a letter. The Marquis was attacked by a poison arrow while inspecting his territory. The Ronaites family, because most of the extended family members had died, Eric Ronaites was already of age at the time. He didn't need a guardian, and there were no extended family members. It wasn't difficult for outside forces to intervene in the Marquis' mansion, so the butler Longenvo had a lot of influence. He is currently the actual person in charge of the Ronaites Marquis' affairs. Moreover, according to investigations, Longen's backer is Count Fayunin Rabbit. Ronaites once tried to fire the butler, but the Marquis' condition suddenly worsened. It ultimately ended in failure. After that, he didn't dare try again. After reading the letter, Char and Liz also confirmed their suspicions. Rabbit indeed already knew who the spy in the family was. To save the Marquis Ronaites' life, this way Rabbit could find out who was behind the butler. Count Fayunin would also respond. I just need to pay attention to Count Fayunin's whereabouts to uncover that person's true identity. Arriving at the Ronatus Marquis's mansion again, Rabbit carefully prepared flower tea. If we want to wake up the Marquis, we need to find out what method the Count used to make the Marquis fall into a coma. I wanted to tour the Marquis's mansion, but accidentally blurted out my true thoughts. It's really not easy to see the Marquis. The Marquis died like this in the original work. There were no clues about this incident. Not to the point of death, just a poison that makes people fall into a coma. Someone must be regularly giving the Marquis this poison or making him inhale it. And it's done through extremely secretive means. Rabbit suggested, let's take a walk in the garden today. This was exactly what Char and Liz wanted. After the walk, asked him to show them around the Marquis's quarters. As they walked, Rabbit explained that the garden at home is managed by a gardener, so you can enjoy different flowers in each season. Char and Liz were worrying about when to make their request. Suddenly, they saw a special type of flower planted in the distance. Seeing Char and Liz's interest, Rabbit introduced, "This flower is beautiful, isn't it? It's called a toppler. The temple also grows topplers. This flower is also known as God's wings." Just as Rabbit was about to reach out and touch it, Char and Liz stopped him in time. Rabbit didn't understand what the Duke's daughter meant. "Is there something wrong with this flower?" "There's a big problem with this flower. I could never forget the name of this flower. Toppler. This is the material used to make the deadly poison in the original work where Char and Liz tried to kill Ilian. Toppler is not an easily obtainable poisonous flower. It's mainly grown in temples. If you take a toppler flower out of the temple without permission, you must pay a huge fine. It's a very precious flower. Not many people know that toppler flowers can produce a deadly poison. The Marquis Ronatus fell into a coma, and toppler flowers were found in the Marquis's mansion. Is this just a mere coincidence? This might be related to the Marquis's condition. Char and Liz held hands. They didn't let go. Instead, they asked more seriously. Even if their question was rude, they wanted Rabbit to answer honestly. "To save your father, how far are you willing to go?" "Hearing you ask this, I'll consider whether to be completely honest with you, because I want to save my father's life more than anyone else." "No, you shouldn't answer like that." Char and Liz gripped their hands tighter. "If you're truly determined, you should say this instead. To save my father, I'm willing to give up my alliance with the Empress." "So you knew all along. I know you have no choice now. Then I want to ask you too. Does my father's situation have anything to do with you?" Char and Liz sighed softly. "I'm not the culprit. I know it's suspicious that I suddenly approached you, but I can tell you clearly, this has nothing to do with me. Because at that time, I was busy pursuing the Grand Duke. The whole country knows about this." Char and Liz felt a bit bitter. Having said it like this, he should believe them, casually picking a flower, since they had already answered. They could continue with the previous topic. The Duke's daughter was so sincere, Rabbit absolutely believed her. The two returned to the Marquis's mansion, but the butlers still followed closely behind. To better handle things, they directly said, "The Duke's daughter needs to rest well. From here on, you don't need to follow anymore." At the same time, before the Duke's daughter leaves, order that no one is allowed on the third floor. To prevent the butler from finding other excuses, Char and Liz said, "If I need anything, I'll instruct Knight Noah. You don't need to worry." It seemed like informing, but was actually an order. The three stared at the butler as he left. Only then did they sigh in relief. He's finally gone. Father has been lying in the master bedroom since he fainted. Rabbit took out the key and led Char and Liz to enter. The door was indeed empty. Rabbit explained about the room. "Worried there might be things bad for Father's health, I started cleaning one by one. Before I knew it, it became like this." The two came to the Marquis's side. Even though the Marquis was unconscious, Rabbit still chatted with his father on and off, introducing to his father, "This is the daughter of Duke Lientha, who came specially to visit you. Nice to meet you, Marquis Ronatus. I am Charlotte from the Lientha family." Even though the Marquis was unconscious, the proper etiquette couldn't be neglected. However, although Marquis Ronatus had been unconscious for so long, his expression looked unusually calm. No symptoms could be seen from the outside. This also matches the symptoms of toppler poisoning. But toppler is highly toxic. It must have been diluted before he was given it, and it couldn't have been administered just once. Are there any clues? Char and Liz made a surprising discovery. Marquis Ronatus's hair bun. Was the end always glowing blue? Rabbit shook his head. Father originally had brown hair, like Brother Eric. The doctor said it turned lighter due to the strong effects of the antidote. This statement indicates that the doctor diluted the toppler poison and disguised it as an antidote for the Marquis to take. So even if Rabbit cleared out the bedroom, it wouldn't make a difference. From the butler's perspective, he might even be grateful. After all, if the antidote was poured into a vase, the trick would be exposed. Shar and Liz took out a flower they had prepared beforehand from their left hand. They told Rabbit to put this flower into the antidote. This way, you'll know the truth. Rabbit looked at his father on the sick bed and decided to give it a try. The Duke's daughter wanted to put the flower into the antidote herself. This looks like just an ordinary flower. Does it have some special effect? Otherwise, this is just the antidote prepared by the attending physician for my father. The next moment, the flower dissolved. I didn't expect the antidote to actually be poison. Rabbit was so shocked he could barely breathe. His body staggered, almost losing balance. He never thought that even his father's attending physician had been bought by those people. He needed to quickly dispose of this bottle of poison. He raised it high, but he had no choice but to put it down. If they put it down, the truth would be revealed, and things would be irreversible. He couldn't let anyone know that he had discovered their trick. So I have no choice but to drink the poison myself to prevent my father from being poisoned further. As soon as he finished drinking, Rabbit collapsed on the ground, unable to bear it. His throat felt burning. Was it because of drinking the poison? Or because I was desperately holding back tears? I didn't notice at first. Too many things were taken from me, so now I must reclaim everything. A few days later, Shar and Liz received a letter from Rabbit. Unexpectedly, the antidote for toppler poison was simpler than imagined. Just place a withered toppler flower, with its tip turned brown, next to the poisoned person. Rabbit did as I said, and it seems to have worked. Marquis Ronatus woke up, and the family is about to conduct an internal purge. Rabbit also expressed special thanks to Shar and Liz. The Ronatus family will surely repay this favor. Shar and Liz were also very happy. If Marquis Ronatus starts purging, Count Feiyunin will certainly be caught. Before that happens, I just need to protect my life well. It seems we can only rely on His Highness, the Grand Duke. Originally, to escape the death ending of the original story, we wanted to avoid getting involved with him. But no matter how we think about it, this is the only way. Under everyone's gaze, kneel down and propose to His Highness, the Grand Duke. It's death either way. I can only try to live a bit longer. Please ask His Highness to get engaged to him. A week before Shar and Liz's proposal, Count Feiyunin heard the news that Marquis Ronatus had woken up. He immediately dropped all his work and rushed over, but was stopped by Rabbit. Young Master Ronatus explained, "Father's current condition requires extra caution. He's not fit to see visitors yet. Father is recuperating and will be able to see you soon." Count Feiyunin couldn't say much more. Instead, he was very concerned about who the culprit was. "Have you caught the culprit?" Young Master Ronatus spoke hesitatingly. Rabbit's face darkened. "I really don't understand why you're so curious about these matters. This is our family's private matter. When the time is right, my father will announce it himself." Rabbit's words angered Count Feiyunin, but he couldn't say much. However, the Ronatus family's butler dared to scold the young lady. He stood on Count Feiyunin's side, telling him to show respect to the Count. "You know very well that father has woken up, yet you still dare to order me around." Without another word, he directly ordered him to prepare a carriage to send Count Feiyunin away. The Count made a special trip here. Of course, we must respect him. See the Count off safely. Count Feiyunin grabbed the butler's collar. "What on earth did you do? How could you let things turn out like this?" "I'm sorry, big brother. I didn't expect the Marquis's condition to suddenly improve. Now that the plan has failed, our Lord will never forgive us. We've always been in charge of these dirty jobs. That's how we gained favor. At this rate, the Feiyunin family will soon fall into decline. Where did it all go wrong? I heard that the antidote contained a poison that would make it impossible for someone to wake up. I heard that the Leontad Duke's daughter has been visiting the Ronatus family frequently lately. I don't know if this information is useful to you. If it's the Leontad Duke's daughter helping the Ronatus family, then that's a different story. Rabbit Ronatus has been kept in the dark for so many years. How could he suddenly solve this matter? The Duke's daughter is close to the prince. If we do this, we can surely redeem ourselves. Soon, the news of Marquis Ronatus's awakening spread quickly throughout the capital. The Marquis began an internal purge. Those nobles who previously looked down on the Ronatus family, thinking they would decline, were all frightened pale and rushed to visit the Marquis's house. Count Feiyunin was one of them. Although the Marquis refused to see anyone, that was that. Listening to Noah's report, Shar and Liz felt very happy. At the same time, Sasha's carriage arrived. The two were happy to see each other again. They immediately hugged. Although it had only been a few days since they last met, it felt like a long time. Libin, standing nearby, looked a bit bitter. Sasha even brought a gift for Shar and Liz, a potted flower. The flowers we admired together last time were so beautiful. I planted them in a pot for you. Just water them a little, wait patiently, and they'll bloom into the beautiful flowers we saw last time. Shar and Liz were so touched. Sasha, you actually planted this pot with your little hands for me? You didn't get hurt, did you? Were you scared when you saw earthworms? I'll cherish it well. I won't forget to water it. The two were sweet and loving, but forgot about the two bitter people nearby. Until His Highness the Grand Duke cleared his throat, they finally noticed the two people who had no presence at all. Both felt a bit embarrassed. One felt it was too late to greet, the other worried if this was too troublesome for Sasha. Shar and Liz didn't think Sasha was super cute. They were looking forward to meeting Sasha. The two prepared to go in. They invited His Highness the Grand Duke to join. In the instant their eyes met, Shar and Liz's gaze began to predict the next thing that would happen. After the prince's incident, even the Marquis Ronatus's matter was messed up by him. It seems that girl must be helping Calyx. That guy is just the son of a lowly dancer. When the late emperor passed away, he should have followed him to the grave. How about killing Sharkless first to give him a warning? He seemed to be in distress, fidgeting with his crooked lips. It's still early now, but the prince's birthday is coming soon. It wouldn't be bad to scare him a little. Sharkless's hand tightly gripped Sasha's. Those guys plan, I finally know about it. There's still a month until Sasha's birthday. Those guys plan to attack me first to divert the Grand Duke's attention. Then when everyone's not paying attention, they'll make a move on Sasha. Now that Marquis Ronatus has woken up, they'll definitely launch a more fierce offensive. That's why Father wanted me to stay at the Grand Palace. Because the Grand Palace is the most fortified place after the Imperial Palace. Those guys seem to mistakenly think I'm the Grand Duke's helper. Is there a way to use this? To both protect my life and stay by Sasha's side to protect him from attacks? An image involuntarily appeared in my mind. That is getting engaged to the Grand Duke. But I immediately rejected this idea. I don't want to become that close to the Grand Duke. If this continues, it'll be like the original story. What if I meet a tragic end? But in the original story, did I drink the poison myself? Now I'm not jealous, and Elian doesn't have poison either. It should be fine, right? I just need to stay alert. Sasha looked at Lord Shark with a puzzled face. Your eyebrows are furrowed into a line. Uncle always says he has a headache when he frowns. Sasha grabbed Lord Shark's clothes, innocently thinking he had a headache like Uncle. Sharkless's heart was about to melt. No, Sasha. My head doesn't hurt at all. If I could get Sasha's concern, I'd be willing to have a headache 100 times. But I can't worry Sasha. I should restrain myself a bit. Shortly after, Sharkless heard that Sasha likes puppet shows. The Little Brave One and the Courageous Princess, so he prepared carefully. Sasha loves it so much. The Little Brave One and the Courageous Princess is his favorite fairy tale book. Sasha really likes the friendship between the Dragon Princess, the Little Brave One, and the three of them. He especially likes it. The scene where the brave Imperial Princess goes to find the Little Brave One. He says that Princess is very similar to me. I originally planned to have the Divine Beast dress up as a puppet for Sasha to hug, but things didn't go as planned. No matter how much I called, the Divine Beast just wouldn't appear. Sasha noticed the puppet costume on the side. Who is this costume for? There's only the two of us here. Sharkless had a mischievous smile. This costume has another owner. Charlotte will play the princess. Sasha will play the Little Brave One. Libin will play the dragon. Libin was very confused about this. What's going on? But if he doesn't wear it, we can't ask the Grand Duke to wear it, can we? Libin was also helpless. Duke's daughter, what are you up to? Shark and Liz gestured. Sasha is performing a puppet show. You need to seriously cooperate with Sasha. It seems they launched an attack on the dragon played by Libin at once. Seeing the dragon not moving, Shark and Liz quickly reminded the dragon to delay. Libin quickly understood the intention. Hi, Little Brave One. Please sit on my back. Brave One, I'm going to fly up to the sky. Be careful. Libin sigid softly. Even if reluctant, he had to go along with this little ancestor. Shark and Liz were also very happy on the side. He knew Sasha would like it. Children at this age should be jumping and playing like this. I want to play with him in the future too. The two of them completely disregarded Libin's feelings, playing with great enjoyment. In this story, the dragon who had lived for a long time had a wish. He hoped that his precious friend, the princess, could be reborn again in this world. The dragon thought, if you are reborn again, I will find you no matter what. I will save you, make you smile. in this limited life, cherish every day spent with you. So the dragon left a kiss on the forehead of the sleeping princess, blessing her next life. Don't be afraid. We're just parting temporarily. Next time I'll treat you even better. In the process of searching for the little brave one, the courageous princess never gave up. With her scarred hands, she carefully lifted the battered little brave one, crying as she hugged him. At that moment, the princess was as radiant as the dawn, showing a brilliant smile. As Calyx was reading, Sasha started to doze off. Sasha rubbed his eyes, asking Uncle to continue tomorrow, to tell him the rest of the story. Calyx gently agreed, and then left a light kiss on Sasha's forehead. Calyx thoughtfully pulled up the blanket for Sasha. Their relationship seemed to have grown closer. Your Highness the Grand Duke, just as I came out of the room, I met Libin. He asked if Sasha was asleep. Sasha is so tired. He must have had a great time playing with the Duke's daughter. Calyx didn't know what game they played. He thought Libin's role was important, but Sasha wouldn't tell him what game they played. Libin almost spat out blood, saying it's better if you don't know. Calyx even said, Libin, you've become quite familiar with Duke Lianta's daughter. This scared Libin. It was completely a farce. Remembering Duke Lianta's daughter's mocking expression earlier, he made sure to clarify that he would absolutely not become familiar with Duke Lianta's daughter. It's been 2 days since Shark and Liz met Sasha. The Divine Beast still hasn't shown up. Has the Divine Beast ever been gone for so long before? We need to make Sasha form a contract with the Divine Beast quickly. I also need to come up with a strategy before those guys launch an attack. Shark Liz was so lost in thought that he didn't hear Elian calling him several times. In the end, it was Rosetta's loud voice that woke the dazed Shark. Shark finally reacted, but he was too lost in thought earlier and didn't know what they were discussing. I was talking about a novel. There's a love story that's super popular among noble ladies recently. How interesting it must be. Shark was also curious. Rosetta acted mysterious. Then the next second, he took out the book he had prepared. Let me introduce you to this best-selling novel that's quite a topic of discussion. Now starting, How I Tamed the Duke. Compared to Elian and Rosetta's interest, Shark thought the title sounded a bit, but he still listened as Rosetta continued to introduce it. The protagonist of this novel is Lily, the only daughter of a marquis family. To save her threatened family, Lily decides to enter into a contract marriage with the Northern Duke, her family's sworn enemy. However, as the two live their married life, the looks they gave each other unknowingly became passionate. As Rosetta was talking, his body unconsciously turned elsewhere. Shark couldn't understand who he was talking to. I, Lily, promised to fulfill the duties of a duchess during the contract period. Like this? Shark thought, couldn't the problem of him moving into the Grand Duke's mansion be solved this way too? Shark put down the book and asked Rosetta, the contract marriage you mentioned, is it like signing a regular commercial contract, just listing conditions and both parties signing? Generally speaking, that's correct. But this is a romance novel, you know? The contract conditions will influence the love story between the two. First, as long as you add this kind of condition, the male and female leads will definitely start getting lovey-dovey and fall in love. Shark nodded in agreement. He wouldn't add such useless conditions. At that moment, I was very certain a contract marriage was the only way for me to avoid a tragic ending and legally get engaged to the Grand Duke. After making up his mind, Shark hurriedly went to his father's study. Duke Liantao was still concerned about how Shark's afternoon tea with friends went. He wanted to let him rest and said he would fulfill all his wishes. I want to get engaged. The moment he said it, Duke Liantao thought he had misheard. Even the butler who had turned his back earlier turned around in shock. Shark reiterated that he wanted to get engaged to His Highness the Grand Duke. He hoped his father would agree. And engaged. Unable to handle this news, the Duke collapsed. After applying ice cubes to his head, he gradually calmed down. Father, I know you're fine now. It wasn't in vain that I took so many stomach pills earlier. I'm much better now. As Duke Lianta came to his senses, the first thing he did was grip Shark's hand tightly, wanting to know if something had happened. You said before that you didn't want to get involved with His Highness the Grand Duke. You didn't need to lie. That should have been the truth. But now you suddenly say you want to get engaged to His Highness. As your father, I'm a bit worried. I've been meeting with His Highness often lately, so I changed my mind. I've always been crazy about His Highness anyway. But you're not this fickle, child. Shark was a bit at a loss. Was it because they were father and daughter, or was he genuinely concerned about her? The Duke would occasionally show deep fatherly love, as if he had never been separated from his daughter. Shark held his father's hand again and said, "Actually, I want to investigate something. When I find out, there are things I need to accomplish. So I must get engaged to him. If you say so, you must have your reasons. But promise me, no matter what, don't let yourself get hurt." Shark was very touched. His father actually cared about him so much. "Before, I drank poison to save father. This time, I will definitely find a way for us to survive together." The day of a decisive battle arrived. This is the Empire's capital, at the most high-end famous restaurant, Alpi's. It's not just a high-end restaurant that prohibits commoners from entering. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this is the source of all gossip in social circles. There's no place more suitable than here to break the scandal of the century. The Duke's daughter proposing to His Highness the Grand Duke here, with the condition of marrying 50 years later. "Get engaged to me." She secretly told His Highness that this was just a contract engagement, so he shouldn't worry. "It seems you're serious. May I ask why 50 years later?" "Because I have to follow the rules of romance novels." "I can't tell you that." She made up an excuse. "After all, I can't let you think I'm playing tricking you into marrying me." "Does Duke Leonta know about this?" Shark indicated that she had already communicated with her father. There was a buzz of discussion around. Calyx stated, "Actually, he could have just used the wish coupon. Sometimes I really don't understand what you're thinking, but this is fine too." The Grand Duke put the engagement ring on Shark. "Let's get along well from now on. The Duke's daughter is amazing. I succeeded. I really got into a contract engagement with him. Fortunately, I proposed such an absurd condition. Getting married 50 years later is impossible. The engagement will end long before that. Breaking the rules of romance novels. We got engaged in public. The news should spread throughout the Empire by tomorrow. Everyone will say that Leonta Duke's daughter finally won the Grand Duke's heart. This way, those guys won't dare to make rash moves for a while. During this time, I just need to safely stay at the Grand Duke's place." Before finishing her thoughts, she was interrupted by the Grand Duke. Sharkless turned around. "Calyx, you've been thinking for so long, finally willing to look at me." Calyx's gaze was too gentle. Shark was a bit dazed because of it. She was surprised that he could smile like this. On Ravit and the Empress's side, Ravit said, "I've received help from the Leonta Duke's daughter. What do you want me to do around the Duke's daughter?" After hearing Ravit's words, the Empress showed a faint smile. This is what happened after he heard the news of the Leonta Duke's daughter getting engaged to His Highness the Grand Duke recently. "This afternoon, Ravit told me he would meet the Empress. So this scene might be happening now, or will unfold soon. This is the first time I've encountered such a near-future vision. The Empress knowing about our engagement so quickly indicates she must have sent someone to follow us." Calyx said, "It seems he wanted the news to spread, so I didn't take any special measures. That person not far away should be sent by the Empress. What you did is exactly what I wanted. Thank you, Your Highness the Grand Duke. We're engaged now." Using titles to address each other feels strange, doesn't it? The Grand Duke held Sharkless's hand. "If you want this scandal of the century to be the talk of the town." "All right," Sharkless shyly agreed. "Then I'll call you Calyx from now on." The next day, the butler brought some letters specifically addressed to Shark. "This is a gift from Lady Melusha. She instructed to drink it all. To not disappoint Lady Melusha's goodwill." Sharkless picked up the bottle and gulped it down. The young lady's cooperation naturally made the butler very happy. A letter from Rosetta informed Shark that the news of her engagement to His Highness the Grand Duke had spread throughout the capital. He complained that she didn't tell him, as he could have provided a more atmospheric place. There was another letter. Sharkless didn't expect they would invite her. "This letter came from the orphanage I visited with Count Decan's grandson. It said the children really enjoyed the meat I sent earlier. So the orphanage wanted me to come for a meal to express their gratitude." Shark was a bit worried. Would the children be afraid of me? As soon as she entered, the children stared at Shark Liz with their big, shining eyes. Their gaze was so intense. It was the first time Shark Liz received attention from so many people. These people couldn't have been waiting for me, could they? They couldn't start eating because of that, right? One of the girls was very enthusiastic and ran directly towards Shark Liz, making her heart pound. Fortunately, the teacher caught the little girl in time. Because of the children, the whole room was very noisy. Shark didn't expect everyone to be more energetic than she thought. Luckily, the children all looked healthy. The orphanage teacher explained that the children had been super excited since early morning. To greet you, no one slept in today. Duke's daughter, thank you for attending and even sending a chef. This will surely be an unforgettable memory for the children. Of course, it's also a beautiful memory for Shark Liz. A table full of delicious food. The children ate happily. They cleaned up all the food on the table. After eating, they thanked the Duke's daughter in unison for today's treat. Shark was very excited inside. These children are too cute. But on the surface, she suppressed herself to control her expression. The children thought it was dissatisfaction with their thanks and weren't pleased. They wanted to thank her again. Teacher Bayu thought Rodamii was forcing himself. Rodamii said, I really want to thank the Duke's daughter. He came in front of Shark Liz and bowed deeply. Duke's daughter, thank you for your hospitality today. Thank you for giving us an unforgettable memory. Please come again. Shark turned her head, expression serious. Teacher Bayu thought something was wrong. Shark Liz asked the boy's name and age. She thought Rodamii spoke well and was just the right age. The Lianta Merchant State was currently recruiting talented people for accounting work. Would you like to come work for the Lianta Merchant State? After everyone left, Shark Liz sat alone in the corner, thinking about what just happened. The moment I made eye contact with Rodamii, I saw the future chief priest. That's right, this is all the will of the Almighty God. After hearing these words, Rodamii gave a cold smile. There is no real God in this world. Even if God really exists, Rodamii would never follow God, because God cruelly took away his sister. Shark was a bit confused about why. All along, the conditions for seeing future fragments were similar. Most occurred during the day before sunset, though there were exceptions. It only happened once a day. On days when the future changed, I couldn't see anything. Only Calyx could let me see the future. However, things suddenly changed. It's all because of this. The child of a young man who never appeared in the original work. How could he be with that person? What connection do these two have with the future? Shark Liz couldn't figure it out for a moment. Never mind, as long as I meet Rodamii often, I'll eventually discover something. If the divine beast were by my side now, it would be somewhat helpful. Just as I was thinking this, the long unseen divine beast suddenly appeared before my eyes with a poof. This sudden surprise startled Shark Liz. Shark Liz picked up the divine beast and angrily said, "Where have you been all this time? I've been looking for you for so long." The hoarse divine beast mumbled. Shark didn't let him off, still glaring at him. He finally stammered, "I seem to have encountered a small problem." At the Grand Duke's mansion, Sasha even threw her favorite novel on the ground. It turns out, Libin was telling Sasha that the Lianta Duke's daughter personally knelt to propose, and His Highness the Grand Duke gladly accepted. This delighted Sasha. It seems my intuition was right after all. Uncle and Lady Shark like each other. If Uncle and Lady Shark get married, I'll be able to see Lady Shark more often, right? When will they hold the wedding? When can I call Lady Shark aunt? Will I have cousins then? Sasha was too excited. She asked Libin many questions in a row. Libin was almost overwhelmed. Meanwhile, the news that the Lianta Duke's daughter had finally captured the Grand Duke's heart spread like wildfire. Thanks to your help, I've gained some time. Those people shouldn't dare approach us rashly for now. Shark Liz spoke too quickly, not realizing that His Highness the Grand Duke didn't know about those people, and said it was about those who loved Sasha like a lamp and those from Lianta who were eyeing them covetously. Calyx guessed it was about Queen Ma. Shark said she wasn't sure either. It could be the Queen's accomplices or others. Then she closed the curtains. Since she was already engaged to His Highness the Grand Duke, Shark decided to tell him her secret. She approached Calyx and told him that she could occasionally see visions of the future. All along, hiding the ability to foresee from Calyx had been a matter of course. If the Lianta Duke's daughter, with a history of stalking, had said she could foresee the future just by making eye contact with Grand Duke Royden, he would probably think I was making things up to attract attention. I should be glad if I wasn't kicked out. In the worst case, I might even be suspected of colluding with the Queen and be listed as a person of caution. But now the situation is different. I'm facing death earlier than in the original work. I don't know if it's the Queen's subordinates or other villains who are eyeing Sasha. Plus, The divine beast said it encountered some problems with itself. Since the sacred object was exposed last time, it's been difficult to gather holy power. Not only staying by the master's side, sometimes even approaching the Grand Duke feels strenuous. The divine beast had to ask me, during the time he stays in the lake, to protect his master well. I'll protect Sasha. Even the divine beast can't do this. I'm a bit doubtful of myself. Moreover, I feel something's not quite right. Velia Cleanta regrets it now. He cried out that he should have entrusted me to the Grand Duke for another half-month. All these situations seem to be pushing me towards the Grand Duke. I hope I'm overthinking it. So I agreed that the divine beast would protect Sasha well. I need a reason to live in the Grand Duke's mansion. At times like this, a direct approach is most effective. Of course, I still need to see through some lies. Calyx, I'm very curious how you foresee the future. I can foresee the future just by making contact with people, but I can't specify the time period, and I can't see it all the time. You must have many questions. Go ahead and ask. I'll tell you everything. Calyx was unexpected. He actually said to Shark Liz, "Thank you, Duke's daughter. You knew that saying these things might make you suspicious, but you still chose to tell me because you were worried about Sasha." Shark Liz was incredulous. "Although you're right, I kept it secret until now before telling you." Calyx smiled. "That's right." Shark Liz thought, this kind of thing can't be told to just anyone. Shark Liz even began to doubt, is he really an angel? He's not angry at all, but it's really amazing. You've been in contact with me so many times, and I didn't notice several times. How to answer this? This is too embarrassing. I can only say I was quick with my hands and feet. Shark Liz coughed twice. Wanting to quickly change this awkward topic, she said, "Anyway, because of this, I hope I can stay in the Grand Mansion for a while. If I increase the chances of seeing the future by being near you, it will also be easier to protect Sasha. If Your Highness the Grand Duke wants to refuse, that's fine too. Let's do it." Shark didn't expect the Grand Duke to agree so easily. She was a bit overwhelmed. Calyx also said, "Shark Liz, you seem particularly easy to startle today." Shark Liz was a bit embarrassed and explained, "Because Your Highness's reaction was so unexpected. As long as it's to protect Sasha, I'm willing to do anything. Moreover, this concerns Ilroyden's power. I naturally have no reason to refuse your help with information that can't be obtained otherwise. I'm just worried you might strain your body too much to use your ability, pushing yourself too hard. It's fine, maybe my ability isn't perfect yet. I don't feel strained at all, and besides, in my situation, I can't refuse to help anyway. Can you foresee the future now?" Calyx stood up, wanting to try. The two held hands tightly, their eyes meeting. Shark Liz saw an image. Blonde hair, green eyes, expressionless face. He gazed lovingly at that woman with his slender eyes. "Shark, you look so beautiful. Anyone would see you as today's main character. What's going on? Is it my birthday?" Shark was too embarrassed to tell the Grand Duke she saw this scene. Thinking it wasn't an important scene anyway, she just told him she didn't see anything this time. A few days later, Shark Liz came to a dessert shop. "Wrap everything up from here to there," under the suspicion of the shop assistant. Determined not to miss a single one, "Wrap them all up. From today on, I'm going to become family with His Highness the Prince." Holding back a smirk with a threatening tone, "Please take extra care in packaging, understand?" Actually, Shark Liz did this on purpose. This way, the people present should spread the news. How to return to Duke Leonta's mansion and say goodbye to Father, saying she's moving into the Grand Duke's mansion. Although it took me some time to convince Father, he eventually had no choice but to go along with it. His head-shaking appearance scared the people around, making them pale and wanting to flee quickly. Shark asked Noah how the investigation about Count Fayunin, which was assigned earlier, was going. Noah reported softly, "Lord Marquis Ronatus has already found out about the butler's collusion with Count Fayunin. He knows." After the butler was rough with the Ronatus daughter and son, he was furious. Shark was satisfied. He finally slipped up. It should be quickly uncovered. The mastermind instructed Noah, "During my stay at the Grand Duke's, help me keep a close eye on Count Fayunin. If he has any suspicious movements, report to me immediately." Noah was a bit worried about Shark, wanting to go to the Grand Mansion with Shark. Even if Ilroyden has good intentions towards you, it's still dangerous for you to stay at the Grand Mansion alone without maids and protective knights. Even now, let me disguise myself as an attendant. Shark understood Noah's concern. "But you were once under the Queen's command. The Grand Mansion will surely recognize you. I don't want to invite misunderstandings or get you into trouble. Besides, don't you like training with Leonta's knights? You've just gotten close to them. If you become distant again, Wouldn't that be sad? Noah was moved by Shark, only sighing that the master is truly a good person. Shark Liz was shocked and quickly denied. How is that possible? I'm not a good person at all. But in Noah's heart, Shark, you really are a good person. You've always been like this to me. Shark patted Noah sympathetically. It seems you really don't know how to judge people. Everything was prepared, and the grand procession set off. Shark Liz, Leontau was finally moving into Ilroyden Grand Duke's mansion. The Grand Duke's butler arranged a room for Shark Liz and put all the luggage in place. Considering that Shark Liz might be more comfortable in a familiar place, he arranged the room she had stayed in before. The Grand Duke repeatedly instructed, "We need to take special care." The butler was also pleased that his master had finally come to his senses. After all, they were going to be engaged. The Grand Duke probably wants to give you the best of everything. This really struck Shark's heart. She couldn't say outright that they were just in a contract marriage, so she could only go along with it. The butler also arranged a maid to serve. This maid has worked in the Grand Mansion for a long time. She should be able to help a lot. The maid's name was Lycan, and she expressed her pleasure in serving the Duke's daughter. But when Shark turned around, her expressionless face looked as if she was going to eat Lycan. This scared Lycan, who was as diligent as a little squirrel, making her stand still on the spot. The butler finished giving instructions and took his leave, telling Shark to let him know if she needed anything else. Just tell him directly. The door closed with a bang. Now, only Lycan and Shark Liz were left in the room, nervously asking, "Shall I prepare bath water first to help you relax? While you rest, I'll unpack your luggage." It's fine to unpack slowly. Shark took out the purchased sweets. This is the priority. Where is His Highness the Prince now? Shark laid out all the packaged sweets, placing them in front of Sasha. This delighted Sasha. With her mouth wide open in disbelief, she asked, "Are these really all desserts prepared for me?" "Of course, Sasha. I bought them thinking of you." Although the Grand Mansion has excellent pastry chefs, outside sweets have a different flavor, don't they? This is from the capital's most famous dessert shop. The taste should be good. Taking a spoonful, she fed it to Sasha. There was cake around her little mouth. "But this taste is indeed good," Sasha happily expressed. This was the best cake she had ever eaten. Shark gently wiped the cake from the corners of Sasha's mouth. This scene was as heartwarming as could be. She wanted to share whenever possible, and thoughtfully invited Calyx to try some too. Calyx hesitated to move. Shark thought he might not like sweets, thinking she was being inconsiderate as his fiancée. "I'll remember next time. I won't make the same mistake. If there's any food you don't eat, tell me now. I'll eat it." Shark Liz, as long as it's food you prepare, I'll eat anything. Shark froze in place. What was this person saying? Calyx mouthed the word contract. Marriage. Shark understood then. He was acting to avoid unnecessary rumors. That's why he was pretending. The unsuspecting Sasha was even a bit moved. Uncle is really romantic, but he really had no talent for acting. He was even a bit too glib. Shark and Liz decided they would have to teach him properly when they got the chance. After eating the sweets, Sasha bragged to Libin about the macarons she had just eaten. They were really super sweet. Shark and Calyx also chatted. Calyx said, "Won't you regret leaving the Duke's mansion? After the contract ends, this might cause you trouble." Shark sighed, joking a bit. "Then I'll just have to accept it as karma. It's my fault for always desperately chasing after His Highness the Grand Duke before." As she spoke, she felt the Grand Duke staring at her intensely. "Your Highness seems to always say that. Not just me, all the nobles in the Empire think so. Your Highness, don't you also feel uncomfortable around me?" The Grand Duke was surprised. "When did I ever feel that way? You must have misunderstood. I've never felt uncomfortable around you." "That's surprising. I heard that when he returned to his territory, he didn't feel relieved. On the contrary, he felt it wasn't." Shark was confused. Didn't he feel I was pestering him? But in the original story, Shark was a stalker. It was as if he had forgotten his previous memories. "By the way, I have something to discuss with you. Can we postpone our engagement ceremony?" Calyx stopped in his tracks. He understood. Shark was trying to prevent the future she saw from coming true. But for some reason, he felt a bit uneasy. "Our contract marriage's primary goal is to protect Sasha's safety." "All right, let's do that then." Calyx felt like he was being sent to the Cold Palace. Shark Liz looked flustered. "Who could send your Highness to the Cold Palace? If anyone dares to treat you like that, just bring them to me. Will you punish them for me? Because you're my fiancé." Shark was a bit helpless. "All right, I'll go along with your idea. Let's do it." She had intended to call him Grand Duke. Remembering earlier, the Grand Duke had expressed hope that she would call him by name. Calyx quickly corrected himself. "Even though it's a contract marriage, we still need to follow the agreement." The next day, Shark Liz woke up feeling a bit dazed. Did something happen? She felt that Calyx seemed to smile more often than before. It must have been a dream. To stay alert, she slapped herself hard. Now that she had officially moved into the Grand Mansion, there was a pile of work to do from now on. She'd start with the Lianta commercial state affairs. But after seeing the adorable Sasha, work could wait. Sasha was the best. She happily asked Sasha if she slept well last night. Sasha was delighted because Shark had read her a fairy tale, so she slept very well. She expressed that she wanted to play with Shark today too. Then let's go to the Lianta commercial state together today. Upon arriving at the commercial state, they thought Shark was going to cause trouble again. The vice president of the Chamber of Commerce was more courteous. He first greeted the prince and introduced himself. Calyx had also taught Sasha some royal etiquette. She knew to address him as Cesare. Otherwise, I thought she might say Lord Cesare. After saying this, she quietly asked Shark if the greeting was correct. The vice president was shocked by Shark directly calling the prince by name. How could the young lady be so disrespectful to the prince? But Sasha said she felt more comfortable this way. Since the prince himself didn't mind, he couldn't say anything. He then wanted to know why the young lady had come back today. I'm here to see the child I asked you to take care of last time. Rodante. Since Rodante was a parachute employee you placed, I thought he would just eat, drink, and play all day, collecting a salary for nothing. I didn't expect him to work so diligently and be so smart. Sasha was confused and wanted to know who Rodante was. Rodante is a boy I met at the orphanage before. He's 14 this year. Oh, he seems to have arrived. Wait a moment, Sasha. Rodante was very polite. As soon as he arrived, he greeted the Duke's daughter. The two chatted casually like old friends. This made Sasha a bit jealous. She thought, why did Shark come to see Brother Rodante? Although she's usually gentle, she seems even gentler today. Sasha looked horrified. Has Shark made a new friend already? The two were chatting happily when Sharkless suddenly said, Rodante, don't deliberately speak well of the commercial state people. But you have backing. If anyone bullies you, just be honest about it. Cesare will take care of everything for you. Cesare, standing nearby, thought, how am I getting dragged into this while just sitting here? Rodante was grateful for what Shark said, but still insisted, everyone has been really good to me. I've learned a lot because of it. Shark stood up, wanting to see something in Rodante's eyes. But this time, she couldn't see the future. She had no choice but to sit back down. Shark thought, so he can't see the future just by making eye contact? Maybe I need to get closer and try. Then she made 100 fake moves. Finally, she smoothly sat down next to Rodante. Rodante was confused. Why did she suddenly change seats? Shark said, I just thought you looked familiar. I wanted to get closer to see your eye shape and eyebrows, and that curly hair. Staring at such close range, Rodante felt a bit scared. He thought she had discovered something, but she didn't discover anything. She made an excuse that she must have remembered wrong. Indeed, she still couldn't see any future fragments this time. Shark began to doubt. Was the previous ghostly incident just a coincidence? Or did she need other conditions to see the future through Rodante? The key point is, since that man personally went to find Rodante, it means he's also an important figure. So even if it takes more time, I need to make Rodante my person. But that child is so guarded. What should I do? Rodante, besides earning money in the commercial state, what do you most want to do? Shark wanted to make a breakthrough here. Rodante expressed that he wanted to find someone, but he didn't want to reveal who he was looking for. He thought Shark had already helped him find a job in the commercial state and didn't want to trouble her with this matter. He said he could solve it himself. Shark sighed, as expected of the future chief priest. It seems he has no intention of asking for my help at all. Since there's no way to get closer to him now, I'll just go back for now. If you need anything later, contact Aruden. I'll be ready to help anytime. I'll come back in a while. Please take care of that child, Miss Cesare. You don't need to worry. Take care of yourself. Sasha and Sharkliz's carriage had already started moving forward. Sasha kept looking back. Sharkliz also noticed Sasha's unusual behavior and asked if something had happened. Without a definite discovery, Sasha could only shake her head and say no. I just thought he looked a bit like someone I know. The next day, Sasha sat listlessly on the wooden horse in the Grand Mansion, sighing from time to time. Everyone noticed Sasha's unusual behavior. They thought it was due to a nightmare she had last night. The butler somewhat blamed it on yesterday's outing. Sharkliz said, as I said before, I took her to the Lianta commercial state to handle business. Then we had afternoon tea with the child I brought from the orphanage. That's all. You brought a child from the orphanage? Libin, standing nearby, reacted somewhat intensely. That's why, Duke's daughter. Libin explained. Since Lady Sasha moved into the Aruden Grand Mansion, she hasn't played with friends her age. She used to be able to go to the temple occasionally, but after falling into the lake last time, she can't even go to the temple now. How depressing must that be? Moreover, Lady Sasha is still growing. It's exactly the time when she needs friends her age. That's what I think. Seeing Libin's thorough analysis, Shark Liz was considering whether to ask Duke Bane to let Sasha play with Lucas, the boy who bullied Sasha before and fell into the water. It would also be nice to bring Angela, whom we met before. That little girl helped Sasha when she was on the streets. Although it would involve dealing with a lot of complicated procedures, as long as Sasha is happy. I will discuss this matter personally with His Highness, the Grand Duke. Today is the day Calyx and I agreed to meet the future. Shark Liz was determined. Although yesterday was a failure, today must be a success. At the same time, she also wanted to discuss finding friends Sasha's age with him. Shark Liz came to the Grand Duke's bedroom. She knocked on the door several times, but there was no response at all. Shark was confused why no one answered. She leaned in to see if anyone was inside. The next second, the door opened. Shark lost her balance and fell onto Calyx. Calyx apologized. I just wanted to open the door for you. Are you hurt? Shark Liz looked up and said, I'm fine, Calyx. I just lost my balance for a moment. At first glance at Calyx, Shark was a bit dazed. Does this man usually wear a monocle? Before she could finish speaking, the next second, due to their eye contact, Shark fell powerlessly into Calyx's arms. In the darkness, I had another new dream. Calyx questioned Shark if she really bought the deadly poison. Shark thought he was worried she might poison his lover, so he came to question her. Calyx was straightforward. He admitted, yes, I was so worried that I came here. So please don't use that poison. The more you say that, the more I want to use it. Actually, Calyx explained that he wasn't doing this for Ilian, but for her. But Shark Liz no longer believed him, because without him saying it, she knew how little he cared about her. You're treating me like a fool. You think just by saying a few words of concern, I'll smash the vial? How hypocritical. Your act is too fake. Shark Liz woke up again. This dream was also about content, not in the original work. When I fainted last time, I saw these scenes too. It's too clear to be just a dream. It's like peeking into someone's memories. Why do I keep having these dreams? Both dreams were different from the original work. I suddenly felt confused. Why am I having these dreams? How am I seeing these scenes? Since it's happened twice now, there must be something in common. But what concerns me most is something else. So please don't use that poison. His advice at that time. His appearance. It felt like he knew more about the Topolo flower than Shark Liz in the original work. I only know that the Topolo flower is an ingredient for making poison. Originally, Shark Liz wanted to use it to poison Ilian. Does Calyx know about the Topolo flower too? Although I want to ask him now, suddenly bringing up the Topolo flower would be strange, right? I'll deal with Count Fiyunen's matter first, then pretend to learn about it by chance. Just as I thought of a strategy, Calyx came knocking on the door. Calyx's sudden visit made Shark Liz a bit flustered, because the room was in a mess right now. She tidied up for a while before opening the door to let Calyx in. Calyx said, actually, I didn't know you were already awake. Sasha was insisting on staying by your side. I just left temporarily to comfort her. If I had known, I would have come later. As he was speaking, Shark Liz also noticed the towel and water nearby. Did he personally take care of me this time too? It's okay that I suddenly fainted. You must have been startled, right? More than being startled, I was worried. This is the second time you've fainted. Did this happen often before? Calyx suddenly turned his head to look at Shark Liz. Shark felt a bit awkward. Although it doesn't show, I'm very healthy. It's still better to get a checkup. By now, we should have reached Duke Leonta's place. It's better to have your family's personal doctor examine you. We also need to confirm if you're taking any medications regularly. Shark didn't know whether to thank him or not. Shark felt a bit of a headache. She could imagine her father's expression upon hearing the news. However, for nobles, it's essential to be examined by their family's personal doctor. Non-heir noble children are usually used as pawns by their families. Their greatest use is to marry other nobles, forming alliances between families. Therefore, the health condition of noble children is a major secret. If Leonta's personal doctor comes, it will surely cause gossip in the Grand Duke's mansion. There are too many eyes around. I'd better return to the Duke's mansion myself. Calyx suddenly leaned in closer. You're right. It's better if you return to the Duke's mansion today. I think so too. As she looked up, their eyes met again. The vision of predicting the future unfolded once more. With my seemingly frail hands, I gripped his shoulders tightly. Even if it's the Leontad Duke's daughter who killed a noble, she can't escape punishment, right? I don't care. Count Fiyunen immediately understood that a few words couldn't persuade this headstrong Duke's daughter. Before seeing what happened next, Calyx interrupted. Sharkless made an excuse. She said, I should tell Sasha before I go back. Then she quietly steered the conversation back. Shall we continue what we didn't finish earlier? Your health comes first now. You should rest for now. But Shark thought she had already rested long enough. Calyx suddenly gazed at me tenderly. I hope you can think more about yourself. The atmosphere between them intensified again. At the Leontad Duke's mansion, as soon as Shark returned home, she heard loud calls. Shark was already used to her father's reactions. Just like Sasha, he was crying and asking Shark where she felt unwell. Shark had to comfort her father first. Father, don't cry. I'm fine, see? Duke Leontad suddenly woke up. That's right, now is not the time to cry. He immediately turned serious. Quickly call the personal doctor over. Do all the examinations once. Sharkless felt this was making a mountain out of a molehill, but her father wouldn't listen. The examination began. At one point, her pulse seemed a bit faster than before. At another, her running speed seemed a bit slower than before. Miss, you seem to have lost weight recently. Your hair's luster has also decreased. Oh my, there seems to be a small crack near your fingernail. What should Sharkless do? Others might think there was something seriously wrong with her body. Soon, after completing all the examinations, the doctor walked in with a report. I'm sorry I have to say this. Everyone was already tense, and the doctor's pause made them hold their breath. The examination results show no abnormalities. Not only did Duke Leontad not believe this result, even the personal doctor was puzzled and wanted to do another examination. Sharkless didn't want to go through it again and quickly called for a stop. If she had to go through this every time she fainted, it would be better to come up with a plausible excuse. I don't think there's anything wrong with my body. Duke Leontad wanted to say something more, but Sharkless stood up and covered his mouth with her hand. She said to the doctor, I didn't want to mention this, but actually, there's a common point every time I faint. I always faint after meeting His Highness the Grand Duke. So I think. Shark very seriously held her father's hand and said, I think I've fallen in love with His Highness the Grand Duke again. Putting down the medicine bottle, it's late today. I've decided to stay overnight at the Duke's mansion. It's not that I find it troublesome to return to the Grand Duke's mansion. It's because I saw Father's pale face and felt a bit guilty. But I need to find a reason for my fainting quickly. The lantern spirit beast also appeared before her eyes, startling Sharkless. Spirit beast, why are you here? I tried to find Sasha this morning, but failed again. I felt something was off, so I followed your scent and came here. It's all because of that cursed Holy Grail. Shark was surprised. You mean the sacred object activated at the Grand Duke's mansion today? That's right. Is there a problem? Coincidentally, my first fainting spell was on the day the sacred object activated in front of the Emperor. And yesterday, when I fainted, the sacred object activated too. This is too much of a coincidence. But you're not in your stone form this time. I've grown a bit stronger, although it's still far from my original power. Anyway, until I regain my power, please take care of Sasha. Are you leaving so soon? I need to return to the lake before my power disappears. Take care until we meet again. What? You're talking as if something will happen to me. Suddenly feeling a chill down her spine, she turned around and stood up. I've felt this sensation before. This is the killing intent emanating from a watchful assassin. My name is Lycan. I am the personal maid of Duke Leontad's daughter. Although everyone might have forgotten who I am, I always follow behind Shark. Today I came with the Duke's daughter to stay overnight at Duke Leontad's mansion. This is my first time leaving the Grand Duke's mansion. Although I'm a bit nervous, to help the Duke's daughter rest well, I plan to do my best as a maid. Because I'm a professional maid, I sleep in the room next to the Duke's daughter. As I was lying down at night, I thought maybe the Duke's daughter isn't as cold as I imagined. From the Duke himself to the servants, everyone adores the Duke's daughter. I should quickly gain her trust too. Just as I was thinking this, there was a click and the door opened. Who is it? I screamed in fright. I waited for a while, but no one appeared. Did I hear wrong? It's so late, no one would come into my room, right? Maybe I'm just being oversensitive in an unfamiliar place. The next second, the Duke's daughter suddenly appeared on the bed. My heart was pounding in shock. People scaring people can really frighten one to death. Sharkless looked nonchalant. Just pretend I'm not here. Sleep well. Why are you just standing there? Quickly lie down. Miss, isn't your bedroom next door? I'm actually sleeping in the same bed as you. Should I sleep on the floor? Lycan couldn't sleep peacefully. Shark was thinking the assassin must have been following her since the Grand Duke's mansion. There were many opportunities to attack on the way, yet they chose to act in the most secure Duke's mansion. This means the incident must happen here. Hearing a click at the door, Shark told Lycan to close her eyes and pretend to sleep while she hid under the blanket. The assassin approached the bed, took out a sharp sword, and stepped forward ready to strike. "Blame the Grand Duke who sent you to Lienta," he said as he swung the sword down. Sharkless emerged from under the blanket and blocked the assassin's attack. The sword in hand fell with a clang. The assassin didn't expect the Duke's daughter to be here. Shark grabbed the assassin's collar. "You're not the only one who knows how to use your brain." She knocked the assassin down with a punch. "You came to cause trouble in my home without even this much awareness." It took Lycan a long time to realize that the Duke's daughter had saved her life. After a while, Noah casually entered, saying he heard a commotion. Actually, Shark had instructed Noah earlier to wait outside until everything was settled, then to enter naturally. Noah's first action upon entering was to pretend not to know what was going on. His acting skills were getting better, then to enter naturally. Noah's first action upon entering was to pretend not to know what was going on. His acting skills were getting better. Shark instructed, "First lock this man in the dungeon. Don't let him escape. We'll discuss the details later." Noah efficiently dragged the man to the dungeon. After everything was settled, Shark came to comfort the frightened Lycan, inviting her to sleep in her room. After the shock, Lycan felt like she had seen a hero. She instantly became fascinated with Shark Liz. Shark, however, found it strange. "Why is she so obediently following me? Is she that afraid of me?" From Shark's perspective, Lycan had just been attacked by an assassin and should be very nervous. "If it were me, I'd probably be too scared to sleep here." Lycan was already completely smitten with Shark. Even when the Duke's daughter held her hand, she found it very warm. The assassin was already tied up in the dungeon. Sharkless wanted to know what their plan was. If a maid from the Grand Duke's mansion was killed at Duke Lienta's place, it would create a rift between the two families. Consequently, they wouldn't focus as much on protecting the prince. Judging by his look, he had no intention of revealing the mastermind behind this. Sharkless handed him a note. "Go back and tell your people. Shark Liz. Lienta will definitely get to the bottom of this matter." She instructed Noah to take him out. The assassin gritted his teeth. "Duke Lienta's daughter, one day I will make you regret your arrogant attitude today." For several days after releasing the assassin, nothing happened. "Last time I lied to my father saying I had locked the assassin in the dungeon, but he escaped." Father couldn't say much, just assured that he would definitely catch the assassin and told Shark not to worry. Before returning to the Grand Duke's mansion, I gave Lycan a few days off with holiday pay, hoping she would keep this matter secret. After that, I read books with Sasha, played Jenga together, and went for walks in the courtyard. I was completely focused on playing with Sasha. Later, I noticed a letter on the chair. "Secret meeting at 9 o'clock after Sasha falls asleep. Looks like we need to do some real work today." In Calix's office, the atmosphere was a bit somber. Only 1 month left until that day. "Is everyone ready?" Sharkless was confused. What day were they referring to? After Calix nodded, Libin finally said, "That day is when Lady Sasha's annual birthday. We plan to celebrate it grandly. Everyone should have thought about what gifts to give, right? I'm giving banquet gloves decorated with sapphires. I'm giving a sapphire brooch. I'm giving a doll with sapphires." Everyone shared their ideas. This was a bit scary, but it's good that we discussed it together first. Otherwise, Sasha would look like a sapphire maniac. Libin was still proud, thinking sapphires were the most suitable for Sasha, because Sasha's eyes were like sapphires. Calix sighed helplessly. "In the future, we should discuss these things in advance. Everyone think again about what gifts to give Sasha. Report at the next meeting." As everyone left, they were still discussing what gifts to give Sasha. Only Sharkless stayed behind. Calix thought Shark might have something she needed. Shark also didn't know how to start. After a while, she hesitantly said, "Haven't we tried to foresee the future recently?" Calix explained, "After all, your health is the most important. You need to be healthy for Sasha to be happy." Shark felt a bit embarrassed. She was already very healthy. No need to mention this anymore. Moreover, this matter couldn't be put off any longer. Even if it's for Sasha, we need to foresee the future. So quickly, hold my hand. Calix, it's late at night now. I can't see the future through Calix, but I still have one future fragment I haven't told him. I seem to be trying to kill Count Fei Yunnan. Calyx took it seriously. He asked if it was necessary to kill him. Shark thought the Grand Duke was sometimes quite adorable. She smiled and explained that maybe she was just threatening him. There's one more thing. When I returned to Duke Lianta's mansion, an assassin came after me. Calyx seemed to stop breathing. He couldn't imagine what to do if something happened to Shark. He was a bit angry. How could you only tell me such an important thing now? Shark didn't expect Calyx's reaction to be so intense. Shark explained that she was waiting for the right moment, and that she had already sown the seeds. Let's go harvest them together. The next day, we came to the bustling area of the capital to buy Sasha's birthday gift. Although our real purpose was to lure out the assassin sent by Count Fei Yunnan, we needed an excuse to go out to avoid suspicion. I let that failed assassin go. He must be grinding his teeth in anger now. We need to lure that guy out quickly. We were supposed to be picking out Sasha's gift, but Calyx inadvertently led Shark to choose a dress. Shark was confused. She leaned close to Calyx. In a voice only they could hear, she said, "Aren't we supposed to buy Sasha's gift and catch the culprit?" Calyx put his arm around Shark's shoulders, looking somewhat affectionate. He wanted Shark to buy a dress first. "We haven't had a proper date since I accepted your proposal." The shop assistants gossiped upon seeing this. "Oh my, they're on a date. It seems the rumors are true. The Grand Duke really has fallen for the Duke's daughter." Seeing the discussion from afar, Shark finally understood. It seems he plans to use this opportunity to confirm the rumors of our engagement. I should play along. Shark wasn't good at this. She acted a bit stiffly, even secretly winking at Calyx, as if to say, "Did I do well?" Seeking praise. The Grand Duke was pleased. After all, she was his fiancée. He had no choice but to indulge her. The shop owner said, "It's our honor to showcase our dresses before the Duke's daughter. We've prepared high-end dresses that our tailors have put their utmost effort into making. They're meticulously crafted. First, let me introduce you to a dress that's easy to move in. This is a new item this season. It accentuates a woman's neckline." The shop owner kept introducing while observing their reactions. "How about wearing this dress for such an important day out on a date? These dresses will surely leave you both with beautiful memories." Before he finished introducing, Calyx noticed Shark frowning the whole time. He thought Shark wasn't satisfied. Upon hearing this, the shop owner froze. "So this dress didn't suit the Duke's daughter's taste. It's my fault for not being fully prepared. I'll bring new dresses right away." Shark was puzzled. "I didn't say I wasn't satisfied. Was my expression too serious?" She quickly comforted the self-doubting owner. "There's no need for that. I've heard this is the best dress shop in the empire. Indeed, from design to quality, everything is perfect." The owner was deeply moved. He didn't expect the noble Duke's daughter to be so understanding. Shark stood up to try on the dress, but she was stunned. "There are so many to try on." Calyx nodded in agreement. "You need to try on many to find the right dress." Then two shop assistants, one on each side, escorted Shark to try on the dresses. Sharkless tried to seek help from Calyx. He was smiling happily on the side. When the Duke's daughter came out after trying on, all she heard was, "Duke's daughter, you look so beautiful. It suits you perfectly." This dress has finally found its owner. Before long, Shark had tried on 8 dresses. She looked exhausted but still had to maintain a smile. "It's so nice to hear you say that." Calyx was also very satisfied, but he suggested trying on one more. Shark Liz was on the verge of collapse. "Another one to try on. Come on, Duke's daughter. It's the last one. Just a little more effort." Shark wore it, shaking her head, but the owner was very happy. Indeed, although it wasn't comfortable to wear, it looked very beautiful on her. At first, Calyx just thought it was nice. Later, he was so impressed that he stood up, gently took Shark's hand, and kissed it, praising, "You look very beautiful in it, Duke's daughter." The shop assistants were all very envious. "The Grand Duke is so romantic. You two are such a perfect match." So he was acting for others to see. "Ah, he scared me. I almost misunderstood again." The two walked out of the store. Calyx said, "You look good in the new dress. It's a shame to take it off. We can't deal with assassins in a new dress. Can we? I'll lure that guy out. Before I give the signal, please have the knights stand by." The two split up. An assassin in the darkness was observing their behavior. Following Shark Liz into an alley, he thought the Duke's daughter was too foolish to come to such a dark alley alone. "You were lucky that day and escaped. But today, you won't be so fortunate. Duke's daughter, just obediently die." He drew his sword, intending to kill the Duke's daughter. The next second, the Duke's daughter directly grabbed the assassin's wrist. "Can you kill someone like this?" Clang! The sword fell directly. "Damn Lianta, How can the Duke's daughter be so strong? The Duke's daughter picked up the fallen sword. Since it's come to this, I can't just let you leave. With one slash, the assassin fell to the ground. I'll say goodbye to your master for you. At this moment, Calyx dared to come over and praise Shark Liz. You hit a vital point with one strike. I didn't know your swordsmanship was so good. Well, everyone has a secret unknown to others. But we still need to be careful. We can't let strange rumors spread about our first date. Shark looked at the bloodstains on her clothes. She thought she was going to be scolded. The gentle Calyx thoughtfully draped his own coat over Shark. Fortunately, you're all right. Meanwhile, Count Fiyunin was talking with a mysterious person. Learning that the Count had sent another assassin, he demanded that this time the job must be done properly. The previous failure had already been overlooked. This time there must be no problems. Otherwise, you know the consequences. The next day, Count Fiyunin waited anxiously at home for news. He thought, if this fails too, I'm really done for. Urgent knocking came from the main door, along with frantic calls. Master! Master! The noise made Count Fiyunin even more irritated. So noisy. What's the matter? I've said many times, unless it's important, don't disturb me. Before Count Fiyunin could open the door, there was a loud bang. What's going on? Sharkless walked out from behind the door. I heard you sent assassins to kill me. How disappointing. What great error have I committed? Have I offended you? Did you receive the note I had someone deliver to you? I wonder if he passed it on. Count Fiyunin, even when exposed, refused to admit it, pretending to be deaf and dumb. At this moment, the Count's butler brought in tea. As the butler passed by Count Fiyunin, their eyes met in a silent exchange. Count Fiyunin personally introduced. This is tea airship from the south. He poured a full cup especially for the Duke's daughter. He handed it to Shark Liz, pretending to say, you should like it. Shark Liz immediately saw that the tea was poisoned, and not by smearing poison on the cup, but by tampering with the tea leaves. He poured himself a cup too. That cup probably didn't contain lethal poison, or he had an antidote on hand. The Duke's daughter said, I'm sorry, but in the Leontov family, we have a custom before drinking tea. It's not a difficult task. The butler picked up Shark Liz's teacup. He gulped it down. Now you've confirmed there's nothing wrong with the tea, right? Then please try it. Not yet. Let's wait a bit longer. Time ticked by slowly. Count Fiyunin grew increasingly nervous. The butler who drank the poison began to stagger. Finally, he collapsed. He's not dead. Is it a poison that causes unconsciousness? Count Fiyunin frantically explained. It's not like that. This is a misunderstanding. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, I will investigate thoroughly from now on. That guy kept his mouth shut until the end, saying he knew nothing. When I asked him who the mastermind was, his whole demeanor changed. Even his eyes looked different. Something feels off. Has that person already tampered with him? But how did he do it? The Grand Duke suddenly appeared from the corner. Did you teach Count Fiyunin a lesson? Your Highness, why are you here? Wait, you knew all along? Of course, you've been waiting since yesterday for daybreak, looking like you wanted to deal with him immediately. But why do you look so exhausted? Because I gained nothing. I only got this thing from the Count. When I returned, Count Fiyunin suddenly offered me tea. It seemed to be poisoned. I had the Count's butler drink a cup first. As a result, he collapsed after 3 hours. Although it still needs detailed investigation, it should be the same poison used on Marquis Ronatus. This poison, though deadly, must be injected periodically. It's troublesome, but the advantage is that it can be timed to take effect. After hearing Calyx's explanation, Shark felt strange. As far as I know, Topal poison is extremely lethal. Drinking it would cause immediate death. Even if diluted, it could achieve the desired result. Could this be a new poison improved by the Empress? If Count Fiyunin got the poison from the Empress, then this matter might be related to her. If we can trace the source of this poison, we'll know who's targeting Sasha. Do you find anyone particularly suspicious? The Grand Duke said there were indeed a few, but they were all just guesses. In that case, I think we should first use Count Fiyunin to spread the news. Let everyone know about the Count's assassination attempt on me. This way, the Count will become the center of attention. We must act quickly to prevent those guys from killing the Count to silence him. The Grand Duke understood. So that's why you went to the Count's mansion early this morning. I'll follow your arrangements. Let me know if you need anything. This appearance was so cool. No wonder Shark Liz in the original work was so obsessed with him. Seeing herself about to fall for him too, Shark slapped herself hard to stay alert. With flushed cheeks, to avoid the Grand Duke noticing, she put on a serious expression and said, I just had a strange thought. I'm going back to rest now. She turned and quickly fled. But strangely, But strangely, when she made eye contact with Calyx today, she didn't foresee the future. A few days later, it was time to visit the Empress. Xiaoyu brought Sasha to pay respects to the Empress at the palace. Sasha was smiling brightly, hugging the doll Xiaoyu had given her. The weather was also nice. It would have been great to go out and play with Sasha, but if they didn't visit the Empress for too long, it would arouse suspicion. At this time, I didn't know that on this day, I would hear shocking news from the Empress. The Empress told her she had recently become pregnant. She also asked Shark to keep it a secret for a while. Not long ago, in the Empress's palace, the Empress greeted them warmly. Duke's daughter and precious nephew, it's been a while. Precious nephew, how have you been? Your birthday is coming up. I wanted to ask if there's any gift you'd like. I called you here to see you and also to give an engagement gift to the Duke's daughter. Shark didn't dare accept a gift from the Empress. Who knows what harmful things might be inside? She politely declined the Empress's kindness. During the conversation, the Empress finally revealed her purpose. She somehow knew that Shark had recently encountered some unpleasant events. Shark was stunned. She must have called me here because of Count Fiyunen's matter. She wants to probe if I know who the mastermind is. To avoid being discovered by the Empress, Shark pretended to say, I heard the criminal was imprisoned in the royal dungeon, which made me feel much more at ease. Because of that, I was able to stay at the Grand Mansion for a longer time. That's not bad. It seems that no matter how good a gift I give Sasha for her birthday this year, it can only be second best. Because the best gift is that the Duke's daughter will soon become Sasha's family. Hearing that Shark would soon become family, Sasha's face was beaming with joy. The Empress continued, but you should like the second gift too. She stroked her belly. After all, the birth of a new family member is a joyous occasion. Shark looked at the Empress, not daring to believe her guess. The Empress said directly, you're right. I recently became pregnant. This is something I've been waiting for. A child I've finally conceived after much difficulty. Shark bowed. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The Empress said to Sasha, although it's not your real brother, I still ask for your care. The innocent Sasha said it was no problem. Hearing you say that puts me at ease. Because there aren't many playmates of the same age in the royal family. I was worried this child would be very lonely. This must be what it feels like to be a mother. I've only told you about this for now. Can you keep it a secret for a while? Shark felt uneasy. What scheme was the Empress plotting now? As soon as they returned to the Grand Mansion, Shark prepared to predict the future again with the Grand Duke, and to tell Calyx about the Empress's pregnancy. Maybe that's why I saw the Empress's future. Although there wasn't any important information, Calyx nodded and asked, the Empress is skilled at using drugs, right? Shark Liz was surprised. I didn't expect your understanding of the Empress to be deeper than I thought. Calyx said, because I had information I wanted to know, I started investigating everything about her one by one. Later, even things I didn't want to know would reach my ears. Keep this a secret for me. He then started showing his charming smile to Shark again. Shark turned away, unable to bear it. Why does this man keep smiling at me? What reward do I get for keeping your secret? Calyx couldn't tell Shark was joking and felt a bit bitter. We're so close now. Do we still need to be so calculative? It feels like I'm the only one using wish coupons. Shark turned back to argue and bumped right into Calyx. The glove on her hand also fell off. Seeing Shark looking a bit unhappy, he said he was just joking and helped pick up her glove. If you want anything, you can always tell me. The next day, Sharkless came to see Rodante again. Shark greeted him while drinking coffee, not saying a word, just staring straight at Rodante. He suddenly came to find me, but doesn't say anything. What's going on? Is he waiting for me to confess? I have a secret I don't want others to know. That is, I have holy power and I use this power to illegally produce and sell holy water. Since childhood, I didn't even know who my mother was. I only knew I was the illegitimate child of a marquis family. Because I had golden hair and was a boy, I was brought into the domain castle like that. The castle mistress thought I looked a lot like the Lord. When I was young, she took me in as a son. Every day, she kept me locked in a cage. Living in the castle was more painful than being on the streets. One day, I couldn't take it anymore. This castle, sharp as a sword tip, I fled as fast as I could. However, I met my sister there. After that, we often met and chatted in the courtyard. At that time, I learned that if I got admitted as the top student, the academy would waive the tuition. I had a dream of escaping this castle with my sister. However, just a month before the academy exam, my sister disappeared. The castle mistress, who was my mother in name, threw me one of my sister's shoes and told me my sister would never come back. I started spending money to search for clues about my sister everywhere. The cost was too high, and the clues were too few. It was a bit difficult. I wanted to find my missing sister, but I needed money to buy information. As I was pondering how to make big money at such a young age, I accidentally discovered that I possessed holy power. As I ran all over the place, I often heard about Duke Leontaz's daughter, but those things had nothing to do with me. After all, such a noble family couldn't possibly be connected to an orphan like me. However, fate is so coincidental. Duke Leontaz's daughter actually arranged for me to work at the Leontad Chamber of Commerce. Duke Leontaz's daughter wouldn't help others casually. Could it be that she discovered my illegal production of holy water? I must have slipped up somewhere. But strangely, she hasn't confronted me about this matter since then. Is she waiting to gather concrete evidence before speaking? Should I take the initiative to confess? At this moment, Shark spoke. You seem to be doing well. I'll be going now. By the way, it's best to be careful these days. Don't do anything dangerous. Stay safe. Rodante became alert. Could this be a silent warning for me not to act rashly? Shark walked out of the Chamber of Commerce, feeling relieved. I finally saw the future through Rodante as well. It seems Rodante's cycle is just a bit longer than Calyx's, but I've always found it strange. It's as if someone deliberately let me see the future for a specific purpose. Why make me see such a future? Although I don't know if it's simply to make me save Rodante or to teach me how to gain Rodante's trust, I'll save Rodante first anyway. As expected, Rodante got into trouble again while selling holy water. Rodante was locked in a narrow space. I regret being so careless. How much effort did I put into avoiding those slave traders before? Was I too hasty? I was so focused on finding my sister before the illegal holy water sales were discovered. I ignored the person who struck from behind. The result of being too hasty is that I've brought trouble upon myself. Rodante raised his head. The carriage was moving smoothly. It felt like being confined on a well-maintained road. They should still be in the capital. The next second, the carriage braked sharply. No way. Could we have arrived so quickly? I must find a way to escape no matter what. Rodante began to forcefully pry at the nailed wooden boards. He had to run away before being discovered. Rodante pleaded, "Please, God, please help me just this once. This small wish of mine shouldn't be considered greedy, right? I just want to live in a safe home with my sister, to have an ordinary life." Before he could open the wooden board, light streamed into the carriage. But it wasn't bad people. It was Duke Leontad. Shark and Liz reached out their hands to Rodante. "Didn't I tell you to be careful these days?" Rodante found it strange. How did she know he was in trouble? Shark explained, "While you're working at the Leontad Chamber of Commerce, I am your guardian." Seeing this, Rodante felt relieved and got out of the carriage. He took Shark's hand. Shark thought, "I almost lost Rodante right before my eyes. I specifically warned him to be careful. I didn't expect him to sell illegal holy water even more blatantly. What if I can no longer foresee the future? What's more infuriating is that those slave traders are still so rampant." Rodante was very grateful that Shark saved him. Shark joked, "Which thing are you apologizing for? For me saving you? For arranging you to work at the Chamber of Commerce? Or for knowing you broke the law but not pursuing it?" Rodante's guess was correct. Shark had known about his holy water selling for a long time, but hearing Shark say it out loud still surprised him. "Since you know you should thank me, then tell me the real reason why you keep breaking the law. The more grateful you are, the more detailed you should be." Rodante was a bit scared, but still stuttered out an explanation. "I have a sister who went missing when I was young. To commission the Information Guild to find her whereabouts, I need a lot of money. The only way I could make money was by selling illegal holy water. So after you find your sister, you won't do this anymore, right?" Shark felt a bit helpless, but could only do this to prevent you from breaking the law again. "I must keep you by my side for the near future. The surveillance shouldn't take too long, because Leontaz's knights will find your sister soon. If those knights don't find her quickly, they're in trouble. Because everyone who makes me angry should be punished. So before then, you'll just stay obediently at the Duke's mansion. Rodante was truly very grateful to Shark for this. Not only did she save him, but she was also going to help him find his sister. After sending Rodante back to the Duke's mansion, there was a secret meeting waiting for me at the Grand Duke's mansion. Calyx decided to split Sasha's birthday into 2 days. On her actual birthday, she would spend it with family at the Grand Duke's mansion. The next day would be the public birthday party. Then came the most important matter: what birthday gift everyone would give Sasha. Calyx was the first to state, "I plan to give Sasha a custom-made fairy tale book." Everyone thought the Grand Duke's idea was a good one. Sasha would definitely like it. Shark, reminded by this, suddenly realized she had forgotten to prepare a birthday gift for Sasha. Everyone shared their ideas. Some would give her new dolls, others party gloves. Shark suddenly realized this is the same as what everyone said last time, just without the sapphire. However, to deal with Count Fei Yunnan and Rodante's matters, I didn't have time to think about what gift to give. Shark was a bit overwhelmed. She wondered if it was too late to prepare now, but she still had to grit her teeth. She must give Sasha a gift she would love. Even if it meant mobilizing everyone, she would spare no effort. The next day, since Shark didn't have many friends, she only invited a few people. However, everyone thought Shark had only invited them. It had been a long time since they attended such a small gathering. Shark felt that even with few people, they should be able to help. She thanked them for coming and explained the reason for inviting them was to discuss what birthday gift to give Sasha. Everyone was surprised. A gift for the prince? I don't know if I can be of help. They first asked Shark what she had originally planned to give. But when Shark said she was going to give a huge sapphire, it shocked them all. They didn't expect the Duke's daughter to have such poor taste, but they couldn't say it directly. They could only hint subtly that the gift was too extravagant and the prince probably wouldn't like it. Why don't we ask the prince what he wants? When I was young, I loved music boxes. So every birthday, I looked forward to receiving a music box as a gift. If I didn't get the gift I wanted, I would be very sad. That's why I think we can directly ask him if there's anything he wants. Everyone applauded in agreement, thinking Ilian had a good idea. They all offered suggestions, telling Shark how to subtly probe. You must have had something you wanted as a child too, right? Shark didn't know how to answer their question, and just said she couldn't remember much from her childhood. Following everyone's advice, Shark went to Sasha's bedroom. Sasha was playing alone. Seeing Shark approach, she happily ran over. Shark asked Sasha, "Is there anything you want?" To avoid Sasha's suspicion, she hurriedly explained that she just wanted to know her preferences. She also mentioned that she liked gems as gifts, and it wasn't just because they were expensive. So Sasha, what do you like? Sasha thought seriously, a bit nervous, fidgeting with her hands. I've never received a gift before. I think I'd be happy with anything. Because gifts contain the giver's feelings, right? Shark hugged Sasha. How can even your thoughts be so lovable? Gifts contain the giver's feelings. How can you have such a mature thought? For a moment, she felt sorry for Sasha again. She became more determined to give Sasha her favorite gift, even if she had to learn it through future visions. Just then, the Grand Duke came to find Shark. Their appointed time had arrived. Speak of the devil. She told Sasha to play by herself for a while. I'll talk to the Grand Duke for a bit and come back. Sasha stood alone, thinking of her good friend. She wanted most to see her long-lost friend. On the side, Shark and Calyx were about to meet again. After spending so much time together, Shark had a feeling. I think I've gotten used to holding hands with Calyx. When I first recalled the original content, I never thought there would be a day like this. Images began to appear before her eyes. He was badly injured. Libin called out to Calyx in a trembling voice. Calyx had deliberately leaked information that he was searching for a certain holy relic. This led to this result. Shark felt dizzy, so these guys were still eyeing Sasha. Although Count Fiyunan's plan had failed, it was expected that the future would change somewhat. It's like I saw something I shouldn't have seen. Seeing that Shark seemed a bit off, Calyx quickly asked. Shark hesitated for a moment before saying, I saw an image of the Grand Duke being injured. You seem to have deliberately leaked information about a holy relic. Calyx was pleased. It seemed his plan had succeeded. Isn't Sasha's birthday coming up soon? To be prepared for anything, we need to be fully prepared. Calyx took out a small box. This holy relic allows two wearers to exchange fates when their lives are in danger. It seems I must have used this thing. Sasha wouldn't want to see this outcome on her birthday. I should give it to her quickly. Shark finally understood, so it was something that would happen soon. That place seemed crowded. Could it be that they would be attacked on Sasha's birthday party? But how could that be? The palace is heavily guarded. It should be impossible to break in recklessly. Calyx, wait, what kind of attack did Sasha suffer? Shark thought of black magic. It's an evil art that requires a price to activate. Since magic is based on the caster's power, as long as the caster is alive, it will continue to take effect. But black magic is one-time use. The caster leaves no trace and is hard to track. If the caster uses black magic, they can launch an attack without entering the party venue. Calyx must have known this, and that's why he sought this magical item. Come to think of it, when young Master Bane was sick, something was off too. Although he said the music box was given by Count Bolton, he couldn't remember the process of receiving it. On the day of the birthday party, it's better to check young Master Bane's condition again. Your Highness, please be careful. Calyx wasn't worried at all. He even thought it sounded like a murder announcement. Shark got angry for a moment and said, I'm not joking. You must be careful. Shark cared so much about him. Calyx said, Thank you, Shark. I will be careful. That night, Shark thought for a long time. She communicated remotely with Noah, still believing they would use black magic. Indeed, it's possible. However, this makes it unlikely that the Queen is behind this. For the Queen, she despises black magic. She considers it unworthy of being called magic. At best, it's just a spell. Shark thought it made sense. In the original story, I never saw the Queen use black magic either, although she should have some knowledge of it. Noah also reported one thing. We figured out the appearance and clothing of Rodante's sister. Finding her should just be a matter of time. Really? Shark was just wondering what Rodante's sister looked like. Sasha stood at the door holding a book. She asked, Lady Shark, may I come in? Seeing it was Sasha, she quickly ended the call and let Sasha in. Sasha in her pajamas was just too cute. She didn't mind at all that Sasha had interrupted. Sasha hugged a book and said, I want to read this book with you. The Little Brave Knight and the Valiant Princess. Sasha seemed to really like this book. I don't know if I can read it as interestingly as the Grand Duke, but I'll try my best. Sasha quickly said, Don't say that. I'm just happy that Lady Shark is willing to read to me. That's enough to make me happy. Sasha was really thoughtful and well-spoken. How could anyone want to hurt such a kind child? Whoever it is, if they dare to harm Sasha, I will never forgive them. Sasha sat quietly next to Shark, listening to her tell the story. Time passed day by day like this. Soon it was Sasha's birthday. The whole palace was filled with a festive atmosphere. Everyone was busy preparing for Sasha's birthday. Libin even prepared balloons specially, though he was a bit worried Sasha might not like them. Several people stood quietly at the doorway waiting for Sasha to arrive, wanting to give him a surprise. The moment Sasha entered, everyone wished Sasha a happy birthday. Sasha was so touched he didn't know what to do. He said, I haven't prepared anything. Shark gently comforted him. It's okay, Sasha. The birthday person doesn't need to prepare anything. Lord Sasha, this is a birthday cake specially made by the head chef. We'll sing the birthday song for you. After the song, you can blow out the candles. Sasha was very touched. Everyone was sending their blessings for his birthday. After singing the song, Sasha made a wish and blew out the candles. Then it was time to give presents. But then they heard soft sobbing. Sasha was saying, Thank you all so much. Everyone was surprised. Although he seemed mature, he was still a child. Shark came to Sasha's side and gently comforted him. Don't cry, Sasha. I hope Sasha can be happy. Of course, everyone hopes the same. Calyx beside them hugged Sasha. Sasha felt a bit embarrassed, thinking he had cried for too long. He whispered in Calyx's ear, I said I would be a good big brother. Big brother shouldn't cry. What should I do? Calyx was also amused. He said, Then I'll keep this a secret for you. I'll tell the servants not to mention it either. With that, Sasha had nothing to worry about. A bright smile appeared on his face. Next came the gift-giving session. Everyone wanted to show off their gifts. You'll be overjoyed when you receive my gift. Shark wasn't to be outdone. You'll faint from surprise when you get mine. Everyone opened their gifts and placed them in front of Sasha. Sasha was so excited. Calyx specially introduced his gift, a fairy tale book specially created for Sasha by the author of The Little Brave Knight and the Valiant Princess. Libin also presented his carefully prepared sapphire and asked, Lord Sasha, which gift do you like the most? Considering everyone's feelings, Sasha indicated that he liked them all. If I have to say, I'll start with my second favorite. That would be the cute prince. May be happy forever. This really disappointed Calyx. The gift he had prepared so carefully was only the second favorite. Shark was even more heartbroken. Her gift only ranked third. The fourth place was these gloves. Sasha thought they fit his hand size very well. Next would be the announcement of the first and fifth places. Unexpectedly, Shark and Calyx were in sync, suggesting it was better not to continue the rankings. Sasha felt that the two of them seemed to be becoming more and more alike. They say couples start to resemble each other. Is it because of this? On the evening before Sasha's birthday, both of them were looking forward to the next day's party. After putting Sasha to bed, Shark carefully left the room. As soon as she stepped out, she ran into the Grand Duke who was waiting. He didn't want to disturb their time together, considering it very precious. Shark felt a bit helpless, but didn't say much. They both noticed it had started snowing outside, which Shark really liked. But that's because there's no winter in Lianta territory, and I've been living in the territory for the past 6 months. Calyx looked at Sharkless lovingly and said, "Thank you, Duke's daughter. Thanks to you, Sasha can have a happy birthday. I want to celebrate his birthday every year from now on, to make up for the past few years." The loving gaze made Shark think this person was dangerous. At this rate, she might really fall in love with him. However, even at this moment, we are steadily moving towards destruction, as if warning me not to be delusional. On Sasha's birthday, which was also the day of the ball, the venue was decorated beautifully and warmly, catering to the prince's preferences. Then Shark, Sasha, and Calyx made their entrance together. The noble children all came to greet Sasha, wanting to become good friends with him. Shark became the center of discussion. That arrogant and domineering daughter of Duke Lianta has finally achieved her wish. Given that today was Sasha's day, Shark held back from reacting. She couldn't let these people ruin this birthday party. Calyx gave a speech. "Thank you all for gathering here to celebrate Sasha's birthday. I hope everyone can fully enjoy this party. The temple envoy, to celebrate the prince's birthday, will also offer blessings to His Highness. His Majesty the Emperor, to celebrate the prince's birthday, has also brought many gifts." Calyx was a bit surprised that his brother would care so much about Sasha's birthday, but still expressed his gratitude. Watching all this from afar, Shark swirled her wine glass. "If we were to check everything inside, it would probably take quite some time. Since we've received gifts, if any guests present have prepared gifts for Sasha, please bring them forward now." The noble children, at their parents' urging, shyly went up with their gifts. The room became noisy as the children lined up to give their gifts. An adorable little girl presented her prepared gift to Sasha. Lucas and Bane also sincerely wished Sasha a happy birthday. Sasha was happy to receive the gifts and said to Lucas, "Thank you, young Master Bane." Bane felt guilty. "The prince is so kind to me, and I actually accused him of being an imposter before. A few months ago, he had been instigated by others. Due to his weak character, he thought he had to teach Sasha a lesson, for his father to feel at ease, to entrust him with managing the Bane family territory, an important northern stronghold. So at that time, he had led people to bully Sasha. Realizing his mistake, Bane sincerely bowed his head and apologized. "Thank you, and I'm very sorry." Shark, standing nearby, felt gratified. Indeed, children can quickly make up with each other. Lucas's mother approached Shark. "Duke's daughter, thank you. I heard it was because of your help that Lucas was invited." Shark was surprised how she knew. However, she had invited him to check for any traces of black magic. For Shark's help, Lucas's mother stated, "The Bane family will never forget others' kindness. Whenever you need the Bane family's help, please don't hesitate to ask." Since she said so, Shark agreed. She would definitely seek their help in the future. At the same time, she didn't detect any traces of black magic on Lucas. As the two were engrossed in conversation, Duke Lianta arrived. He enthusiastically greeted Duke Bane, but Duke Bane seemed reluctant to engage. To avoid awkwardness, Shark immediately excused herself. She quickly pulled Duke Lianta away. Shark was concerned about Rodante's sister's issue. She asked, "Still haven't found Rodante's sister?" Duke Lianta replied, "I thought we'd find her in about 2 days, but it seems she's not in the capital. It might take a bit more time." Shark wanted to know the child's characteristics. She hadn't heard earlier because Sasha had interrupted. Duke Lianta described, "She has light gray hair and black pupils. She's 9 years old but small in stature, looking younger than her age. This description reminded Shark of Angela. She was about to tell Noah that she knew who the child was. Noah was surprised by this, while Duke Leontal looked proud. Suddenly, Shark sensed an eerie presence. Feeling uneasy, she looked around. Just in case, she said, "Father, you should return to the party. I have something to do." "I understand. If anything happens, call Noah." Shark told Noah. It seems my guess was right. Noah was also surprised. What does this mean? Could it be black magic? The next moment, Shark felt unwell. Sure enough, they were trying to attack Sasha through Calyx. Shark took off her glove, revealing the ring that should have been on Calyx's hand. The night before, she had been asking the divine beast if it could nullify black magic. It was indeed possible, but doing so would completely erase all traces of black magic. Without traces, it would be impossible to find who cast the black magic. The divine beast was worried. "You're not planning to do something dangerous, are you?" Faced with the divine beast questioning, Shark had no choice but to lie. Only then did the divine beast leave reassured. Shark opened the box. As expected, Calyx hadn't given the ring to Sasha. He was wearing it himself. Calyx deliberately leaked information about searching for holy relics. He also intentionally wore the ring everywhere, letting everyone know he had found a holy relic. He did all this to make the assassins target him instead of Sasha. So in the future I saw, that's why Calyx looked like that. Although I apologize to His Highness for this, I don't want to see him hurt. So Shark put the ring on her own hand. I always feel that this time I must protect Sasha and His Highness. Blood trickled from Shark's mouth. Her body staggered forward. Fortunately, she had prepared for this. After a few steps, she collapsed into Noah's arms, looking very serious. Seeing Shark bleeding profusely, Noah was so anxious he wanted to return to the banquet to get help from the Grand Duke. He couldn't bear to lose her. Using all her strength, Shark grabbed Noah's sleeve and said, "We can't do that. It might ruin Sasha's first birthday party. Her birthday should be a happy day." The next moment, Calyx, who came looking for Shark, stopped in his tracks. "Shark Leslienta, how did you get hurt?" Shark coughed twice, feeling her vision becoming increasingly blurry. Finally, she passed out completely. Noah remembered calling out continuously, but it had no effect. Calyx crouched down and picked up Shark. Noah watched their retreating figures. He clenched his fists and quickly followed. Shark lay weakly on the bed, her bleeding condition very serious. Libin wanted to call for a priest to heal her. Calyx shook his head and refused. "We can't call a priest. There might be the Queen's people among them. First, go check if there's a way to privately obtain holy water." Meanwhile, Libin reported on the situation at the banquet. "It's proceeding as usual. No one has noticed anything unusual. It's almost over now, and the guests are about to leave. Also, we traced the location, but found no black magicians. No one left their seats at the banquet either. However, we can use the holy relic to trace backwards. We'll definitely find the culprit." Calyx's face darkened. She must be in a lot of pain. Why did she do such a reckless thing? Libin explained, "It must be because she was worried about you, my lord. Even if she doesn't love you, given your relationship, it's normal for her to be concerned about you." Calyx didn't quite understand. "The Duke's daughter clearly doesn't love me. Why is she so worried about me? The more powerful people are, the more lustful they tend to be. After all, the more power one has, the more women one can possess. This leads to a lot of gossip. No matter what, there should be a limit. Fortunately, there are only 3 heirs who can inherit the throne. One of the heirs is the child of a dancer. One day, the emperor noticed a dancer. Unfortunately, that dancer became pregnant with the emperor's child. However, after the dancer moved into the separate palace where the imperial consorts lived, she never saw the emperor again. Even so, her personality remained lively and cheerful. Calyx, there are many interesting things in this vast world. I wish I could take you to see them with your own eyes someday." However, this child understood. Although his mother loved him very much, she also loved freedom just as much. "Calyx, I love you. Mom truly loves you. You must never forget this." Actually, after Mom left, Calyx woke up. If she was going to leave, it would have been better to say she didn't love me. Even so, Calyx still prayed for his mother's happiness. However, her escape plan ended in tragedy. Not a single knight remembered this imperial consort who had been banished to the cold palace. She was treated as an intruder. When the emperor saw the intruder, he only said, "Not bad looking." The emperor clicked his tongue, expressing a sigh. The imperial palace returned to calm as if nothing had happened. Until 3 years ago, when the emperor passed away due to cardiopulmonary paralysis. The exceptionally capable crown prince, who was guarded against by the late emperor, was sent to the battlefield at the age of 15. He only returned now. To the crown prince, I was just a stumbling block. It seemed I was about to lose my life, just like my mother. Unexpectedly, the crown prince gently patted my back, embraced me, and apologized for everything. Calix found it strange that he suddenly apologized. What a strange person. Soon after, my older brother became the new emperor. However, after the former empress left, my brother's health began to deteriorate. In the end, he left a will to protect that child at all costs, and then passed away. Therefore, I would not hesitate to sacrifice my life if necessary. My brother's blue hair is deeply etched in my memory. Perhaps because of this, I often went for walks in the Blue Rose Garden before that. However, it was there that I first saw Sasha and Liz. Our fate began to unfold from that moment. From then on, I encountered the Duke's daughter more and more often. Once, twice, 3 times after that, we met a few more times. Then I realized the Duke's daughter's gaze was always fixed on me. At some point, for the Duke's daughter, who could easily obtain anything she wanted, I became the only thing she couldn't have. The Duke's daughter started doing some excessive things to get my attention. I knew she was throwing tantrums again. Actually, as others said, I could just coldly brush her off. However, strangely enough, I couldn't bring myself to do that to her. But I also couldn't respond to her feelings. You might as well say you hate me, that you find me terrifying. Then I would never appear before you again. Duke's daughter, I'm very worried about you. Such a simple phrase, yet I never managed to say it. Until now, I have so many things I want to tell you. I've also thought about making you sign a contract, promising never to do such dangerous things again. But you probably wouldn't listen to others anyway. Sasha Liz, how I wish you truly loved me. Libin from the Lienta Commerce rushed here to find Rodante. I hope everyone else can leave for a moment. I have something I want to discuss with Rodante alone. Please speak. Duke's daughter. What happened? Miss Shark Liz is severely injured. It seems she was attacked by black magic. We don't know who launched the attack yet. We must act privately. But if we go outside to seek holy water at this time, this matter will surely spread throughout the empire. Duke's daughter Rodante, we need your help. You're the only one who can save our lord now. Rodante gritted her teeth. Take me to the Duke's daughter right away. At the Grand Duke Eluigin's mansion, people from the Lienta Duke's family came to visit. Noah respectfully bowed to Calix. I was in a hurry this morning and didn't have time to greet you. My name is Noah, Your Highness. The Grand Duke had heard about him long ago. He had heard that the Empress had taken in a commoner who had not yet been knighted. You were also present when the Duke's daughter fainted, weren't you? Is this just a mere coincidence? Noah's heart skipped a beat. He understood the Grand Duke's suspicion. But I have nothing to do with this. From the day my lord took me in, I vowed to serve him with my life. So please let me treat my lord. Calix was also at a loss. Without holy water, how could they treat the Duke's daughter? Noah explained that a while ago, the Duke's daughter had saved a child who could use holy power. Rodante said, although I've never used holy power to save someone, I'll do my best to try. Rodante was very nervous. After taking a few deep breaths, she extended her hand to begin the healing process. The entire room filled with a brilliant light. Rodante silently prayed, please, please let this work. After it ended, Calix quickly inquired about the situation. Is Sharkless all right? To this, Rodante said they still needed to continue observing. But clearly, Sharkless's hand was showing some response. Rodante's holy power was having an effect. Under Rodante's treatment, Sharkless finally woke up. Calix anxiously asked, are you dizzy? Is your breathing okay? If anything hurts, tell me. If needed, we'll treat you again. Wait, Calix. Calm down. I'm really fine. Calix then realized he had been overly anxious. After calming down, he gently kissed Shark's hair. I fully support you, Shark. Do whatever you want to do. I'll be by your side to protect you. Surprised that Calix would do such a thing, Shark's face immediately turned bright red. Noah, watching them from afar, clenched his fists, feeling somewhat resentful. Meanwhile, the person who used black magic was in disbelief. What's going on? Why is that prince still alive? It seems that Eluigin, that arrogant guy, interfered. To prevent the prince from being attacked, he wore the ring himself. But it's also strange. In that case, the person attacked by black magic should have been the Grand Duke. Since the Grand Duke is fine, there must be another person who wore the ring. But currently, no doctors or priests have entered or left the Grand Duke's place. They must have obtained illegal holy water. Go find those merchants selling illegal holy water. Report any possible leads to me. Don't forget, if anything goes wrong with this matter, that person will never forgive you. After the person in black left, still not feeling at ease, they decided to take matters into their own hands. A few days later at the Grand Duke's, Sharkless moved her body. She felt she had recovered quite well. However, even so, they kept staring at me. Shark felt helpless. You keep staring at me like this, making me feel like I should be pretending to be sick. Kalix said seriously. Shark Liz, of course, were worried. Because you're a patient. Sasha also raised his little hand in agreement. You don't take your health seriously enough. If I were a doctor, I'd definitely make you undergo treatment again. Then rest well in bed. Shark sighed softly. I got it. I'll pretend to be sick and rest well. Is that okay? Shark Liz, do you find us annoying? Shark was startled for a moment, not knowing how to explain. She hurriedly pushed these two out. You all go out. I'll start resting properly from now on. She exhaled deeply. Finally, it was quiet. As the surroundings quieted down, the dream from yesterday became clearer. During the period when I fainted and lost consciousness, I had another dream. In the dream, Kalix said, I never wanted you to get hurt. Promise me you won't do this again, Shark Liz. Please. Of all things, I had to see this scene in my dream. You look more worried about me than anyone else. Although this is impossible in reality. Come to think of it, it's strange. Why do I keep having these dreams? Although different from reality, yet incredibly real dreams. I've noticed that the common point in these instances is the holy object. The day I fainted, the day I met Kalix with the monocle, and this time when I was attacked, it's all the same. After I came into contact with the activated holy object, I lost consciousness. Then I had a dream. Shark murmured. Suddenly, her thoughts became clear. So, if I receive holy power and then see Kalix, I'll see scenes that weren't in the original work. Since new facts have occurred, let's deal with the pending matters. Find the communication device. Contact Noah. Shark found it a bit strange. Did a lot happen while I was unconscious? Why does he look so haggard? Shark expressed gratitude to Noah. Thank you. Fortunately, you brought Rodante. That's how I was able to overcome the danger. But Noah, I think I've met Rodante's sister. I hope we can find Rodante's sister and reunite them as soon as possible. It's been 4 hours since Rodante went to the Imperial Hospital. The purpose of this visit to the Imperial Hospital was to tell Rodante that Sasha had seen his sister before. But Rodante didn't quite believe it. Noah explained that the young lady had been to the Imperial Hospital several times to provide support. They must have met then. Rodante clenched his fists. If my sister is at the orphanage in the suburbs, could it be that the information guild didn't search properly? This isn't certain yet. Don't get your hopes up too high. Let's prepare to leave. Finally, they arrived in the suburbs. Although it might not be her, a sweet little girl's voice came from afar. Brother Rodante. Rodante stood frozen for a moment. Previously, the madam had hoped he would die soon, so she gave him the name of an angel, Angela. But I was so afraid he really became an angel. I feared that during these years we were separated. Angela was no longer in this world. Both were in tears. I'm sorry, Angela. I should have found you sooner. It's enough to just say you miss me too. Brother, is it because we didn't do anything wrong? The siblings were finally reunited. The next day, Rodante came as usual to treat Shark. Shark was grateful for Rodante's efforts. Similarly, Rodante was also thankful. Even though to outsiders, it seemed like the Duke's daughter was helping him one-sidedly. But now he understood. For 2 years, he had met countless informants, yet never obtained any clues about his sister. It turns out that even if commoners are paid, they can't obtain any information. I used to think that because I had nothing, it didn't matter if people looked down on me. But that's wrong. Someone like me, who has nothing, should push themselves even harder. No wonder he turns evil in the future. He's been looked down upon. If he loses his sister too, he'll surely break down even more. Sharkless quickly consoled him. How can you say you have nothing? You have me. I'll be your guardian. You're smart. After graduating from the academy, many places will want to hire you. Then you'll no longer be a commoner or an orphan. If anyone bullies you, come tell me. Shark thought, I don't want to see anyone around me turn evil. The Duke's daughter is truly a kind person. Shark felt she might be hard of hearing. Someone actually called her kind. It seems she needs to find a doctor for a checkup soon. After preventing Rodante from turning evil, it was time to meet Calyx and see the future again. Calyx was smiling, not knowing what kind of future they would see today. He hoped to learn about the origin of black magic. They quickly entered the prediction scene. Libin rushed in saying, My lord, I found traces of black magic. But that place. There was no next sentence. It stopped right at the crucial point. Seeing Shark cry, Calyx quickly asked. Shark felt uneasy. I didn't see an accurate future scene. It felt like there was a disconnection in the middle. I didn't see the truly important information. Anyway, how's the investigation of this incident going? The investigation isn't going as expected. Inside the banquet hall, no traces of black magic were found. Those people's target this time was also Sasha. It should be one of the forces opposing Sasha's succession to the throne. I heard Duke Linux is still bedridden due to health issues. Under the current regime, there are 3 factions that could benefit: the Emperor's nobles, merchants, and the temple. Although it's too early to conclude, an investigation is necessary. Calyx handed the drawings to Shark. Originally, the relationship between the royal family and the temple was very harmonious. They jointly safeguarded the empire's security. However, since the current pope fell into a coma, the temple has become corrupt at an alarming rate. The current emperor, lacking legitimacy, cannot restrain the temple. Just right, I've discovered someone deliberately delaying the schedule for electing a new pope. Shark Liz was a bit worried. Could it be even His Holiness the Pope was poisoned by the topal flower? Calyx was also unsure about this matter. Further investigation is needed. But there's no time now. If His Holiness the Pope has fallen into a coma due to those guys' tricks, I need to quickly facilitate the contract between Sasha and the Divine Beast. If we can make Sasha the contractor of the Divine Beast. How about it, Divine Beast? Calyx didn't understand what Shark meant. Actually, when Sasha fell into the lake, she had some contact with the Divine Beast. Because Sasha was afraid of the Divine Beast, it came to find me. It said it wanted to become familiar with Sasha. The Divine Beast has a great liking for Sasha, so as long as the contract conditions are met, the Divine Beast can protect Sasha. In the early days of the country, weren't there also several emperors who were contractors of the Divine Beast? Calyx could see that Shark wanted Sasha to meet the contract conditions. But what are these conditions? To be honest, I don't know either. Let me ask and see. O most handsome and graceful Divine Beast in this world, not only will you soon be loved by Sasha, but I also greatly admire you. If you can hear my voice, please. Before she could finish, the Divine Beast suddenly appeared. Sharkless introduced them. This is Sasha's uncle, Duke Calyx. Duke, this is the Divine Beast. The Divine Beast was unsatisfied with Shark Liz's introduction. Why is my introduction so brief? Shark had no choice but to reintroduce. This is the cute, handsome, admirable, and omnipotent Divine Beast. Calyx thought the Divine Beast looked quite cute, like Sasha's lizard doll. This angered the Divine Beast, who shouted, "That's because I haven't shown my true form yet." However, Calyx couldn't hear the Divine Beast's voice. No matter how much the Divine Beast shouted, it was useless. Calyx had to ask Shark to help inquire. About the contract conditions? Of course, no problem. Divine Beast, do you remember the contract conditions? Contract conditions? The Divine Beast pondered for a long time. The Divine Beast was a bit embarrassed. Well, that was so long ago. I don't quite remember. Shark was dumbfounded. How could it forget such an important thing? The Divine Beast stared at Shark for a while and said, "Oh, you have holy power? Since when? It looks like it's already shattered." Shark didn't understand what this was about. This needs more observation. I'll come find you again soon. Don't tell anyone else for now. With that, the Divine Beast immediately disappeared, leaving Shark, Liz, and Calyx standing there stunned. Well, I think the Divine Beast hasn't forgotten. It's just been too long, so it doesn't remember. We might need to think of other ways. Calyx comforted her. "It's all right, Shark Liz. I can look into the contract conditions." That's good. Shark was still pondering what the Divine Beast's words meant. The next day, Calyx had already researched a lot of materials to find the contract conditions. He happened to meet Shark, who came to find him. As promised, he had found records about the contract conditions. Shark was surprised. You found it in just one day? Did you ask Libin to help you search? Kalix smiled. Libin is on vacation. I searched myself. Shark recalled Libin's haggard appearance. He has been working a lot lately. Did you let him go on vacation? This should count as a vacation too. Libin is now healing his body and mind with Sasha therapy. Libin said that being alone with Sasha is receiving Sasha therapy because he can get inspiration from Sasha. Being with Sasha makes me feel so relaxed. It's like receiving treatment. Anyway, let me explain the contract conditions. There are 3 required conditions for the contract. 2 of them can only be fulfilled by direct royal family members. The contract subject must have a certain degree of holy power and prove their direct royal lineage with blood. As for the last condition, the text above can be interpreted in different ways. It will take a little more time to figure out the true meaning. Wait a minute, Shark suddenly slapped the table. Her face turned gloomy. The day when God gave the revelation, it meant Sasha would be in danger, right? In the original story, Sasha awakened to become the contractor of the divine beast after experiencing a life-threatening danger. Perhaps God left this message to tell me that fate cannot be changed, but I have no intention of obediently following God's plan. With a powerful aura, Shark pushed open the door to find Eric. Long time no see. I have something urgent to tell you. Are you free? You have to be free even if you're not. Go to the social club to collect gossip and rumors, such as various current events that have happened recently. I hope you can collect this information as soon as possible and send it to the Eruiden mansion. Erich was reluctant. I'm not your subordinate. Why are you ordering me around? What did you say? Shark emitted a strong, irresistible aura. Eric immediately changed his tune. Please give me 3 days. I want help next time. At the same moment, Kalix stared at Libin. It's been a while. Libin felt a bit creeped out and didn't dare to move. After a while, he tremblingly opened his mouth. Do you have something to tell me? Do you usually chat with Shark, Liz? I found some divine beast-related materials for him, and he actually asked if you were the one who researched it. Plus, the Sasha therapy is also a common language between you two. I'm wondering if Sharkless might have feelings for you. What are you saying? My lord, you're going too far. No wonder you've been treating me with contempt lately and staring at me fiercely. You're just like a teenage boy with a crush. Are you perhaps jealous? Kalix, whose thoughts were exposed, suddenly turned bright red. He quickly covered his face, pretending nothing happened. Libin didn't expect to see his lord show such an expression. He sighed and said, Anyway, I have absolutely no interest in Duke Lianta's daughter. You don't need to worry. She's definitely not my type. My life is precious, you know? Today's desserts are sweet potato cocoa and milk pudding. Lycan specially prepared Sasha's favorite custom desserts. Lycan, who went on vacation a while ago, has returned. I thought after experiencing that kind of thing, he would be too scared to ever come back. It seems Lycan is a very responsible maid. She also seems to be very sentimental. Shark recalled the scene of Lycan crying while hugging her last time. She made up her mind to be nicer to Lycan from now on. Don't let her get hurt. After experiencing the last incident, Lycan became even more infatuated with Shark. Everything Shark did was the best in her eyes. Shark thoughtfully asked if she liked the desserts. She carefully wiped off the crumbs around Sasha's mouth. Taking advantage of the sunny weather, yet cool enough, perfect for running and jumping, she planned to take Sasha out to play. But Sasha turned her head and refused, saying she wanted to read. Shark was disappointed. Child, what book are you reading? Sasha loudly retorted, I'm not a child anymore. I'm going to be a big brother soon. What big brother? Could it be because of what the Empress said? But if Sasha becomes a big brother, there will be many troublesome things to deal with. Sasha isn't afraid of difficulties. Libin said when the baby is born, I'll be his cousin brother. So I must become an excellent big brother. Shark believes Sasha will definitely be a good big brother. But I'm still worried the Empress might have some scheme. Then Sasha surprised Shark again. Lord Shark, when are you getting married? That is, an engagement with the premise of marriage in 50 years. This stumped Shark. After thinking for a while, she said, probably in 50 years. 50 years shocked Sasha. In 50 years, I won't be a brother. I'll be a great-grandfather. Seeing Sasha leave with heavy steps, Shark was confused. He was so excited just now. How did he suddenly wilt? However, Before leaving, Sasha still politely thanked Shark, saying he had a lot of fun. Click, he closed the door without looking back. Shark felt a bit sad. Does he like reading that much? He actually left me behind. Unbelievable to Shark, Liz hurriedly found Libin. With a mysterious face, she said, "This isn't suitable to discuss here. Let's talk for a bit." Libin's face was full of questions. Libin, afraid of being targeted by Calyx again, instinctively wanted to refuse. "I have nothing to say to you," but was forcibly dragged away by Shark. In a secluded place, Libin urgently asked what happened, while still looking around. "Don't let the Grand Duke see us." Shark spoke non-stop. "Sasha seems to be looking forward to the Empress giving birth. She said she wants to be a good big brother. She's been studying like crazy lately." Libin couldn't tell if Shark was worried about the former or the latter. Shark refuted, "Do you need to ask?" "Of course I'm worried about both. Sasha is only 8 years old, and who knows what the Empress might do." There was too much to say. Libin interrupted directly. "Regarding this matter, I have something to say. First, Lord Sasha did ask me about a cousin, but he wasn't referring to Her Majesty, the Empress's baby." Shark didn't believe it. "If not the Empress's, could it be my baby?" Getting an affirmative answer from Libin, he asked me when he would have a cousin. I said he would have one after you get married. No wonder he asked me when I'm getting married, and I told him in 50 years. Shark herself felt this answer was a bit too absurd. Libin thought this was too insincere. "If you get married in 50 years, thinking of the Grand Duke's jealous look, I'll probably have passed away long before that." A few days later, it had just snowed heavily, and now it has stopped. His Majesty the Emperor, having nothing to do, decided to hold a grand hunting competition. Coincidentally, Shah and Liz had to attend. That Emperor guy is really not likable. Moreover, the future I saw this morning makes me uneasy. I didn't ask you to die. Don't repay the favor you owe me in this way. Of all things, I saw someone dying. That person, from the tone, seemed to be Rodante. That person should already know he used black magic to attack me. At that time, Eluigian Grand Duke got holy water to treat me. He might investigate the illegal holy water on the market and then trace it back to Rodante. To avoid the same thing happening as in the original work, it's better not to let Sasha participate, just in case. Also look into Rodante's family background. By the way, what was the family name Noah told me before? What was it again? Why can't I remember? On the day of the hunting season, a girl named Peony Tatus very enthusiastically greeted Shark. Shark was happy inside, but on the surface, she still had no expression and found it strange. How come she's acting so familiar with me as soon as we meet? "Nice to meet you, Marchioness Tatus." Marchioness Tatus, not at all distant. "How you address me. It feels very formal. Meeting is fate. You can just call me Peony. Will we become close in the future?" Shark was puzzled, but not sure what this person wanted. She could only find an excuse to deal with it. Unexpectedly, Marchioness Tatus said, "Your personality is indeed very straightforward. Then I can also directly call you by your name, Duke's daughter." Shark hesitated about this. Coincidentally, Rosetta came over to find her, warmly linking arms with Shark, and also greeted the Marchioness. Seeing Rosetta arrive, the Marchioness found an excuse to excuse herself. Seeing this, Rosetta quietly said to Shark, "I feel something's not right." Marchioness Tatus is famously antisocial. She only associates with a few ladies. Why would she suddenly come to participate in the hunting season? Shark hadn't thought that much. Maybe she just suddenly wanted to participate in social activities? Is that so? But didn't she just act familiar with you? She even wanted to call you by your name. Shark joked. "So this is what you're unhappy about." The two left, chatting and laughing. Behind them, Tatus was watching them, with a dark aura emanating from her body. Soon, the hunting season began. There were discussions below. It said His Majesty the Emperor won't participate in the hunting event. Today he'll stay in the tent to accompany Her Majesty the Empress. It said His Majesty will announce good news soon. Sitting below, Shayu understood. It seems the Empress will soon make her pregnancy public. She might announce it on Saint's Day. After all, the royal family's biggest weakness now is holy power. Duke Lianta, quietly watching them from the side, felt very sad. Does he like that person so much? Even if he likes her that much, we haven't seen each other for so long. Father didn't even look at me once. But I can't interfere with my daughter's feelings. Thinking about this makes me even sadder. Sharkless didn't notice her father's unusual behavior. She wanted to go hunting with him. "Father, you're the Empire's best knight. Is this a great opportunity to witness your strength?" Duke Liantal was touched. He didn't expect his daughter to think this way. But this was just an excuse Shark randomly came up with. She wanted to enter the forest, further confirming that Duke Liantai falls for this kind of thing. Shark, you can come if you want. I, as your father, will protect you well. Absolutely don't leave my side. During the hunt, all senses become sharper. This is Liantai's best horse. You can ride it. Several people mounted their horses and set off for the hunt. Calyx was a bit worried. I know you're good at swordsmanship, but hunting is another matter. Calyx, you don't need to worry. I have the Empire's best knight protecting me, and although my stamina is poor. The next second, with a clang, Shark Liz, faster than Duke Liantai and Calyx, hit the prey. Shark Liz was quite confident in her marksmanship and horsemanship. This action shocked Calyx. I thought I knew enough about him. I didn't expect there was still a side of him I didn't know. I need to work harder to understand him. You might even perform better than me, Duke's daughter. Wait a moment, Your Highness. There seems to be something on the corner of your mouth. She reached out to wipe Calyx's mouth. What to do? The one who named you was me. A mere name can be changed easily. Even so, it won't change your true name. In the instant they touched, Sharkless saw images of Rodante. It's strange. Why would I suddenly see Rodante? Is something going to happen again? Regarding Shark's intimate gesture, Calyx's heart raced. He reached out to hold Sharkless's hand. This is a public place. You're making me a bit shy like this. The two were lovey-dovey. In contrast, Duke Liantai on the side was about to break down. Sharkless just realized. This seemed a bit inappropriate. Her face turned red, her hand frozen in midair. To ease the awkwardness, she said, "It seems I made a mistake. Let's set off again. If you want to catch bigger prey, you need to enter deeper into the forest." Rumble, rumble. The forest has already begun to take action. An attack came towards Shark's direction. At the same time, on Rodante's side, Angela hurriedly ran over. At this time, Rodante's hair was messy, with a bit of a just-woken-up roughness. Angela told him, "I had a strange dream. I dreamed of that woman." "You dreamed of that woman?" Rodante hadn't reacted yet. Then he suddenly woke up. "Me too, I also dreamed of that woman." "Strange. Why would we dream of that woman? I have a bad feeling. That woman always targets people around me. Could it be that the Duke's daughter might be in danger?" Rodante, worried, quickly ran out to go check on Shark. Such a big reaction. Angela didn't understand what her brother meant. Thump, thump, thump. Before he could run out, Rodante bumped into Noah face to face. "Rodante, did something happen? Why are you in such a hurry?" Rodante quickly grasped Noah's hand, urgently wanting to know where the Duke's daughter was now. "I had a nightmare. I have a bad feeling. I need to find the Duke's daughter. No, I must go. The Duke's daughter might be in danger." On Shark's side, after experiencing the previous attack, everyone was protecting His Majesty the Emperor. They formed a formation. After confirming His Majesty's safety, they immediately went forward to investigate. The culprit must not be allowed to escape. Shark felt this incident must have been intentional. That's why the nobles didn't dare to flee, because once suspected of being the mastermind, they would be immediately purged. Calyx agreed with Shark's statement. Shark Liz's judgment was correct. Fortunately, we didn't delay. Let's return to the venue immediately. Libin was reporting the current situation. Although the cannon sounded 3 times, there were no casualties. That bomb wasn't very powerful. It only created a lot of smoke. Calyx believed that the culprit might have done this deliberately to gather the nobles in one place, to divert attention. If they didn't intend to blow up everyone present at once, then they must be targeting specific individuals. Duke Liantai, not seeing Shark Liz, was anxiously searching. Calyx asked, "Where's the Duke's daughter?" "When we just left the forest, she was beside me. But after I returned to the venue, I didn't see her." Duke Liantai felt uneasy. He thought Shark might have gotten lost in the forest. He wanted to go find her immediately. Calyx stopped him. "If you go to the forest, the Liantai Duke's family will be suspected." Turning to mount his horse, "I'll go to the forest to look." Searching everywhere. "Shark Liz, Shark Liz." Calyx prayed in his heart, "Please don't let anything happen." With a rumbling sound, he heard the sound of dripping blood. Calyx's heart filled with more fear. A bad feeling welled up in his heart. Not long ago, after hearing about the hunting event to be held in the Western Forest, I often recalled a scene. The scene in the original story where Sasha got lost. The place Sasha discovered when she was lost then was this patch of black soil. Shark finally found this place. Sasha was attacked by an assassin here, received a fatal wound, and thus awakened, forming a contract with the divine beast. Shark crouched down to search carefully. Although the original story didn't mention an explosion, as soon as I touched the soil, the place where Sasha was injured on her birthday party started to ache faintly. It seems this is indeed related to black magic. I was half skeptical before. Fortunately, I came to confirm. Shark scooped up a handful of soil and packed it away. After securing it, she prepared to leave. If Father discovers I'm missing, he'll surely make a fuss. Before taking a few steps, she faintly heard Rodante's voice. Turning her head to find the source of the voice. How could Rodante be here? It turned out Rodante and Noah had come out together to search for Shark. Although Liz had come to the forest, the situation was now chaotic. The knight believed that the Lord should have gone to take shelter with the others. We'll return immediately after confirming our Lord's safety. This way, there shouldn't be any problems. Rodante agreed with the knight's statement. However, I still can't forget the dream I just had. The hunting venue being filled with smoke like this isn't right either. Sasha Rodante heard a sound coming from the forest. She thought it might be the Duke's daughter appearing. A familiar person, Lady Tatus. They say children who leave home will suffer greatly. Your face has become quite thin. Lady Tatus gradually approached Rodante. Please step back, Lady Tatus. Please explain why you stayed here instead of seeking shelter. Lady Tatus retorted, you should be more pitiful. The traitors who escaped from the Tatus Marquis family and the loyal dog abandoned by the Empress. You two don't look like people who would be invited to the hunting event, Noah explained. Because of an emergency situation, I came to find my lord. Before he could finish speaking, he was restrained in place by Lady Tatus. Sorry, you'd better stay here, because I also have business with you. Lord Noah realized. So you're the one who caused the commotion in the forest. Noah raised his sword with all his might and said, I will absolutely not allow you to harm my lord. Lady Tatus Marquis smirked. You're so loyal. Haven't you ever thought that you might be abandoned again like before? Or do you want to switch allegiance to me before being abandoned? Tatus needs knights like you. Noah didn't believe it. My lord wouldn't treat people as disposable tools. It was he who took me in when I was abandoned. My only lord is Sharkless Lienta. Does the child hiding behind you think the same? We haven't expelled you from the family yet. Don't you want to become the Tatus Marquis? That's better than relying on support. That could end at any time, isn't it? Living with you would be even more terrifying. As long as your name exists, you can't escape my control. Rodante defied. It's just a name. I can simply change it. Lady Tatus wasn't about to let him go. Even so, it won't change your true name. Lady Tatus prepared to attack again. I warn you, this time I won't miss. Noah tightly shielded Rodante behind him. He instructed Rodante, don't let them know about your ability. Absolutely do not come forward. The next moment, Rodante, as if under some spell, walked straight towards where Lady Tatus was.